All right. Well, I think the one thing to take away from this is, sure, I'm late, but I'm here. I'm only late by about 10, 15 minutes. It's totally fine, but welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another installment of us watching big severe weather. I am your host, totally. Yes. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, to all who may be paying attention. It is June 21st, 2023, and we have the threat for severe weather here today, including this ongoing tornado warning that is in the middle of Wyoming. Now, why am I streaming this stuff? I mean, look at this, all right? You might be wondering, why am I streaming tornado warnings if they're out in the middle of nowhere? And my answer is this. It's such a widespread area for severe weather, at least for the threat of tornadoes today, that I kind of just have to. And of course, you guys know my rule. If a tornado watch gets issued, I at least try to stream it. And so that is what we have done so far. Of course, we've missed a tornado warning or two before me streaming, but I try to get as much as I possibly can, and this is where I'm at with it. So we do have two areas to watch here this evening. Why is my Epic Pen all the way over there? I don't know. But we have this new tornado warning, apparently. Listen.
Tornado warning for East Central Albany County in southeastern Wyoming.
There's your new tornado warning. If you live in that county, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you live in this dark green, we have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale for your area. I wouldn't pay too much attention to it unless if it's just stuff that kind of filters out of the main risk, which we'll talk about here. As the yellow, which is the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, that's our slight risk. And then, of course, we have our 2 orange risks right here, 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So interesting to see that. If you are over in those areas, please be mindful of the severe weather here this evening, especially since we have the threat for large hail, strong damaging winds, and even a few tornadoes, such as this storm right here that is in Albany County, the new tornado warning that has been issued. Of course, it is not near anyone as of this moment, but it will eventually head into an area of a little bit more populous. If you live along State Highway 34 in Wyoming, this is for you. This is areas that are extremely far up north on 25 north of Cheyenne. It's not in northeastern portions of Wyoming, of course. This is in the southeastern portions of Wyoming, but it is relatively far north of Cheyenne, and it'll be eventually heading off towards the areas near Wheatland, Bordeaux, as well as Slater and Chugwater. But in the more near term, we also can talk about Natwick and areas along Highway 34. So we're going to have to watch out for this one. This storm looks really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a tornado on the ground with this one, but it's also encountering a little bit of contamination, so it's kind of hard to say. But my best guess as to where there could be a tornado would most certainly have to be with this area right here. Maybe not this one right here. This one, I kind of find that a little bit harder to believe, mainly because it's a little bit further north into the inflow notch. But hey, who knows? There could be 2 areas of rotation in the same storm. This thing could be a cyclic monster in the middle of nowhere. So this is definitely a storm we're going to have to watch out for. There's a good reason why this is tornado warned. And so if you, once again, live over near Natwick, you might want to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Let's see. We also have some other severe storms across the board, including one that had a report of a land spout about an hour ago. So we've had a bunch of these storms that have quickly produced little spin-ups, maybe little tornadoes that have sustain longer than you would have expected. And I'm going to pull up some stuff here because I haven't really been paying too much attention to my the usual things that I have, which is my Google Chrome tabs. My Google Chrome tabs are all messed up. So I'm going to try and fix that now. Could be a great idea for me to do it, earlier, but nope, it's we're doing it now. We're doing it now. Put that right there. I also need Google Maps on my side, just in the off chance that I don't want to look stuff up on screen. We'll move over here, go to Twitter. We'll also pull up, what else do I usually pull up? Another set of Google Maps. We'll go to my drive. We'll see if we can find any live weather cameras out here, which there are, but once again, I've tried to contact the group that own these cameras, and you're not allowed to show them on stream without their written consent, and so therefore I'm kind of just screwed either way. So that's nice. I think that's pretty much it in what I have to add for that screen, and then I have to go over here. Now, this is what I usually add for my screen on the main one, right here. So I add Storm Prediction Center. That's the new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for West Central Logan County in northeastern Colorado.
So that's a new tornado warning for Logan County in Colorado. If you're over there, might be a good idea for you to seek shelter. Get into a sturdy building. So I pull up the Storm Prediction Center, I pull up mesoscale analysis, I pull up the College of DuPage satellite, to be specific. Actually, I messed that up. I need to do that. In this instance now, I'm also going to pull up the National Hurricane Center. I'm going to also pull up Pivotal Weather. I'm going to pull up Weather Bell. And then finally, I am going to pull up the Vertical Wind Profile website for what all is over there, just in the off chance that we get some funny stuff. And actually, I'm going to pull up Cheyenne's Vertical Wind Profile here just to see. And yeah, there's your reason why there is the threat for tornadoes today. That is a streamwise hodograph. Streamwise vorticity hodograph. At least up until you get from 2 to 3. Then it starts to become a little bit more of a crosswise vorticity that you get with it. But still, pretty gnarly to say the least. Pretty gnarly. All right, let's go to that new tornado warning. It seems the tornado warning is in Cheyenne's jurisdiction for radar, so we're going to take a look at that. And here's our new tornado warning. This is going to be, once again, for Logan County until 4 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. It is not moving very fast. It's moving north at 5 miles per hour, so pretty stationary. But anyone that is over near, this is Haxton, is what this is apparently called. Yeah, I think this is Haxton. If you're over in these areas, you might want to get into your safe space because the threat for something tornadic is definitely possible. I see it at least. You can see the velocities here, greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the north and east of Stoneham, just to the north of Willard, and just to the north and west of Sterling. Once again, moving north at 5 miles per hour. The fortunate thing about this is that it doesn't seem like it's going to hit too many people, but if you're over near the Haxton area, it might be a good idea for you to get into a sturdy structure now and stay away from windows. Preferably, we would like you to get into the lowest innermost part of that building. It looks like this storm that is over in Albany County, Wyoming, still is showing signs of having multiple areas of rotation. I am not sure completely if that is contamination or not, because the weather radar does that, and it has done that in the past. But you can see we have 2 areas of reds moving away and greenish grays moving towards, reds moving away and greens moving towards. So we have 2 little areas that we would have to try and figure out as to where that could be a potential tornado. We also do have a little bit of contamination, as I've mentioned, and because of that, things might get a little bit difficult for us to try and determine specifically as to what's going on with those storms. But it's still one of those things to where we're going to want to continue to watch out for this as this progresses off to the east. And it also has had a really good supercell characteristic for a long duration. So, yeah, it's going to be a storm to watch out for. But fortunately enough, it is still very far away. So, that's good. I'm going to pull up Twitter on my side screen. And I don't really see... Brief tornado in Wyoming, Laramie County. I'll retweet that on Twitter. I usually retweet almost everything. It's far southeast Laramie at 2:56 p.m. So that was about 40-ish minutes ago. And it was down in the southeastern portion of the state. That's from Elliot Baugh. I'll show you guys his Twitter handle so you guys can follow him. But you can see this is a clear tornado that occurred a good bit back, extending all the way down to the ground with that. So these are the type of tornadoes that we're going to be seeing today. We're not going to be seeing the large wedge tornadoes unless if we get some real whack activity. Which, of course, it is a possibility, but I'm not going to be the one to say that it is the most likely outcome. To me, it's not the most likeliest of outcomes. So, that'll be left for tomorrow in Germany, which is what we are going to be streaming. But, still want to kind of let you guys know, hey, these... tornadoes do exist, and on the off chance that they do veer off the path of being in rural areas, we want to make sure that people know. So that's the reason why we are here on the stream, of course. Once again here, ladies and gentlemen, if you are trying to figure out where the severe weather is going to be happening today, look no further to the Convective Outlook issued by the Storm Prediction Center. They have this on their website, so even after I stop streaming, or if you're just wondering about where the severe weather is going to occur one day, you can just go onto the Storm Prediction Center, and you can see it for yourself. But we have it here on this graphic. You can see that we have this light green area, which is just a general thunderstorm risk. We have the dark green area, which is a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, or a marginal risk. We have this yellow, which is a 2 out of 5, or a slight risk. And then, of course, we have our 2 orange areas right here. You see, there's one over in Wyoming, Colorado, and extreme western Nebraska. And then there's another one in the western Oklahoma Panhandle, extending all the way down to southwestern Oklahoma and into the heart of Texas. So these 2 areas are going to need to watch out for severe weather here today. As for the areas that are going to have the highest chances for tornadoes, of course, the enhanced risk that is in the northern risk is going to be mainly covered by the threat for maybe a couple of tornadoes. We also have these storms that are in the south. You can see that we have a little brown area here, which is a 5% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius, contrast to the green, which is a 2% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. So the threat for tornadoes will exist possibly near Guymon, Perryton, Canadian, Pampa, Childress, and Quanah over here into portions of northern Texas and extreme western Oklahoma. And because of that, there are 2 tornado watches. You can see these big red boxes that have been plastered on the screen in front of you, contrast to the smaller red boxes, which are for the tornado warnings. These large boxes are the tornado watches that are currently in effect for a lot of these areas. And speaking of which, I probably should change the bottom bar. That is the one thing that I definitely did forget, and so I might as well do that now. But yes, we shall do that now. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so we'll go 1, 2, 3 space. And I wonder if you guys could catch on the specific wording of the watches every now and then. Usually there's some tornado watches that say a couple tornadoes possible if the probabilities are pretty low. But this watch here for the northern risk says a few tornadoes are possible rather than just a couple. So interesting thing to note there. We'll go 9 p.m. Mountain, 10 Central. There we go. Almost done here. And yes, that is the name of my text box for this. So there we go. All right, it is now fixed. It is now fixed. Can I check out the severe thunderstorm in northern Colorado Springs? That's where my house is, and I want to know if it's going to get hit really hard. Yeah, I'll do so here. Let's kind of shift from north down to kind of progressing further south. And I'll go through every single storm. So as I said, that tornado warning that's over for Albany County in Wyoming still has tornadic rotation, so we're going to have to watch out. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning here for Scottsbluff County as well as Banner County here in Nebraska. And this one seems to be mainly a hailer. There's not really a whole lot of tornadic rotation, if any, on these storms. We'll move off down to the south. We have this storm over here that is crossing the Colorado-Wyoming border near Grover. This could potentially head towards the Pine Bluffs area on the border of Wyoming and Nebraska, and that could head off eventually towards Interstate 80 as well in Kimball County. So if you're over there in those portions of Nebraska, might want to watch out. The storm has a little bit of elevated rotation with it. We could potentially see maybe a little spin up if things start to force down to the ground. It's going to be difficult to say, though, however. We also have a tornado warning once again here. This is for Logan County in northeastern Colorado. It does have a good velocity signature with this, which tells me that this probably could be a tornado on the ground. And spectrum width does seem to agree. Spectrum width usually tells me where a lot of turbulence occurs, and because of the fact that we have near the highest amount of turbulence here, according to the scale on the left-hand side, that usually tells me that there is some form of tornadic activity within that area. Fortunately, it doesn't seem there's a whole lot of people that live over there, but there is this little area over here in this corner. It does have some buildings, whether that's residential or not. There are some people who live in these areas. So essentially, if you are north of, this is highway or Colorado Highway 14, you have more than likely a tornado that is in progress in your area. You guys need to get into your safe space right now. This is northwest of Sterling in western Logan County. We also have our severe thunderstorm warning over here. This is for Washington County, Colorado. This is for areas near Highway 34, U.S. Highway 34 for Akron, as well as Plantner, and areas south onto Colorado Highway 63. So if you guys live over there, you guys have the opportunity to get baseball-sized hail, as this has had a history of doing so. But we've also had some interesting activity with this cell, as spotters have reported that there has been a couple instances of funnel clouds, potential tornadoes that could exist with these storms as well. So once again, something similar for you all. If there's a severe storm like this that has a capability of producing a tornado, it might not be a bad idea for you to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. All right, let us move down to the south. I'm actually going to move my radar over to Pueblo, and I'm going to respond accordingly. And I'm going to organize my radars so that way things can be all right in that sense. There we are, and we're going to go take a look at, well, maybe I didn't, it's fine, it's fine. Here's the severe thunderstorm warning that is northeast of Colorado Springs. This thing has had a history of producing golf ball-sized hail to even, I believe, Yeah, that is a report for 2-inch size hail with this one as well. So if you live on the northern side of Colorado Springs, it might not be a bad idea for you to not only get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, but if you also see any sort of flooding, you might want to get into a higher terrain of some sort, because of the fact that there is a flash flood warning that has been issued for that area as well. So we're talking Falcon, we're talking areas north of Cimarron Hills, areas that are due east of Monument, and heading towards the Black Forest and the Peyton areas. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, as well as the northeastern portions of Colorado Springs, it might be a good idea for you guys to get into a sturdy structure, stay away from windows, as well as to seek higher ground in the in that same notion. So all sorts of things that are over there, huh? That is a confirmed tornado in northeastern Colorado now. Yeah, that is a tornado confirmed. And it says that a train spotter reported a thin rope. Thin rope tornado. Which, these tornadoes will do that. I mean, these storms will produce these little spin-ups. As I said, we're not expecting these super large tornadoes and stuff like that. It's just, they're tornadoes. Tornadoes do damage. Tornadoes do... Yeah, usually when tornadoes occur, it's not a good thing, right? So we want to continue to try and watch out for it whenever there's a warning issued, and be prepared, of course. Am I sick? No. I think I'm not as hype as I usually would be, if you get what I mean. I'm not as high-pitched as I would, or as I used to be, I should say. I'm trying to fix that a little bit. But I still have my enthusiasm. I still have my enthusiasm within it. It's just, I don't want to make a huge big deal out of things that aren't really super significant, unless if they actually happen. So I save me being a little bit more, I don't know, on edge for those moments. So Nate has been to a Twitter battle. Yeah, I'm not. So listen, all right. I made a lot of people upset. Of course, for the right reason. Because I don't try to make people on set on purpose. It's just people don't know how to actually look at both sides of the coin. But yeah, let's just say that I made a few people upset in a specific creators community because I called someone out. Because I am not about that hype. Don't need to start unnecessary stuff if it is literally impossible. That's my feeling. So. Yeah, that's what I did. That is what I did. Do I regret it? No. As a matter of fact, someone even called me out on having similar thumbnails to other YouTubers. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm willing to take criticism. What do you think I should do? And one of the people who I respect a lot now, you know, I respect people who actually can have a decent conversation and not be so emotional. Like, there was this one person who said that none of my content is original. Please, I've been doing this longer than everyone else. Tell me my content is not original one more time. Make it seem like, you know, you can feel all good about yourself.
Tornado warning for northeastern Morgan County in northeastern Colorado, north central Washington County in northeastern Colorado, southwestern Logan County in northeastern Colorado.
Anyways, all I gotta say is, my point being is, If Bret's not going to hit the United States, don't mention the possibility of it. It causes unnecessary attention. And for people who have anxiety through thunderstorms and all sorts of stuff like that, and don't tell me there aren't people that aren't like that, because I know for a fact there are. Heck, I wasn't even going to watch the person's video in question until someone pointed it out to me and asked if it was an actual possibility. So, if Bret's not going to hit the United States, don't mention it as the possibility. Because there is legitimately no way it does. So, anyways, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything more than that. I'll laugh at it. I laughed at the people who called me jealous and stuff like that, because I think you guys know that if I was really going for fame, I would have sold out a long time ago. And I definitely have not done that, because I actually want a job in this field in the future, and I don't want to be looped in with a bunch of people who have sold. So Tabletop Geek with the 2, thank you so much, I really do appreciate that, says, how's Wilmington, North Carolina's severe threat tomorrow? That is a good question. Unfortunately, I don't exactly have the best answer for you besides what the Storm Prediction Center has, so I might as well give you an answer on the fly, shall we? We'll look at it with the models. Speaking of which, speaking of models, eventually there will come a point into where I will actually try to forecast some stuff in Germany, because tomorrow morning I will be live streaming for what seems to be a tornado outbreak, or a possible tornado outbreak, that will occur in the central portions of Germany. So if you would like to watch that, and of course make fun of how I pronounce German town names, then feel free to tune in tomorrow. It starts as early, all right? So you can come a little bit later on. You can sleep in, and I actually recommend you come in a little later on. It's expected to happen a little, a couple hours after I start streaming, maybe 3. But stream will start as early as 6 in the morning Eastern. So all right, let's talk about tomorrow's threat for Wilmington, North Carolina. Let's pull up the 18Z run real quickly. Yeah, it looks like there's this surface low here. So you see how these clouds and these storms are just rotating in a counterclockwise fashion? So that can enhance a bit of vorticity, especially as we move on through into tomorrow. And there's your surface low, actually. You see this little curl right here within the storms, and how it goes down and then it gets pushed out. So there's your surface low, and because you have a surface low, there's a good chance that these storms that make landfall on the coastline, they could bring water spouts, and they could make a landfall maybe as weak tornadoes. I don't think they're going to be super strong, to be completely honest with you. I'll take a sounding. And yeah, they're not really going to be super strong, but it is still something to watch out for. And it could start as early as tomorrow morning and end as late as midnight. So it's going to be an all-day thing, but the storms are really not going to be that strong when they do make landfall. So you're going to use what you shared for tomorrow's live. I used Katchelman Weather's thing last year in tandem with radar scope, so I think I'm going to do that again, because I covered the Paderborn tornado, the F2 last year, as well as the other tornadoes that were around it as well. So I probably will. I really do appreciate you all coming out to the stream, by the way. If you would like to help me spread this information with more and more people, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below, as it helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. Also, please be sure to hit that subscribe button if you are new, because we talk about all sorts of severe weather that exists across the board, at least when they become significant. If it's relatively weak, then usually it doesn't really do a whole lot. So, if you're into that, if you're into tropical analysis, which I will actually get into a little bit later on in the stream, we have 2 tornado warnings as of right now, so I kind of don't want to cut off from that quite yet, just on the off chance that they do stuff. We also have a storm that is once again in Albany County that looks to have a shot at trying to be tornadic, especially as it gets closer towards Natwick and Wheatland. So after these storms, you know, stop being tornadic for a little bit. We'll show you guys what's happening with Bret and 93L, because I think it's going to be pretty cool. I've got a bunch of stuff to show you guys, too, for that type of analysis as well. A lot of people were like, how do you know that it's not going to hit the U.S.? And I'm like, trust me, I know. I can make a whole little thread on Twitter to try and convince you that this thing ain't happening. Well, we think we see tornadoes today. We've already seen tornadoes today, so. My cat is scratching at my door. He needs to consider the following. As I said, chat, for mods, I should say. Mods. I've seen a couple of you guys use it already, but of course, I always have to reinforce the narrative. You guys have, technically you have 3 commands that you can use, but one of them we don't really use as much because I haven't really been able to. But you have exclamation point tornado, exclamation point tornado, and then exclamation point like, all one word. Don't put any spaces in between them. If you do that, a bot will actually put out little saying, whatnot. You guys also have exclamation point questions, but we don't really use that one quite often because just the timing usually is pretty terrible with that. But yeah, I have 2 cats and 6 chinchillas. So, yeah. Where's Morgan? He's graduating tonight. So, he'll be back later on tonight if he's not tired as all get out. The tornado warning, by the way, for Logan County has now expired. There is still a second tornado warning that was issued just a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago-ish. It has been issued for Morgan, Washington, and Logan counties, almost right over the interstate of I-76, which is so weird. 76 extends all the way down here. That's kind of funny. But yeah. Is Dallas-Fort Worth just normal thunderstorms today, or is any chance of severe weather? I think you guys have a shot for some severe weather here this evening. But I don't really think it'll be anything more than just severe. I think it'll be just some spotty hail and some strong damaging winds. I don't think it'll be a super widespread either. If you take a look at the top part of the screen above me, I pulled up the outlook, and you can see that Dallas in itself is in a 1 out of 5. Fort Worth is in a 2 out of 5. And then, of course, the further west you go, you get into the 3 out of 5. So, personally, you know, at least for me, from what I've seen with the models, if storms do move into your area, it really won't be any different from what's happened over here, besides it might be a little bit weaker. So, that's how I feel about that. Someone just showed me, so I'm in a German Discord server that talks about weather. Of course, listen, I love talking about weather, so I don't care what language you speak. I can try to communicate with you as best as I possibly can, and we're still going to have a great time talking about it. So I know some people who have communicated with me and has actually told me about tomorrow's event in Germany well ahead of time, so I've been able to help them forecast and help me kind of prepare myself mentally for what could be an interesting stream tomorrow. And they just sent me a picture, sent me a model, I should say, and I'll show it here for you guys. This is one of the storms that the model has printed, which clearly looks like a supercell. Now, take that however way you will, because models aren't exactly the most accurate thing in the world. But seems how multiple models have done this. This is, I wonder what this means for tomorrow's event. It'll be pretty interesting to see. I'm honestly quite excited to see what happens, and I'm also quite excited to stream it for you all, so. Yep, that's fine, Becca. I'll look here in a bit. But yes, I will be streaming tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. and it more than likely will go past noon because we've got some big severe weather in Germany. What's up, Princess Pokey? Nice to see you again. What's up, Sarah? Nice to see you again as well. Someone said that there's something wrong with my bottom bar. You're right. It's the 22nd, not the 21st, you donut. Alright, let's fix that real quickly. Fortunately for me, it's an easy fix. You guys can see the behind the scenes of how Nate runs his stuff. It's all on PowerPoint, which means I have to update it every single day. But I do not care. I also plan to make a video tomorrow as well, if I'm not streaming severe weather. So. Yes, I want to replace all slides. And there you go. It's now updated. You'll see 22nd. Actually, it's not 20 seconds. It's ND. Yeah, that is not correct. So let's do that one more time. Save as JPEG. All slides. And there we go. All right, now it's fixed. Now it's fixed. And we'll save that. And there you go, Thursday, June 22nd at 6 a.m. And then we also have a next recorded video, 22nd at 6 p.m., which we'll talk about Bret again, here in a second. But we want to continue to watch for this as a new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for Central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
So that is a new tornado warning. It is probably for this storm. Probably. And it is. The thing of it is this tornado warning is now over a town. So if you are in the town of Akron, Colorado, it might be a good idea for you guys to seek a sturdy structure now. Lowest innermost part of that building and stay away from windows, as the storm capable of producing a tornado is located just to the south of you all, and it is moving north towards your general vicinity. It's actually paralleling 63. So. Yes, this is the storms are heading west, indeed. For those of you who don't know that joke, there was this one time where I was messing up the sense of direction. So I knew that the storm was heading east, but I said west, and ended up combining the two by saying west. So it is heading west. Sir Lion King, nice to see you. Yeah, I'm gonna be having my hands full tomorrow because I really do believe that tomorrow is gonna be a crazy day. There is no longer a severe thunderstorm warning for areas in northeastern Colorado Springs, so you guys are good as of this moment. Once again, we also have 2 tornado warnings here for northeastern Colorado. If you are in a tornado warning, please be sure to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Also, it'd be greatly appreciated if you would help me spread this information with more and more people on YouTube by hitting that thumbs up button down below and even subscribing, as this does help us get onto YouTube's algorithm. Current outlook for Arkansas. Arkansas is either in a non-existent risk or a general thunderstorm risk. So Arkansas is good. Yeah, today is the essential portions of the United States. There might be some localized severe weather in the Gulf Coast, heading into the peninsula, the Florida peninsula, but other than that, it really is. What the heck is happening? Who is hammering something in my house? I wish I knew. I wish I knew what compass I was reading. Who is banging in? This house is strange sometimes. I'll tell you what. It just is. It just is. Someone mentioned in chat, and I saw it a little bit earlier, but I didn't really want to mention it too much. I can now, though. Storms have started to fire off over here in northeastern, or not northeastern, geez, in the northern panhandle of Texas, northeast of Amarillo. And they could even extend all the way up into areas near Garden City as well. So that's something to note, and that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Wakulla County in Big Bend of Florida.
What? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Why? Oh my gosh, it's gonna produce a tornado. It's gonna do it. If you're in Crawfordville, in Florida, you need to get into your safe space right now. Because there's a good chance. We got some turbulence here too, which could indicate the beginning of a tornado. Or it could just be spawning one right now. That is going to more than likely try to plant a tornado. So if you know anyone who lives in Crawfordville, Florida, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. If you live in Crawfordville, Florida, you need to get in your safe space. They don't have underground facilities over there, but not that it matters all too much. You can get in the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building and still be completely fine. And that is what is recommended, and that is a debris signature. Good call, chat. That is what appears to be a debris signature. At least it looks like it. It's hard to tell. We might need to wait for another scan, but Looks like it to me. We'll have to see the new velocity scan here in a second. But, yeah, Crawfordville, Florida. It is imperative for you guys to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Because this storm does look like it has the potential to produce a tornado if it hasn't already. I don't know why my radar is taking forever to load. Doesn't make sense to me, but... yeah, there is... It is definitely taking its time to load here. Very interesting, to say the least. Light in the dark with the $4.99, the $5 super chat, technically. It says, fellow tropical tracker here in Florida, have you figured out what the A and B are for the HWRF? Love the icon for sniffing out early waves. Yeah, they're the HAFS model, the HAFS model. Those are essentially the upgrades to the HWRF. You can find that on Tropical Tidbits. And yeah, that was a tornado. That was 100% a tornado. It was a brief tornado, and it might even try to continue to spin up, because if you see right here, we actually have a little bit of a surge in the backside, so a lot of wind, a rear inflow jet, where we can see a little bit of a whirlpooling effect on that northern side. But yeah, it's the HAFS model. The HAFS model, I'm going to have to ask around, or at least experiment to see as to what its vulnerabilities are in regards to what its biases could be. But yeah, so far the HAFS model has been doing really well. It is definitely an upgraded version of the HWRF model, which is much needed. But yeah, this still does look like this thing is continuing to spin. It will move off north of Crawfordville, fortunately. Unless if we do have a new recycle on the southern side. I kind of doubt that, though. I'm going to be honest with you. But this storm will head off near the intersection of US Highway 319 as well as Florida State Highway 267. So if you're over in those areas, need to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows from the storm that looks like had produced a little brief spin-up tornado. Wedge in Colorado, that wouldn't be too surprising, honestly. Well, actually, I'm sorry. It is a little surprising. Logan's Crossing. That's got to be down here. Well, no. Logan County is right here. So Logan's Crossing would be somewhere here. Have I been following the wildfires up here in Canada at all? Loosely. Fortunately, I was not in the continental U.S. when the wildfires in Quebec were at its worst, because I probably would have not enjoyed all the, you know, terrible air quality. But instead, I was in Hawaii chasing, yeah. Chasing volcanoes. 1 mile east of Logan's Corner. 2214 rain wrap large wedge tornado 7 miles northeast of my location. How can you see a large rain wrap wedge 7 miles out? I hate to be super skeptical. Tornado is 10 miles northwest. thin rope funnel. Oh, there's the report. It's right there. But my thing is, how can you see that? Yeah, Kilauea was pretty cool to see. I believe it. I believe it, Nisha. There was a couple storms that were over along, I believe that was I-10, right? That even produced a big water spout. Sure, that caused quite a scare over there for some people driving over the bridge, but fortunately, it didn't do too much. Sounds good, Ian. I'll look into it. I'll do it after the stream then. What app is this and how can you get it? This is GR2 Analyst. Version 3 specifically. If you get any lower versions here, doesn't really make too much sense. But it does cost a little bit of money, so I will tell you the cheaper options first before I tell you stuff about this. This is Radar Scope on the computer. You can get it. It's just $30. That's all it is. Of course, if you want to pay more to get more, there's subscription plans on there and stuff like that. But you get radars in Canada, you get radars in the United States, you get radars in Germany, you get radars over in Finland, you get radars over in South Korea, and you get radars over in Australia, which is pretty nice. So Radar Scope, personally, if you're a bit more of a nerd like me, who likes to get in depth with like radar analysis, then that one's probably the one for you. There is also Radar Omega. Now, Radar Scope you can get for $10 as a mobile app. It's only $30 on the computer though. How that makes sense, I don't know, but you know, that is the thing. Whereas Radar Omega is, I think, $1 cheaper. It definitely is a lot easier to navigate. At least as of recent. Before it wasn't. But it doesn't have as much stuff nerd-wise for me, or at least accuracy-wise, as Scope. So if you just want a weather app that can, you know, move stuff around, it gives you enough stuff to look at weather and know everything you may need. But if you don't, you know, like the idea of not being able to go a little bit more in depth with what you're looking at, then probably not the thing for you. But this is a little bit easier to navigate and sort through. It also has subscriptions that you can actually do as well. So now, since I told you all that, GR2 Analyst costs $250, but it is by far the best radar product in all of radar products, so there you go. I wish GR2 would pay me. I wish GR2 would sponsor me, because I would plug that thing until Kingdom Come. Give me like a 5% coupon thing that I can give you all if you wanted to get GR2 Analyst. I am telling you right now, it would work so much. It would work to a T. I'd be able to self-promote that thing until Kingdom Come because I love this thing. I love this thing. That's a new tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for Central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
Now I think I know the reason why they issued that tornado warning. It's for this cell right here, and look at that. That is as clear as you're going to get it for a supercell. And that is a ZDR arc. This storm is intensifying. That is some strong rotation. We might see a tornado, maybe even a brief strong one. It is possible. Wow. That is very, very interesting. There's your new tornado warning, of course. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is moving north on Highway 63 towards Akron. If you're over near Akron, you have a lot of time before this moves up into your area because this thing is only moving north at 10 miles per hour. But if you're south of that on 60, on 63, you need to get in your safe space right now. This one does look like it could potentially produce a tornado, maybe even a strong one if this thing gets its act together. My YouTube caption / screenshot showed issues over Oklahoma. What time is it expected, or is it an error? No, there's stuff over western Oklahoma. And it is expected to start firing off at least now. It's been delayed by about an hour because storms refuse to fire off a little bit. But they will have about an hour to 2 hours of a window of opportunity for it to potentially be tornadic. It is expected to grow upscale after that, however, which essentially means it just becomes more of a wind and hail threat more than anything. So, they've even issued a severe thunderstorm warning for areas east of Amarillo just now for those new storms. I will actually move this Dodge City radar over there to accommodate that because the radar that should be in Amarillo but is not because this storm over here in Florida exists due to it producing what seemed to have been a brief tornado. So, can't really get everything that I want. Does Radar Omega have Sweden and Poland radars? No. They only have Canada, the US, Germany, Korea, and Australia. But they do not have Finland. Why is there a random camera in England? That doesn't make sense either. Well, yeah, everything has Guam. Guam is a U.S. territory, which means any radar that has United States stuff on it is gonna have it, more than likely. Oh, that's a strong tornado, and that's a report of a tornado from Tony Lombok. He's an AccuWeather meteorologist. He just had a report. What is that report on Spotter Network? I think I'll have to look on Twitter here. But I'm pretty sure this is a SIGTOR. Where is Spotter Network? New tornado, 2 miles southeast of here, funnel with debris, not fully condensated. Strongly rotating just to our north. Tornado 1 mile south of my location. County Road 63, 2 minutes ago. Intense rotation continues, intermittent touchdowns. So this thing is just moving up and down. This is a tornado that is ongoing right now, but it is slithering its way throughout. So this has been pretty interesting. I want to see here real quickly. All right, I want to see. Is there a way? There's Flagler, Lawrence, Akron. Unfortunate. Okay, so I want to see. This is not for retransmission, so I'm going to put it on my side screen and see if I can find it. But that is last chance. And it doesn't seem to be looking at the right area, unfortunately. What about Akron? Akron's getting hailed on. So unfortunately, the cameras are not doing good dividends for us, even if we were able to use them. But, you know, that's besides the point. It's still good to have the cameras there in general. But this is a confirmed tornado. Looks to be a strong rotation. Looks to be a pretty strong rotation with this as well. Only one noticed the voice for the warnings is too quiet. If it's too quiet, I'll turn it up and then I'll just turn down the background sounds. But yeah, I'll turn it up a little bit here. And then I will turn down my computer master volume so that it doesn't kill my ears. Because usually when I have to turn it up for you all, it usually gets really loud for me. And my ears can't really take that, so I have these big muffs. Look at him. Big muffs. So, yeah, this is not really all too surprising. Big time supercell here that is south of Akron. I mean, look at this thing. Look at this structure. You can have rain wrapping around, rain-cooled outflow that is being pulled from the body of this storm and all the way around into the hook. Warm, moist inflow being pulled in. The combination of the two is where we get our tornado, where they all mix. And right there is where we got it. And I mean, that is a pretty strong signature. I know the normalized rotation is not going to agree. I really do think that this is a strong signature for a storm like this. So, we're talking about a delta velocity of 64 on top of 60. That would be a 124 mile per hour delta velocity if we had a tornado on the ground, which of course, the reports have been saying that we've had intermittent tornadoes just have been stretching up and down all the way throughout. So, once again, this is south of Akron in Colorado. This is right next to the State Highway 63 general vicinity. If you know anyone that lives over there south of Akron, there is reports of tornadoes that have been moving up and down from the storm and have been touching down. So on the off chance that this thing does head off in your general vicinity, this is heading off to the north, of course. You need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. What about Wakulla? Wakulla is where? I gotta check. Google Maps. We're talking about... Actually, you know what? Because there's a bunch of them. Wakulla where? In what state? That way I could just search it up. Is this county not even in... Interesting. Germany will be very, very interesting tomorrow, Ragonzo. I do think there is the potential. I do think there is the potential for a tornado outbreak. I think it is possible, which is the reason why we will be streaming tomorrow morning. So, Crawfordville, perfect. Yeah, as of right now, the tornado warning is no longer in effect for your area. There was a brief tornado that occurred just to your guys' west. That was about 20 minutes ago. So right here is Crawfordville, of course, and it happened over the marsh right about here. And then it kind of turned off towards the north of Crawfordville near the intersection of the U.S. Highway 319 and then Florida Highway 267. And by the time it got to that general area, it weakened rather significantly. So as of right now, I think you guys are fine. Of course, you guys know the drill whenever there's a new tornado warning that does get issued, but I really do think that that was just a rarity. So I don't think you guys need to be that concerned about storms like that. So you guys should be good. Evelyn with the 23 months of the tornado tracker. Hello, hello. Thank you for dealing with my stupidity for almost 2 years. I really do appreciate. That's how I view it now. It's just I be stupid on stream. Sometimes I could be really smart, but I can purposefully also be pretty stupid. And the fact that you are continuing to tolerate my stupidity, I really do appreciate it. Strongly rotating just a few miles to our north, almost on the ground. How is that a tornado report then? I guess it doesn't really matter. Normalized rotation is intensifying, which is, I guess, all that matters, because this is a storm that is continuing to show signs of it getting stronger and stronger. And man, oh man. Do I think tomorrow might get upgraded? Are we talking about the United States, or are we talking about Germany? Because I think tomorrow, I really do think, believe it or not, I think that Germany's weather event tomorrow could potentially be the strongest severe weather event that we can have in June so far. I really do. It has the potential to do so. I think some areas tomorrow in the United States could potentially be upgraded, but I don't think it'll go beyond a 2 out of 5, a slight risk. If it does, though, it'll be for hail and wind. That'll be pretty much it. What's going on in Germany? Tornado outbreak. If I were the Storm Prediction Center and I existed in Germany, I would issue a 10 sig. Can you show the Germany forecast? So there's a group that does outlooks. They're called Estofex. The unfortunate thing about it, though, is they haven't issued one quite yet for Germany for tomorrow. But they issue stuff on a scale of 0 to 3. So, like, for instance, this was their thing for today. So, a big 2 out of 3 on the severe weather scale, extending from portions of Spain all the way through into Eastern Europe. So, my guess is we could potentially be seeing a 2 out of 3 to a 3 out of 3 somewhere in central portions of Germany. I'm thinking areas north of Frankfurt. So like the Dusseldorf and the Paderborn areas. That's where I'm thinking. How good are the radars in Germany? Not exactly the best, but it is... I can work with it. I've done it before. I covered the F2 in Paderborn last year, I believe is what it was. That's what people have told me. And so... But yeah, that's what they have for today. It's actually technically over already. And I'm pretty sure they will issue a new one here very soon. Or at least I hope they will. Because realistically speaking, we've got a pretty significant event that is possible tomorrow. The radar seems to be having issues with this new tornado warning. It is south of Akron as to where this new tornado is currently located in Colorado. So if you know anyone who lives over there south of Akron on Highway 63 in Colorado, please be sure to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. All right, there's once again the threat for tornadoes within your area. Do I reckon Dusseldorf could see tornadoes as well tomorrow? I think it is possible. They're on that northern edge. They're next to the warm front in the triple point, which is where the highest activity, in my opinion, is where it's going to be. So I do think they could have a shot. It just depends upon where the storms form along that warm front and that triple point, which if you were to think about how storms maneuver. Here, I'll actually show you guys on the models with the American model, the GFS. Go national, go Germany, and I'll show you guys the 500 millibar wind shear, right? So you can see it's got a nice little trough that's moving on through here tomorrow. You can see the dip in the jet stream right here. All right. So we have our low pressure system right there on the left-hand side. If I go to the surface and show you guys the dew point with wind barbs, you'll be able to see here is our low pressure system right here. That's a new tornado warning. So actually listen in real quickly.
Tornado warning for Central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
So that's just a new tornado warning, an extension, if you will. But there's our low pressure system. Our wind barbs are swirling just like this. And in order for me to tell as to where the warm front is, when you have winds that come from the south, as soon as they turn and start heading west, that's where your warm front is. So your warm front exists right here for now. And your cold front exists right about here for now. All right. This is in the early afternoon. We're talking 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock in the afternoon for Germany into the Benelux area. It moves on through. You can see the warm front continues to stay in that area. Your cold front is right about here. We're now talking about, this is 5 o'clock for Germany. And then this here is heading into the evening, into the overnight hours. And you can see that warm front continues to just plant over portions of central to north central Germany. And anywhere that's in that warm front, and then I mentioned the triple point as well, where the cold front meets the warm front, which is right about here. This is called the triple point. And anywhere within that area to areas along the warm front is where I'm anticipating the threat for tornadoes to exist. So I'm personally a warm front truther, but triple point truthers aren't far off either, and I support that as well. So that's how I feel about the stuff for tomorrow. PDS. You know, I really want to look onto Twitter and see. Oh, wow. Well, there's your tornado. All right, so I'll tell you what. I'll show you this first. It's in the top part of our screen. I don't know who took this picture originally, but I'm pretty sure someone did. If someone could tell me who took this picture so I can credit them, that would be great. But a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for central Washington County in northeastern Colorado until 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 4:37, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 6 miles north of Elba or 8 miles south of Akron and is nearly stationary. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for central Washington County in northeastern Colorado. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. So we've been watching this thing for quite some time, and it's not very surprising that this has been issued. At least if you've been watching with us for the past half an hour, this isn't very surprising. And once again, this is a very strong supercell here. You can see on the radar, we have a lot of this rain here in the body that is being pulled around into this hook-like fashion. Rain-cooled outflow being pulled around. Warm, moist inflow coming into this little notch right here. This is kind of the mouth of the thunderstorm, if you will, the mouth of the supercell. And where these two combine and spin is right here on that leading edge of the hook, right about there. And you can see that upside down triangle here. This is a tornado vortex signature. If you see that, 9 times out of 10, the radar usually is telling us that there is the potential for some tornadic rotation right within there. And that is 100% correct, because you can see right here, this was sent in to us by Baseball Science. I have no idea who took this picture, though. But that is a clear tornado. That is south of Akron, and that is a beefy-looking tornado as well. I mean, just look at that. That is an ice cream cone tornado. Not exactly a cone tornado. That's an ice cream cone tornado, if I had to kind of describe it as such. That was from Dorian Antares. So let me go back then and let me retweet that. Dorian Antares. I'll follow him and I will retweet his thing because we want to be sure. And he actually has a video of it. So let's actually watch the video here. First off, once again, this is at Dorian Antares on Twitter. So if you would like to go follow him, please be sure to do so as well. Let's watch the video. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is as clear cut of a tornado as you're going to get. The fortunate thing is this thing is not moving very fast, but this is, according to the National Weather Service and this new tornado warning that they've issued, a large and extremely dangerous tornado now. And so they have issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for central Washington County. It would be greatly appreciated if you guys would help me spread this information as well. If you know anyone that lives near Akron or south of Akron in Colorado, please be sure to spread this stream out to as many people as possible. As I said, that would be greatly appreciated. And if you would like to help us spread this information with more and more people on YouTube, so that way if people just so happen to find this on their recommended feed and they live in Akron, Colorado, that'd be greatly appreciated. The best way you can do so is by hitting the thumbs up button down below and even subscribing. You can unsubscribe after the stream, as to be completely honest with you, I don't really care too much about subscribers when we're talking about people's lives, so want to make sure that we can spread the information with as many people as possible. Yeah, the radar is having issues. The radar is definitely having issues. We've got a bit of contamination ongoing right now. It's not exactly showing the truest value of what all is going on with this tornado, but you can see the general rotation. Greens are moving towards the radar, reds are the winds moving away. Somewhere here, we can actually go back a scan and it could be a bit better for us. There you go. Right there. Greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle where that tornado vortex signature is where the tornado is currently in progress. Has some good rotation with it according to the normalized rotation and quite a lot of turbulence to go with it. So this is definitely a large tornado, especially with weather spotters confirming it as well. Need to get into your safe space if you haven't already, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I'm also going to look on Twitter here on the side to see what else we can find. This was a picture way earlier. This was near Sterling, Colorado. We were talking about that tornado warning in Logan County. That's the reason. That's the tornado that was right there. You can see this noodle tornado right in there. And this picture was taken specifically by @evilbill_WX, Tim Slane. So if you want to look him up on Twitter, go follow him. Who's also a storm chaser. Please be sure to do so, as storm chasers need all the support they can get with chasing. and a following. You know, you think if chasers had larger followings, they'd be able to get their word out a lot more efficiently because they're actually there on the ground. So be sure to do that if you haven't already. Let me go back in time. There we go. And we're gonna turn this is a new tornado warning, so listen in.
Tornado warning for Eastern Weld County in northeastern Colorado, north central Morgan County in northeastern Colorado.
Oh, I hate when my Twitter does this. Right now, I am currently trying to spread my own information because I am trying to do my part as well. I want to be able to get this stream out to as many people as possible. So I'm putting this on Twitter. I don't have any people to help me do it as of right now, so we do it ourselves. There we are. We pin that, get that there. Oh, Simon Brewer's on it. Hold up. Simon Brewer. Wow. So this is from Simon Brewer. All right, he's a very well-known storm chaser. Very well-known storm chaser. I really do recommend you guys go follow his stuff because he is 100% as true as you're gonna get it. So at Simon Storm Rider, he's even got the watermark on the bottom right-hand side. You can clearly see how amazing the shot is. I'll go on there. Look at that. That's the tornado. Tornado number 4 south of Akron. Tornado number 8 currently in progress. So there's been 8 tornadoes with this thing. This thing has been spawning how many tornadoes? 8. 8. This thing just will not stop. Oh my gosh. Tony Lawbach? Ooh. Tony Law. We'll go back over here so that way you guys can see the velocities. And actually, I'll play the reflectivity to show you guys how this all is materialized. It's actually, the storm is pretty stationary. You can see how it originally was moving very far off to the north. Here it is. This is Tony Lawbach. He's been on Spotter Network here, and we've been seeing that as well. He's an AccuWeather meteorologist. Look at this. Look at this image right here from Tony. At Tony Laubach on Twitter. Look at that. Look at this shot. Look at this. Oh my goodness. I mean, wow. Akron weather cam showing storm picking up. Is that the one from Viero, or is there a separate camera from Akron that I need to know of? New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Lafourche Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Really? Louisiana? Really? Louisiana? Are we doing this again? Lafourche Parish in Louisiana has a tornado warning. And that looks to be for Golden Meadow and Galliano. So we'll look at that here in a second. I want to talk about the other tornado warning, however, that is over in Weld and Morgan counties. Because this is another tornado warning. We're going to get a lot of these tornado warnings. So if you hear your town name or your county, you might want to listen closely, right? So that's another tornado warning, of course.
Tornado warning for southeastern El Paso County in east central Colorado.
You know, this weather today is going to get crazy. And I think I knew this was going to be crazy, but it still is, like, my goodness. Yeah, it looks like the storm that is over here near Stoneham, as well as areas both south and, well, mainly south, I should say, of Stoneham. That is where the storm could potentially try to produce a tornado, but as of right now, it doesn't seem all too likely. I think the storm kind of exhausted a lot of its resources in trying to do so there. So that's kind of the good news. I think that tornado warning might expire and or get canceled here soon. However, there is a new tornado warning for this storm right here. This tornado warning is this is for El Paso County here in Colorado, and that's another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
The weather is just not going to stop. It's not going to let me talk. It's just not going to. It's just going to do things, apparently. Listen, all right? Best thing I can say is if you know anyone that lives in these counties or in these towns, please spread the information with as many people as possible. And if you live in these areas, you need to get into a sturdy structure. If some moderator in the chat can put ! tornado, that is exactly what you should do. Otherwise, get into a sturdy structure and get in the lowest innermost part of it, all right? Bathroom, a closet. If you could stay away from windows, that would be the greatest thing in the world for you to stay safe from these tornadoes. Also, if you would like to help me spread this information with people on YouTube, once again, we have numerous tornado warnings, including one with a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe. It helps us get onto the YouTube algorithm. It helps us spread this out with more and more people. And the more we can spread this out, the better it will be for people who might stumble onto this stream and live in some of these areas. I've had it happen before. I've been streaming for almost 4 years now, longest out of anyone here on YouTube. And this is no different from what I have seen in my other previous streams. So please, please, please spread the information so that way we can hopefully make a difference in someone's life. This tornado warning, once again, this is for El Paso County in Colorado. It looks like the main area of rotation is south of Ellicott. You can see reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is south of 94, and it looks to be heading to the south and east. This is heading towards this weather station which seems to be a little airstrip. So if you guys know where this little airstrip or this little airport is that's southeast of Ellicott, might be a good idea for you guys to get into your safe space if you haven't already. This is way out to the east of Schriever Air Force Base. So if you're in Schriever Air Force Base, you guys are fine. The storm has passed you guys already. It's areas that are south of Ellicott and south of Yoder. This would be heading into Yoder Road. If you know anyone that lives over there, they need to get into their safe space. All right, let's go to the tornado warning that is over in Lafourche Parish here in Louisiana. Their counties are not called counties, they're called parishes. And why they do that, I don't know. But, you know, we got to respect that, and we got to make sure that we call it out regardless. So this is a tornado warning here. This is for Lafourche Parish in Louisiana. If you live in Galliano and Golden Meadow, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Speaking of the tornadic rotation, here it is. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is right next to Galliano. And if you're in Galliano, I do not recommend going outside to try and figure out where the storm is or where the tornado is, because you're currently getting slapped by all sorts of rain. All right, you see all this heavy precipitation right here that is indicated from the radar. This is all right on top of you. And so if you try to go outside, there's a good chance that if a tornado is on the ground, it's going to be completely shrouded in rain, and you won't be able to see it until it's literally right on top of you. So if you're in Galliano, if you're in Golden Meadow here in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, all right? You can also tell that this is a supercell, even though it is tilted. You can see there's your hook right there. So if you were to tilt your head to the right, you'd be able to see this hook looks very similar to the one that we have over in Colorado with the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. You can see this has the hook here as well. It's just tilted. So it's similar. These are similar storms, and both of which can produce tornadoes. The one major difference from this is this one, as of right now, has not had a reported tornado. I'm not saying it is not going to have a tornado. It looks like it actually has the potential to try and produce, and actually might be on the ground right now, according to the spectrum width. We have a lot of turbulence over that area here, according to that. And usually tornadoes cause turbulence. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys have seen a video of a tornado before, but they seem pretty turbulent. Of course, I'm not willing to find out. I'm just one to kind of point out what I see on video and see how my input can actually try to help. And so, because spectrum width is able to pick up turbulence, I believe personally that this could potentially be on the ground as of right now. So treat it as such. If you're in Galliano, if you're in Golden Meadow, if your area is west of that, you guys need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And actually, you guys don't have underground facilities over there because you're right next to the water, so that'll flood consistently. So get into a sturdy structure and get in the lowest innermost part of your building. That'd be greatly appreciated. Let's go back to the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here, which has now been a new warning that has been issued for Washington County. This is now heading off towards the north and west, and it could get dangerously close to the Akron area. So eventually Akron will have to watch out. We're probably talking a good while away before it actually does get near that area. From the storm track here, it says about a half an hour to 45 minutes from now. So it'll take a lot of time before it gets over into that area, but this is clearly a supercell. It has produced, according to storm chasers there, as of 10 minutes ago, 8 tornadoes. 8 different tornadoes in the same exact spot. That is insane. All right, I'm not sure about you, but if you can imagine having 8 tornadoes at different times over a long period of time in the same exact spot, including one of which where 2 tornadoes were on the ground at the same time, and we showed that earlier on in the stream, that's very crazy. That is more than crazy. And so please be sure, if you are in the Akron areas, if you're south of Akron, that you are in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That is, oh wow, look at that on the normalized rotation. Oh, look at what it was. What happened here? Oh wow. That is a powerful velocity couplet. For reference, this is the normalized rotation. Normalized rotation essentially quantifies how strong the rotation actually is. You can see as our scale dictates on the left, blue is weak, green and yellow is moderate, red is strong, pink is very strong, and then yellow is intense. Or not yellow, white is intense. We're not at the white. We're not at the white. That's the good news. We're also not hitting anyone. That's also the good news. But it still is something to behold when you see something like that, to where you're just like, wow. And for reference, if people want to actually know how strong the winds are within this tornado, we have one singular pixel that says winds are moving inbound at 93 miles per hour. We have winds moving the other way at 87 miles per hour. You combine the two, and you get around, I should say, a 180 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are moving within this particular tornado, according to the radar. This is not at the ground. This is about 5,000 feet above the ground. So, of course, you know, that could be completely different from what's actually happening on the ground. But based off of velocities, that's as intense as you're going to get it. And this is a pretty powerful storm because of it. And for a storm that has produced numerous tornadoes, it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. So, this is, wow. I can't believe it. I really cannot. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued for Washington County in northeastern Colorado. This will be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 4:52, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 6 miles south of Akron, moving north at 10 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. If you are near Akron, or if you are south or west of Akron, you need to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service. Get into your safe space now. And I also want to mention this here real quickly. This is also from the official text from the National Weather Service. Their source is weather spotters confirmed a tornado 6 miles north of Elba. There has also been moments where 2 tornadoes have occurred at the same time. That I have not seen in a good while. I have not seen that text by the National Weather Service, especially that's more custom text more than anything. So I've not seen anything like it, not exactly like it, because I don't think I've seen anything exactly like that text, but I don't think I've seen anything like that in a good while. So for reference, this is a very powerful thunderstorm that is continuing to exist over portions of Colorado. The good news as of right now is it's not impacting anything populous, but it is heading off to the north, and areas near Akron could potentially be in the crosshairs for that. So we're wanting to let people know ahead of time. If you're in Akron, Colorado, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I want to do 2 things here real quickly. I know Akron has a camera. It's looking down to the south and it's not showing anything. I also know Last Chance has a camera, so hopefully that'll look north. It will not. That is unfortunate. So I'm not able to see what is exactly happening on the ground at this time, besides through people who are on Twitter. Which, by the way, if you guys do find anything on Twitter, any sort of pictures, make sure you send them to me by going into the comments and then adding me at Nate_Snyder, so that way I can show other people who might be unaware about this stuff here live on stream. But yes, there is... I want to keep you guys up to date here, because this has been absolutely amazing to watch. This is a picture from Tony Laubach. All right, he is a meteorologist from AccuWeather. He was chasing here today, and this is the picture that he got. At Tony Laubach. Go follow him on Twitter. I got nothing to say. I really don't. Because that is absolutely stunning. That is... And someone said in the comments on the side, incredible catch. I 100% agree. I mean, this is just an absolutely... This is absolutely stunning. So that is from Tony Laubach. There's also a couple other people that have done this as well. Simon Brewer. I'll show you guys his picture here in a bit. He had a nice bit of nice picture, nice footage. There's Simon Brewer's thing right here. This is from Simon Brewer, probably one of the best documenters for chasing. He's done it for so long and he does it so well as well. So I recommend you go follow him. This is his picture from it, and I'll go full screen so you guys can see. I mean, just look at that. That's from the larger tornado. There's been other tornadoes that have either spun around it or have, you know, formed in its place. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we're dealing with here today, which is really, really crazy. This is from AccuWeather here. This is from Tony Laubach. So this is a video. This is a video that we can watch. Look at that. Here, and I'll actually make it so that you can see the watermark there. That's from AccuWeather once again. And just look at the tornado. Look at how fast it's spinning. This is not sped up at all. And if you're just tuning in, this is a tornadic thunderstorm that has produced numerous tornadoes, such as this one that you're seeing on screen, south of Akron, Colorado. If you're in Akron, Colorado, this is going to head up into your general vicinity here very, very shortly. I recommend you guys seek a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Look at that. Look at the tornado on the left. So you have the tornado on the right and then the tornado on the left. How do I spell Laubach? L-A-U B-A-C-H. L-A-U-B-A-C-H. Tony Laubach. Look at this. Look at this. Believe it or not, this isn't or it could be multi-vortex, but I think this is more a satellite. I think the one on the right is the big tornado, and then the one on the left is going to be spinning around the other tornado. That's what I believe. Oh, that's a horizontal vortex. But yeah, that's a satellite. That's a new tornado warning as well. Listen in.
Tornado warning for Central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
I can't believe it. I really cannot believe it. That's just as good as you're going to get. I just... Wow. That's a new mesoscale discussion for this area. It says large to very large hail and damaging winds will continue to be a threat in the evening. Tornadoes will also remain possible with the strongest storm, particularly those near the outflow boundary. Strongest storms will still be capable of a tornado given the sufficient low-level storm relative helicity in the area. Which means we're not going to be moving anytime soon. This isn't going to stop really anytime soon for another few hours. That is absolutely stunning. I have no words. I wish I did. But that is a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued. New report, or that's actually an old report, so my apologies. But this is a new tornado warning. It is moving now northwest at 20 miles per hour from the looks of it. Who knows if this thing is actually going to recycle, but this is now started to pick up speed. And it is now... I wonder if this thing is actually occluding. I think that might actually be the case. You know what, chat? This is the case. That is occluding. It is occluding. It is 100% occluding. It is moving northwest. And hopefully this thing dies out soon. But this is an occluding tornado. It looks to be continuing to head out into farmland, so that's the good news. But if you're due west of Akron and south of Highway 34, on the off chance that there is someone that lives over there, you should be in a sturdy structure now. Because this storm has shed its old rotation. It is now moving away, and a new one is developing. A new one is developing just to the south of Akron. It is over near Highway 63, right here. You can see this is now starting to form a new little hook echo to where the rain is wrapping around the rain-cooled outflow, and then the warm, moist inflow gets pulled in. Right there is where we're going to want to watch out.
Tornado warning for southwestern Texas County in the panhandle of Oklahoma.
What? That's another tornado. Oh my gosh.
Tornado warning for southwestern Logan County in northeastern Colorado.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've gotten to the point where this event has gotten well beyond my expectation in regards to activity. I knew something could happen tornadic-wise, or at least I thought there was the opportunity for it to happen. For it to be this widespread, it's going to be a little bit difficult for me to talk about everything. But as long as you guys can keep helping me spread the information and stuff like that, I think we're going to be fine. All right? So my only request while I keep doing this is that if you are new, you help us spread the information, whether you send it onto social media, you send a text message to your friends with the link of the stream, or if you help me spread this information with more and more people on YouTube by hitting the thumbs up button down below and subscribing. Once you do that, if you see anybody new in the chat, or if you just want to say it every now and then, please be sure to tell other people exactly what I just told you in the chat. That would be greatly appreciated, because this is going to be a lot of things for me to talk about. A lot. And I might not be able to keep up with all of it. So let's see. So it's an outbreak. The stuff in Colorado is a localized outbreak. Yes. The stuff in Colorado is a localized outbreak. You are correct. Let's go to that new tornado warning that is up here. This is west of Sterling. And this is... That's not a new report at all. Is this a new report? That's not a new report. So this is a new tornado warning here for Logan County, western Logan County, near Highway 14. There is some rotation with this. You can see the grays and reds moving away from the radar, greens are moving towards. So somewhere in this general area right here is where a spin-up tornado is possible. Of course, if you know anyone that lives west of Sterling along Colorado Highway 14, it would be greatly appreciated if you were to tell them to get into a sturdy building and stay far away from the outermost part of your building. If you can find a bathroom or a closet that is in the lowest innermost part of that building, that would be the best way for you to be safe from a tornadic thunderstorm. So please be sure to heed that warning from the National Weather Service if you haven't already. It looks like that storm is also going to be kind of either stationary or just slightly moving off to the northeast. We'll see. That one seems to be moving stationary, though, so I wouldn't take too much away from that. Let's go down south to the tornado warning that is just to the south and east of Colorado Springs. This is for mainly rural areas of El Paso County in Colorado. But if you're south of Ellicott, as well as south of Yoder, there is a little bit of rotation here, albeit weak. You can see reds moving away and greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the general area of rotation would exist. So if there was a tornado, it would exist somewhere along this little outflow boundary that extends from this thunderstorm. You can see how the hook kind of wraps around, and then you might get something somewhere in this general area on the leading edge of that hook or outflow boundary. So watch out for that. Fortunately, it's mainly rural territory. There is a little airport that's right here near this little icon, And there's also this road here called Yoder Road. If you know anyone that lives south of Yoder on Yoder Road, I recommend telling them to get into their safe space as well. We'll go to the new tornado warning that is over here in portions of Oklahoma. This is specifically for Texas County in western Oklahoma. This is in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We have a camera over here, which means I actually can use this and be able to show you guys on stream, and I might actually keep it up so that way you guys can kind of see it. Why did it? Yeah, this is fine. So let's go live look over here at Guymon, Oklahoma, which Guymon, for reference, if you look above me, Guymon is right here. It's outside of the tornado warning, but this storm is anticipated to meander off into that general area. And because of that, this is going to be a good camera for us to use, especially as this gets closer. We might be able to see something tornadic here. Hopefully not in the city limits, however. If it's pretty far away, we might be able to get away with it. But other than that, I do not want to see it anywhere near a town. We also, or at least I think we do. Yes, we do. We still have the tornado warning down near Galliano and Golden Meadow. This thing still is a something to watch out for here in Lafourche Parish. So if you're in Golden Meadow, it's recommended you guys go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows as well. Let us see. It looks like the actual tornado in itself is heading further and further away from Louisiana State Highway 1, so that's the good news. I also think Galliano is in the clear from this particular tornadic storm. It has moved further and further away from you. So you should be good. You should be all right. But if you're in Golden Meadow, I wouldn't leave your safe space quite yet. I would continue to stay in a sturdy structure and stay away from windows if you guys can. Let's go back over to the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, and that might be 2 tornadoes. You know, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I think we might be seeing either a cyclonic or an anticyclonic tornado, maybe both, with this storm. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this one is actually kind of crazy. This storm has consistently been producing tornadoes. I mean, it's just been happening. That is a new tornado warning, so listen in.
Tornado warning for Central Llano County in south central Texas.
What? You know, chat. I'm going to move the one out of Louisiana. I think that tornado warning's going to expire here soon. Or at least it should. Yeah, it expires in 9 minutes. We're good. I'm going to move the warning. I'm going to move the radar out of Louisiana and into Texas. Because we have a new tornado warning. But it is not in North Texas. It's not in the northern Texas panhandle. This tornado warning just so happens to be in south central Texas, as you guys just heard from the automated voice. And it's right. It is right. It is not super south central Texas, but it is south central Texas. I need to fix this. It's too large. What? You know, there's a reason why, there's a reason why we stream some of these 5% tornado risks. There's an actual, I'm not doing it for views and stuff like that. There's an actual reason. We actually, try to keep up with everything. And, you know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you know anyone that lives near Llano, or actually that's technically Llano, because 2 L's, and I'm pretty sure it's Hispanic. 2 L's in Spanish is pronounced ya, and that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Armstrong County in the panhandle of Texas.
That I expected. I expected something to be up there. I'm going to just keep getting interrupted. These storms just don't stop. But if you live in Llano County or Llano County in Texas, near Llano or near Oxford, you need to get into your safe space. All right? If you're near Highway 16 in Texas, or if you're near Highway 71 in Texas, please, please, please heed the warnings of the National Weather Service. Don't do anything stupid. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. You can see right here, greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is south of Llano, south of Llano. So the good news is that it's not hitting that part. Llano is a larger populous area within this general vicinity, besides maybe once you get towards US Highway 281. So it's not over there. It's south of you guys. But it is more near the Oxford area, and it will eventually head over towards Kingsland, Granite Shoals, and Horseshoe Bay, as well as areas along Texas Highway 71. So if you know anyone who lives over there, be prepared for strong, damaging winds and potentially even a tornado. So please, please, please. Genuine question as a Texan. Do we pronounce it Llano or Lano? I don't know. I'm not a Texan, and I'm just pronouncing it how I think, but, you know, until someone corrects me. Which, if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, please be sure to let me know. That way I don't sound like an idiot, number one, and number two, I don't cause any confusion. So, anyways, if you live in these areas, need to get in your safe space. Llano. All right. So this is Llano County, near Oxford. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space.
Tornado warning for southwestern Logan County in northeastern Colorado.
I move on from one tornado warning and a new one comes along. All right, well, we're going to talk about this new tornado warning here for Armstrong County in Texas. This was mentioned about a minute ago, so if you just tuned in, you're saying, hey, this isn't a new tornado warning. This tornado warning from Logan County is the new tornado warning. Technically, yes, but this one is new as well, and I didn't see it until I went down here. So, new tornado warning here for Armstrong County in Texas. This is a confirmed tornado, apparently, which... it seems to be a weak tornado, and it says broadcast media has confirmed that this is a tornado as well. Do I have a camera out in this area? Do I? The answer would be probably not. Yeah, the answer is probably not. But regardless, oh, that's a pretty cool camera there as well. Pampa, Clarendon. Yeah, Clarendon's camera is offline anyway, so good luck with us using that. But it does look like a weak anticyclonic tornado. And the reason why I say anticyclonic, well, no, it's not anticyclonic, it's cyclonic. That looked really weird. But you can see greens moving towards, reds moving away. This little tight velocity couplet right here. Little small one, little weak one, But a tornado's a tornado, and we have one. This is it, and it is about to cross over. It's about to cross over State Highway 207. So if you guys live south of Claude, south of Claude, Texas, north of Vigo Park, along State Highway 207 in Texas, you need to get in your safe space. I also want to mention, you see this dark yellow polygon right here? This is a damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. Personally, I would treat those like they're tornado warnings as well, because nothing good can come from them. It's another tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Morgan County in northeastern Colorado, west central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
It doesn't end. It doesn't end, chat, so it keeps going. So shall we. Whenever you see some of these warnings and your town is in it, or if you see damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning, and it is issued for your area, treat it like a tornado warning. You should also get into a sturdy structure and get into the lowest innermost part of that building as well. Mobile homes will not cut it. Need to get into a sturdy structure. This one in particular, the reason why the damage threat is destructive is because there are baseball-sized hail within this one. And baseball-sized hail will shred windshields and windows and even siding. And if hail can get large enough, not far away from doing so, it can also go through roofs of mobile homes. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to watch out for that. Move up to the tornado warning over here. That is for Texas County in western Oklahoma. This does have some rotation. You can see reds moving away from radar, greens moving towards. Our radar is in Amarillo, by the way, which is south of this current storm. So you can see this counterclockwise spin is here. I do think it is slightly contaminated, though. But it does have some strong rotation. So we have to continue to keep in mind with that. If you're near Ava or south of Ava, near Highway 64, yeah, this is a U.S. Highway 64, as well as Oklahoma State Highway 95, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So essentially, if you are east of Keys and Burton, if you are southeast of Sturgis, if you are west of Guymon along Highway 64, there is the threat for a tornado to spawn within that area. Need to get in your safe space immediately. All right, let's go up to the northeastern portion of Colorado, as there has been more and more warnings that have been issued, and so we have to catch up with everything. The tornado warning that was for El Paso County in Colorado has now expired, so that one doesn't seem to be producing a tornado or have a shot at producing a tornado as of this moment. So that is the good news for y'all down there. We have this new tornado warning here. This is for Washington, and this is for Morgan County here in Colorado. Unlike the storm that is off to the east of it, which actually seems to be even producing a tornado southwest of Akron right now, this one doesn't seem to be all too organized. There is rotation here. It would be here just to the east of Woodrow right here. You can see reds moving away, greens moving towards once again. So right in the middle, this general area of spin is where the National Weather Service is thinking a tornado is likely to occur. There is also the other warning that is northeast of it. It is, I don't believe a particularly, no, it is still, never mind. It is still a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for a storm that has had a history of producing multiple tornadoes, including one that was a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It is now located southwest of Akron. It is right here. You can see, once again, the same recipe, reds moving away, greens and blues moving towards. So the general spin in the atmosphere, the counterclockwise spin, is where that tornado could be located. So if you're just anywhere southwest of Akron, if you're east of Woodrow, if you're east of Highway 71, State Highway 71 in Colorado, it's recommended that you just get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, because it looks like this storm, or at least these storms, have been constantly trying to produce tornadoes within this area. And we've had numerous pictures. I've retweeted them on Twitter. I'll show them to you guys here in a bit as well. But there's been a lot of tornadoes here today, especially in that localized area. So just something to make a note of for you guys that are over there. I want to move up north. I want to see these storms that are over here in Wyoming. A lot of chasers over here as well, but nothing really tornadic seems to be coming with it. So that's the good news. It seems areas in Wyoming should be all right. Just gave a quick glance. Might see some quarter-sized tail with this storm that's heading towards Natwick, as well as Wheatland. So watch out for that. But it's not the worst thing in the world that you could be dealing with, which is the good news. Let's take a look at the live look over in Guymon, Oklahoma. We'll shift gears back to that tornado warning in Oklahoma here in a second. But I want to show you guys that live look. And you can see the storms in the distance. It is there. It is way out there in the distance. But it's there. You can see it's there. And the storm might eventually head off towards a general vicinity. It says it's heading south at 10 miles per hour. But eventually storms might start to head off towards the east a little bit as well. And Guymon, though you're not in a tornado warning right now, you guys are in a tornado watch, and you guys definitely should watch out. Okay, so now this supercell here seems to be taking over, because you see this here, chat? This is a hook. This is a hook here on reflectivity. You can clearly see the rain is starting to wrap around, and this thing is starting to clear out an inflow notch for warm, moist air to come in and feed the thunderstorm. So right about here is where the tornadic rotation would be. And yeah, that does seem to be the case, although velocities are not exactly the best. It seems the supercell is trying. It is trying to put down a tornado of its own. Looks like the storm that is southwest of Sterling also seems to be trying to do so as well. You can clearly see there's a hook on this one as well. Warm, moist inflow coming in unimpeded. So this one might try to produce a tornado. I want to see if I can see a camera for that. Unfortunately, no. Not with that, at least. I'm going to exit out of that live view and see if there is a camera in Sterling that I can look at. The answer is no. Oh, there's a camera in Raymer over here that's looking to the east, but it doesn't seem to be catching up on a whole lot. So that's good. It tells me that there isn't really a whole lot with that storm quite yet. Yeah, it looks like the tornado is now starting, or this storm, I should say, that produced all the tornadoes south of Akron is now being pulled over to the west by the other storm. I think it's starting to Fujiwara a little bit. So this was the old supercell right here. This is the new supercell. And usually when you have the Fujiwara effect, which is essentially when areas of low pressure systems, such as tornadoes, or even updrafts and mesocyclones, start to spin around each other, right? So usually when this happens, usually one of them gets more intense. And we saw that a couple of days ago when we were covering the tornado event in Mississippi, to where we had a storm that rotated around the other one at Fujiwara, and then it ended up getting a significant tornado, a EF3 that ended up occurring. And we knew ahead of time that it would produce a significant tornado. We called it out about a half an hour beforehand, and hopefully we can try, if this thing does produce a significant tornado, hopefully we can call it out beforehand again, just like we did the other day. So, clear Fujiwara effect, clear two supercells that are right next to each other. And right now, I'm just hoping that this thing doesn't really put down a tornado. If it does, all right, if it does, let it be out in the middle of, you know, nowhere. Don't hit anyone. That'd be great. I greatly appreciate all the people who have helped me spread the information with as many people as possible. It's amazing what you guys have been doing for me here today. Once again, if you are tuning in here right now, if you would like to help me spread the information with as many people as possible, we have a bunch of tornado warnings. We have 5 in total as of right now. If you would like to help me spread the information with as many people as possible, copy the link to this live stream and send a text message to people or put it on social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, stuff like that. Or if you would like to help us out on YouTube, spread the information on YouTube. YouTube's algorithm will kick in once people repetitively hit the like button and the subscribe button. If multiple people do it, it helps us spread this information out to more and more people, which would be greatly appreciated. So if you guys could be sure to do that, that would be greatly appreciated. Lano, I should say, Lano. This Lano tornado warning is now expired, so you guys should be good on that front. Nothing too much to report with that over there. It looks like this tornado warning that is in southeastern Armstrong County still is trying to do things, might even recycle and try to produce another tornado. You can see, even though the radar is having issues right here, you can see the storm still is trying to jut out a little nudge right here. Starting to nudge out a little into maybe a little bit of a hook. So right about here somewhere is where I'm anticipating where a tornado could potentially exist. You can see that that is also the case here on the velocities, to where you can also see reds moving away from the radar, just like that. Greenish grays moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, right about there. So if you guys know anyone that lives in this general vicinity, albeit there isn't really a whole lot of people that do so to begin with, south of Goodnight, southwest of Ashtola, just to the east of State Highway 207, south of Claude, you guys need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. And then, of course, this storm, west of Guymon on Highway 64 in Oklahoma. It's the western panhandle here of Oklahoma. We now have 2 storms that have what look to be tornadic rotation aloft. We have this one that is south of Ava. This one was originally tornado warned here, and it is now crossed over US Highway 64. It is going to parallel the Highway 95 area here, Oklahoma Highway 95, down to the south. So if you're over near that highway, you also need to get in your safe space. And then we also have a second one. You can see here, we have some form of activity that is existing southeast of it, right here in the cell near Goodwill. So depending upon, oh, that voice crack. Depending upon what happens with this storm, we could potentially see a second area of tornadic rotation with this storm as this moves off to the south and east. So watch out for that. Can I check if Akron, Colorado? Can I check if you are good? Yes, I can. First off, I'm sure you know there's been a bunch of tornado warnings that have occurred within your area. As of right now, it seems Akron seems to be fine. The storms are now starting to move off towards your north and west. We'll have to see, though.
Tornado warning for southwestern Logan County in northeastern Colorado.
Okay. But we'll have to see what happens with this storm interaction here. As I said, when these storms Fujiwara, they start to spin around each other and they start to sling all over the place. They're pretty unpredictable, to be completely honest with you, in regards to track. Intensity, not really. But Akron, you guys are fine for right now. Stay on standby, though. Don't be surprised if the warning gets issued again. My videos are blurry. I recommend you change the quality settings by hitting the gear button. It more than likely is the bottom right-hand part of the video feed here, and you change it to a higher quality. How's Alberta looking? You guys are good from the looks of it. There doesn't seem to be any, yeah, Alberta doesn't even have any severe thunderstorm warnings, so you are beyond good. It looks like the storm that is over here just to the east of Woodrow in Washington County, it does seem like this one is going to be the one to try and intensify and become stronger than the other ones. That's what it looks like. It looks like this one's going to try and become a bit more significant, which we hope that isn't the case, of course. And yes, it does look like it. That's the normalized rotation right there. This quantifies how strong the rotation actually is. I'm actually gonna do this here real quickly. I'm gonna turn off prob severe. And I'm gonna turn the make this larger. There we go. So now we can see where the that warning is. But you can see here, this is the normalized rotation. Once again, quantifies how strong the actual rotation is. Our scale on the left-hand side dictates that blue is weak, green and yellow is moderate, red is strong, pink is very strong, and white is intense. We've seen pink once today. That was the tornadoes that were south of Akron, so not even that far away from this tornado if it is on the ground as of right now. So we hope that we don't see that again, of course, but it seems this one is going to try and put down a strong tornado somewhere here in between Woodrow, Highway 71, and then Highway 63. So if you know anyone that lives over there in portions of western Washington County, it's recommended that you guys get into your safe space if you haven't already. People said that they've sent me stuff on Twitter, so I shall take a look. Ooh, that was the tornado that was on the ground in Armstrong. Okay, so we have a new tornado video here for you guys to watch. This is from Aaron Spencer WX. So if you guys want to watch him on Twitter, if you want to watch his content in general, please be sure to go follow him. It is recommended that you guys go follow these storm chasers that I call out, because these guys work hard in the field and they get stunning pictures like this. So at Aaron Spencer WX, that's the tornado warning that had the confirmed tornado southeast of Amarillo, and this is the aforementioned tornado. And look at that. Wow. I mean, you can clearly see it's slinging up a lot of stuff. It's not as rapid of a motion as what we've seen with other tornado videos, but I mean, that is a as clear cut of a tornado as you can get. Appreciate it, Wendy. There's that video again. There's that video again. Oh, that's other stuff that I'll have to look at later on. Alright, let's move this Twitter feed over to the left. We'll get the Guymon live camera up here so that you guys can kind of see what's happening. Big difference, actually, in the camera. And I'll look at some of the messages that I've gotten here on the side. See if they're of any importance. Yes. Okay. So, nothing too much that has changed with that. Interesting. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me if you'd like to. And this is another thing. Someone sent this to me. Tyler Henderson, thank you so much. This right here is from Keaton Terry. Keaton Terry here on Twitter. If you guys would like to go follow him as well, I'm going to go do so myself because I got to put my respect there as well. There you go. At Keaton_Terry_. I mean, that's a clear-cut tornado there. That's a clear-cut tornado. Look at how low the wall cloud is too. See this? See how low it is? It's a pretty low wall cloud. Usually they're a lot higher up in the sky than that. That is multiple tornadoes at the same time. So that's pretty crazy as well. And that's a new PDS tornado warning. So, I mentioned about 10 minutes ago, I said, when these storms decide to merge and rotate around each other, right? When we have two separate supercells that start to Fujiwara around each other, one of them becomes significant. Just so happens that this other one has, and now this one has gotten the particularly dangerous situation tornado tag. As weather spotters have confirmed, a large and extremely dangerous tornado located 8 miles east of Woodrow, or 15 miles southwest of Akron, moving east at 5 miles per hour. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Morgan and Washington counties. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. So this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has been noted by the National Weather Service. And once again, if you're in western Washington County, this is southwest of Akron, this is east of Woodrow. If you are in this general area here, you need to get in your safe space. And this is not the first time that this has happened. Here today even, we had a large and extremely dangerous tornado that was located, I'll draw it out here, about 10 miles away to the northeast. Sure, it was separated by about 10 miles, or 9-10 miles, yeah. Sure, it was separated by that much. Sure, it was separated by about an hour. But, you know, the point being still stands. The threat for tornadoes is not done and over with in your area, and you guys need to heed the warning from the National Weather Service. So, guys got to get in your shelter. Have to do it ahead of time. You can see on the radar, this is as clear-cut as you are going to get of a hooking signature. I mean, just look at that. Inflow coming in, little rain-wrapped, so maybe it's not as warm and moist when it gets to the tornado. But right about here, right on the leading edge of that hook, is where you are going to safely assume where the tornado actually is. So, guys got to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Eastern Texas Panhandle? Eastern Texas Panhandle. The Eastern Texas Panhandle is good. They're fine. Although, I don't think that's in Eastern Texas. I don't think there's a panhandle in Eastern Texas. But, yeah, Eastern Texas is good. I'm going to check this storm. Looks like we might get a little brief tornado once again in southeastern Armstrong County in Texas. That's southeast of Amarillo and southwest of Clarendon. So that might be something to note. Also, is a new storm that's forming southeast of that, moving into northeastern Briscoe County and maybe even western Hall County eventually. Don't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for that as well, because that also has rotation, at least aloft. So whether or not it forces itself down to the ground is going to be something we're going to have to watch out for. Yes, all right. So the storm over here near Guymon and west of Guymon, they still have rotation, so you're going to have to watch out. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
Well, it's another tornado warning for Washington County. Not really too surprising, honestly. Oh, it might be for that. I wonder if it is for that. No, it's an extension. It's a new PDS. That is a new tornado warning again.
Tornado warning for southwestern Texas County in the panhandle of Oklahoma.
Okay, so they're just extending that tornado warning that is over there near the Ava, Oklahoma areas. So watch out for that. Still something tornadic within that storm over there. This is a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here for Washington County at 5:51 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles northwest of Elba, or 14 miles southwest of Akron, moving east at 10 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Washington County in northeastern Colorado. That will be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. I am not really too surprised by what has happened with this storm, because we predicted exactly that this would happen about 20 minutes ago. We said 20 minutes ago the threat for a significant tornado is heightened because of what happened during that time period, and of course there it is there as well. Eastern Texas Panhandle is area between Amarillo and OKC. Isn't that the North Texas Panhandle? But anyways, here's the velocities. You can clearly see there is rotation. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornado more than likely is at. So if you live anywhere, all right, anywhere east of Woodrow or southwest of Akron, in between Highway 63, State Highway 63, and State Highway 71, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Because this storm does look to be trying to produce a significant tornado. There's also other storms that are marching its way in this general vicinity as well. This also might be something to watch out for. Some of these other storms might try to produce some tornadoes as well. So when you hear the little sonar sound, all right, that's when a new tornado warning gets issued, at least for this channel. That lets me know that a new tornado warning gets issued. So everyone better listen in, so that way people may be able to know which counties get a tornado warning. And if you're in that county, then of course you probably should get into your tornado shelters. Eastern portion of the Texas Panhandle. Okay. That makes sense. One thing I will say, ladies and gentlemen, I really do appreciate you guys helping me spread the information. All right, you guys have been doing a fabulous job in helping us get this out to more and more people. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information by putting this live stream, taking the link, and putting it on social media. That would be greatly appreciated if you guys haven't already. And if you'd like to help us spread this information with more and more people on YouTube, be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe. This storm right here that is approaching the Bryce area and is going south of Bryce, this new supercell that I was talking about in northeastern Briscoe County, Texas, as well as heading into Western County Hall, or Western Hall County in Texas, I should say. This one is starting to spin up more and more. This is starting to intensify, so this will be the storm to watch over here as we get closer and closer towards areas near Silverton, Quitake, Turkey, Tampico, Leslie, Bryce, Lakeview, Plaska, Parnell. So if you're in those areas in Texas, or if you know anyone who lives in those areas in Texas, I recommend you let them know that there's the potential for something tornadic to exist over in this area. And that is as clear cut of a supercell as you're going to get as well. I mean, look at this. A lot of rain wrapping around in the outflow just like that. So rain cooled outflow, warm moist inflow. Right in the middle is where everything touches together. I mean, that is as classic as you're going to get it right there for some tornadic activity. There is the new tornado warning. Once again, just got issued right over the old one. And it's mainly because this storm hasn't really moved a whole lot, but there is the rotation. It is still there. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Our radar is down in Amarillo, by the way, in this instance. It'll change when we head back up to another radar, but still, something to note with that. I'm going to move this Amarillo radar actually back up to Dodge City. And I'm going to move the Central Texas radar up to Amarillo. Because I think some of these storms that are over in southwestern Kansas, they might start to try and fire off here. And they are. So this might also be something to watch out for. All right, back up to the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Kittiquay? Perfect, thank you. Kittiquay. Back up to the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here. It looks like the velocities have weakened significantly. So what was a tornado is now, in my opinion, no longer a tornado. Though there might still be a little noodle in there somewhere. Wouldn't be surprised. But the velocities have diminished. The tornadic rotation has weakened significantly. So that tells me that we don't have one on the ground as of right now. Now, that doesn't mean that we couldn't see another one. All right? We have seen so many instances of one tornado dying and then a new one forming. So we gotta still watch out. We gotta still watch out for this. This one is still trying to make some noise, if you will. We also have this storm that is over north of Anton in Colorado. This also has some tornadic rotation with it as well. So this one might be something to watch out for. Tornado just south of us in Claude, Texas. Yes, that is that was earlier at least. We'll go back to that radar to show you. So Claude is right here. You guys, by the way, got a lot of hail, a lot of large hail over in your area. That storm moved off to the south and east of you guys, so y'all are all right. That is your dry line. See this here, chat? See this little line? This is your boundary. This is keeping all the moisture on one side and all the dry air on the other side. And that is a well-defined dry line at that. Look at that. Goes all the way up. That's pretty crazy. That's actually really crazy. Yeah, this storm here, this one that's outside of the tornado warning, northeast of Anton, this one here actually has an updraft. Look at this here, chat. See this? This is the differential reflectivity. This essentially, to put it in easy terms, it can be a good way for me to determine... I just stuttered on the word, or on the letter D. Congratulations, Nate. This can be a good way for me to determine if a storm is strong or not. A good way for me to determine if it's intensifying or not. This here has an updraft. You can clearly see the updraft here in this ZDR right there. And the way I can tell it's an updraft is because you see the supercell, right? You have the rain that's wrapping around in the hook. Right here at the top part of the hook is usually where the tornado forms, right? And above the actual hook, above the actual tornado, is where the mesocyclone and the updraft is located. And you can find the updraft by guess where? Using the differential reflectivity. And we have that there. We can also see it ZDR arcs, which tells me if a storm is intensifying or not. So that's pretty interesting. Estofex level 3 for Germany and the Czech Republic. So we are going to be streaming tomorrow morning then. We are going to stream that Germany tornado outbreak that is more than likely going to occur. And I'm actually going to... I know we're all focused on the United States and stuff like that. But I got to take a look. There is the level 3. Wow. So this is essentially a moderate risk in United States terms for Germany and the Czech Republic, as well as southwestern Poland. Level 3 was issued across parts of Germany and the Czech Republic, mainly for damaging wind gusts, large hail to very large hail, and regionally for tornadoes. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So we will be streaming at the crack of dawn tomorrow, 6 a.m. 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And we'll stream all the way through up until the afternoon. Because it'll be in the afternoon in Germany when it is tomorrow morning. So, I've covered Germany once before, by the way. But yeah, man, oh man, I've been talking with a bunch of German storm chasers and stuff like that. We've been looking at the models over there, and it's constantly been looking more and more like a strong and prolific tornadic event. I would put it as like a 10 sig, if not a 15 sig tornado risk. And I'm gonna be covering it. I'm gonna be covering it here. I did it last time. People said it was amazing when I did, and I'll be able to hopefully make sure that the people over there in Germany are able to understand and hopefully comprehend as to what actually is happening. Because believe it or not, they don't have tornado warnings over there. They have these little red warnings, which are so vague. They don't tell people anything. So looks like the tornado warning over there south of Ava in Oklahoma still is spinning. They still have a little bit of rotation here. Red's moving away from the radar. Green's moving towards counterclockwise spin. You guys know the drill by this point. So right about there is where the tornadic rotation is at. Watching you for a bit. Been going back and forth with you on Twitter last night. Doing a nice job on your stream. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And there's no hard feelings if I went back and forth with someone on Twitter. I respect people. You know, I understand people have opinions. So, I respect you. Unless if you call me names and stuff like that and try to take a dig at me or whatever, stuff like that, and maybe I might not take as kindly to it as you may want me to. But, it happens. It is what it is. By the way, I can't exactly remember because I've been in a dig with a lot of people over the past 48 hours. So it's... Forgive me if I don't remember. But regardless, that's just a general statement to everyone who I've gotten in a dig with. I understand you have opinions. You are entitled to them. I am not going to fault you for them either. What in the world? That's contamination. All right, so one might say that this right here is rotation. But this is actually contamination. This is 100% contamination. You see whenever I go to the spectrum width, that we have this giant area of what would be turbulence, because that's what spectrum width picks up on, is turbulence. When you see a large area like that have a bunch of turbulence, it's usually contaminated. Usually it's called side lobe contamination, which is essentially when the radar takes some stuff from the upper levels of the storm and brings it down and acts as if that's what is actually happening, which it's not. So might get some weather in Greeley from the storm over Boulder and Longmont. I think we'll be safe from that big one in Akron. Yeah, Greeley and that area over there north of Denver. I realistically think you guys are just gonna get some storms with spotty hail, maybe damaging winds. That'll be pretty much it, though. What about your cousins in Munich? I think they might see some more strong damaging winds and spotty hail. Southern Germany, I don't really think is going to be as much of a threat. It's areas that are along the warm front and the triple point that are going to be in the main area to watch. Is there going to be a tornado in Norman? No. Norman is good. To be up at 6 a.m., see you in the morning. I'll see you tomorrow, Weather Princess. It should be fun. I'm going to mispronounce every single town name over in Germany, and it won't be on purpose this time. I'm just kidding. Nothing is ever on purpose whenever I'm trying to pronounce town names. I'm just not smart. Not cultured, apparently. Any German storm chasers on the stream tomorrow? You know what? I might ask around. And if I can ask around and find some, then possibly. But who knows? We'll see. Man, I can't believe they issued a 3 out of 3. That's, as I said, that's essentially a moderate risk. That's essentially a moderate risk in United States terms. A couple days ago in Chester County, we had an EF1 tornado come through north of Coatesville. I did hear about that. I could have chased that, but I was asleep. And yes, I know it occurred at like 11 o'clock in the morning. I was still asleep because I was, I came back from Hawaii, and it was still on Hawaiian time. Jet lag. You're on Discord now? Good. Good stuff, good stuff. I am always okay with people on Discord and helping out and talking about. No, they are not clockwise tornadoes in Germany. They are still counterclockwise because they are north of the equator. I apologize for not really talking about any other areas besides the ones with tornado warnings. Just the other storms really are just general severe storms, if anything. They're not really doing a whole lot to be impactful. So if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, of course, we always recommend for you to get indoors and stay away from windows. But there hasn't really been any, like, damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, which is, like, the highest level of severe thunderstorm warning that you can get, at least as of recent. There's only been one that was over in Texas, and I talked about that earlier. But as of right now, there's only a couple damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's pretty much it. Actually, there's 7 damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. They're like a 2 out of 5. Or not 2 out of 5. 2 out of 3. So Yeah, and Red Sir, that's an interesting point because I was talking to the people who were also in Germany, right? Well, actually, hold that thought. That storm that is moving up Highway 63 in Colorado, south of Akron, is still going. This is probably the only storm as of right now that has a real shot of producing a tornado, at least for this area of Colorado. So watch out for that. Central Washington County might try to head off to Akron, so we'll see. But it's got a long way to get there, and we have a lot of time between now and then, so just something to note. But anyways, back to the interesting point about the United States having superior warning system for weather. That's 100% correct, and I think that it's very effective on its own. All right, it's, you know, of course it can be improved upon, but it is the best weather warning system, or service, I should say, not system, service, in all of the world. You know, so the United States are very fortunate to have that, but they've also had this aspect of weather the most, more than anyone else. And so, you know, of course, you got to learn through some tragic events in order to get to this point. And the next couple of places that are like that is India, although India's usually infrastructure and technology is not exactly the greatest, at least with weather in general. And then we also talk about Germany, or at least Central Europe. Central Europe gets a few tornadoes, quite a few. And then, of course, Canada as well. But Canada technically is tied with the United States because they also have tornado warnings. So we were talking about how that's more of a governmental thing for them not issuing or not having tornado warnings, and how that would be so beneficial to help, you know, help people get into their shelters and stuff like that. Now they also talked about how mobile homes are not a thing in Germany. They don't exist. They are, I believe they're illegal, actually. I think that's what they told me. And so all the little weaker tornadoes that do like EF1 damage, or, you know, low end EF2 because a mobile home got obliterated, that doesn't really happen over in Germany because a lot of the houses are actually bolted it to the ground. They're actually sturdy. So tornado in Montreal. Really? No, not as of right now. I remember covering a severe thunderstorm warning for Montreal way back when. All right, sounds good, Pokey. Take luck. How does relative humidity work, and why is dew point better? I don't think dew point is better. I think they're both... In order for you to get relative humidity, you have to have a dew point. So the closer the temperature and the dew point is, the higher the relative humidity. So if the dew point is low, but your temperature is high, then it's very dry out, and so therefore you have a low relative humidity. Whereas if you have a high dew point and a high temperature, and they're around the same, then you have a high relative humidity. And of course, if you have a high relative humidity around 100%, or we can even say 90%, then usually there is condensation that forms, such as clouds and stuff like that. So the next time you look up in the sky and you see a singular cloud up in the sky, you then realize that there's 100% humidity in that one spot and nowhere else, or around 100% humidity. So that tornado warning in Colorado has now expired. We only have one right now, which is over here in western Oklahoma, the Western Panhandle. So there's your live look at the nearest populous town that's nearby. That's Guymon, Oklahoma, or at least one of the nearest populous towns that are nearby. You have populous towns like Ava, Texahoma, or Texhoma, Goodwell, and Guymon. And this is the look we are getting from Guymon. Now, usually this looks off to the west. However, I think this is looking off to the north. They might rotate the camera, though. They might try, at least. Excuse me. Texas Panhandle. The storms in the Texas Panhandle, have, as of right now, seem to be more of a hail threat rather than the tornado threat, which is the good news. So just get indoors, stay away from windows, bring in your pets. Don't leave them outside. Now, just because this is more of a hail threat doesn't mean that a tornado can't exist, but it's more of a hail threat. By the way, guys, we are inching closer and closer to 40,000 subscribers. All right. Now, as I said, I don't really care too much about subscribers when tornadoes are ongoing and stuff like that, which is the reason why I tell people to unsubscribe. But for the people who have stayed subscribed, this is a huge milestone for the channel, getting 40,000 subscribers. So I really do appreciate what you guys do for the channel and all the help that you guys provide. It really does mean a lot. It really does mean a lot. So, thank you so much for that. We're still going to be here for quite a bit, though. We're just kind of sitting, watching, waiting, trying to figure out if other stuff can form and whatnot. Now, I did say at the beginning of the stream that I wasn't expecting the stream to be super long, because the forecast for all this, believe it or not, is for the tornado threat to be present but short-lived. So the window is for about 4 to 5 hours. And we're starting to get to where that window is starting to close, depending upon how storms can interact. If things end up transition into a fully wind and hail threat, then the tornado threat will be over and we will end the stream and get ready for tomorrow morning to be specific. But will Amsterdam be affected by tomorrow's severe weather event? That's a good question. I don't think so. Yeah, Amsterdam seems to be too far north and west. Might get some wind, but like not from severe weather. All right, let's look through Twitter real quickly. Let's look through Twitter. Once again, you guys... oh, we've seen that one already. But once again, we have the threat for tornadoes. And what they have over there in Europe is their high risk. It's more of like a moderate risk over here in the United States. Yeah, what they have as a high risk over there, a 3 out of 3 on the severe weather scale, we have as a moderate risk, because usually their high risks are similar to our moderate risks. So tomorrow we will be streaming. All right, we've known this for a while that this is possibly the case, and we talked about it in the video that we uploaded on, I think it was Monday. Yeah, we uploaded a video on Monday and we talked about it. So we'll start streaming tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Of course, if you would like to come out, please be sure to do so. If you also would like to make fun of how I pronounce German town names and get a good laugh out of that, that would be greatly appreciated. And I think we're the only actual sole YouTuber. There's going to be another German weather service, or they're not really a weather service. They're a German company. And they talk about just the weather. They don't even say if a tornado's on the ground or not, believe it or not. They just say, oh, there's strong storms that are going to be moving over there. So we're going to be pretty much the only people on YouTube that are actually going to go in depth with these storms and to try to hopefully save some lives by telling people where the potential for significant tornadoes could exist. So that'll be tomorrow morning. Which is going to be pretty crazy. And I might post a link to that on Twitter here in a bit just to kind of get attention. That's a new tornado warning for northeastern portions of Colorado. So we're going to listen to that here in a second. Seen that already. There's your new
tornado warning for southwestern Logan County in northeastern Colorado.
So that's a new tornado warning for Logan County that is heading towards Sterling. So we'll have to talk about that here in a second. If you guys remember the tornado warning that was over in Galliano, Louisiana, this is from Matador, someone that I know. How I have not followed them to begin with, I don't know, but there you go. This is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Texas County in the panhandle of Oklahoma.
So another extension to that tornado warning in western Oklahoma. This is the storm. This is a wall cloud too. And here's the footage there as well. So if you want to go follow MassDogWX, at MassDogWX, this was in Galliano, Louisiana. Please be sure to do so. Helps them out a lot. All right, I want to talk about this before we go back to Twitter. Sterling, you just got a new tornado warning. If you're in Sterling, Colorado, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You can see here's the rotation. Greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the southwest of Sterling, but it is approaching Sterling. It is right on its doorstep. So if you are in Sterling, you need to get into your safe space now. You have no time. On the off chance that this does produce a tornado, which is a good reason why the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning, you need to get into your safe space. All right, we're going to go back to this. We'll look through. That's a new tornado warning, so listen to that as well.
Tornado warning for central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
So that's a new tornado warning for the south. No, it just stalled. Okay, so it's the same storm that we've been talking about. All right. This is from Edgar O'Neill. Edgar O'Neill WX. Looking at the severe thunderstorm that is south of Wheatland, Wyoming. And you guys can see, I mean, that just looks pretty crazy in its own. And you got some greenage in that too. So this is quite the storm. Of course, it's not tornadic, but still, I mean, it's still crazy to see. Land spout in North Carolina, so that's classic. And that's another storm that's over near Wheatland. Thanks, Becca, once again for sending this in. This is from at KJohnson_WX on Twitter. And that's a pretty ominous cloud too. That's pretty, pretty ominous. Oh, you're from Versailles. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow for not France because the severe threat for France is starting to diminish for you guys tonight. Tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow, if you know anyone that lives in Germany, let them know, because there is going to be some significant weather happening over there, specifically central Germany. Central Germany, there is the chance for us to see some significant tornadoes possible tomorrow. So if you know anyone, I'll be streaming tomorrow, all right? Tomorrow afternoon. It'll be in English, so of course it's going to be kind of difficult to translate for people who are in who speak other languages. But I'm going to be doing this. No, the Netherlands are not really going to be impacted. You guys are good. It's mainly Germany. All right. It is mainly Germany, and it is mainly the western portions of the Czech Republic. So it'll also be pretty funny for me to try to pronounce all of these town names, because I'm gonna need some help with that. I'm gonna need some help with that. It's gonna. I hope there aren't any misunderstandings. I hope there aren't any misunderstandings. That's what I hope. Turn subcaptions on. You know what? That might be a good idea. I'll have to try and figure out how to do that. And it comes with delaying the stream by like 20 to 30 seconds. But I can try. I'll have to experiment with that tonight. But I actually might do that. Hamburg or Lüneburg. Hamburg. I think Hamburg might be too far north. I'm thinking more of areas south of Hanover. So, like, we're thinking Hanover. We're thinking towards, like, Kessel and Paderborn. So last year I covered the Paderborn F2. I did that live on stream as well, and I told people that that was a tornado. Hanover, down to like Paderborn, Kassel, maybe Dusseldorf, maybe, might be a little too far west, all the way over to like Leipzig, and just areas in central Germany in general. Once you get north, you're good. So if you know anyone who lives in central Germany, all right, that is that's where it's gonna happen. What about Prague? Prague might actually get some activity as well. Yes. I'm getting all these gifts. Apparently. That is a new tornado watch or an extension. Yeah, that is a new tornado watch. They issued another tornado watch. 50/20 probs. So that's interesting. And they sent that down south into the Texas South Plains. So that's interesting. Do I have a disco? No. Paderborn? Is it Paderborn? Kind of like bone almost, but it's not bone. It's bone. Paderborn. Those small things I don't think really matter all too much though in the long run, because I had the guys that I talked to who are like, they're in college for meteorology in Germany, also some German storm chasers and stuff like that. They knew what I was talking about. Now that could be just a local thing, but yeah. Yeah, it wasn't going to reach France. There's no way it was going to reach France. I even knew that from the beginning of the week. I knew it wasn't going to go that far west. I knew Central Germany. Central Germany. I know enough about the models with the American and the Euro model that I know that usually, well, there's some trends that I liked. And Northern Germany, didn't like it. Southern Germany, didn't like it. Central Germany, I thought, was the likeliest scenario. Will Georgia get a threat tomorrow? It's possible, but it won't be a large threat. It won't be a strong one either. Especially if you're near the coast. If you're near the coast, then definitely. But, as I said, not as strong. Still have 3 tornado warnings as of right now. How's Perryton, Texas looking? Perryton, Texas. Let me take a look. How's Bret looking? Still just a tropical storm, not expecting much more intensity. Looking to fall apart in a few days. That's mainly because of a upper level trough. I'll actually talk about Bret in a bit if you guys want to, after these tornado warnings. I'm okay with that. Perryton, Texas. Oh, it's up north. It's up there southeast of, yeah, that's right. I had the tornado. That's right. Morgan covered it, and I wasn't here. That's right. You're 100% correct. Perryton, as of right now, is good. But they're probably going to see some strong, severe weather later on this evening. Mainly be an overnight threat. But yeah, Tropical Storm Bret, once again, is not going to be heading to the United States. So, for all the other YouTubers that are mentioning that there's a possibility, it's unnecessary, it's stupid, don't listen to them. It's stupid. There's literally no reason it causes unnecessary anxiety for people who have anxiety from storms. It's stupid. And I know for a fact that it's not going to hit the United States because I know that there are so many things that have killed these storms in the past to oblivion that is right there in front of it as well. And every single model says that it'll die even before it gets to Central America, because that's where it's heading. It's heading to Central America. So. Yeah. So I'm not the only one that's saying Bret's not going to hit the United States. It's just some of the other people that want to do it for retention and hype and stuff like that. Stupid. Tim Marshall's chasing? I mean, I guess that storm is still going on strong, but like, he's chasing that? Interesting. Michael Beard. Wow, there's quite a few chasers down here that I know of, or that I've heard of. I haven't really talked to them specifically, but interesting. Man, the supercell in western Oklahoma is still looking like it can produce a tornado. I wonder what Cameron McNally is seeing. I wonder what he's looking at. Twitter. CCMac_OSU. CCMac_OSU. Is he seeing anything? No, he is not. That sucks. That sucks. Or at least he hasn't posted anything. Yeah, I saw that too from Cameron Nixon. For whoever added me the who wants to explain this. I can't explain it. I just saw it. It's a horizontal vortex that connected the two tornadoes. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I saw the video from AccuWeather, guys. I'll show you guys here in a bit what that video is. Actually, I might as well show it to you all now. No harm, no foul in doing it. So this right here is from AccuWeather. This is specifically from Storm Chaser Tony Laubach, who caught the actual video of the tornado. And this was, what, a good hour and a half, 2 hours? I'd say 2 hours ago. I'd say 2 hours ago. And I'll zoom out of that so you guys can see. Look at this. I mean, look at how rapid the motion is of this tornado in particular. All right, it's spinning quite fast. And then I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. Give me an opportunity to eat as well. So now what you're seeing here, I think it's pretty obvious. There's two tornadoes. However, this one is the dominant one. This one is the weak one. And so this is a satellite tornado. This one is actually one that revolves around the dominant tornado. Now we're coming up to the thing to where it's going to be pretty hard to explain this scientifically. But what's being asked is this right here. You guys can see that. That is a horizontal vortex that looks to be going from one tornado into the other. How that is possible, I have no idea, because that is way beyond my expertise. I am not smart enough to mathematically try to figure out how that works. But man, oh man, was that thing, you know, just a crazy tornado. Absolutely crazy tornado. So that was over in northeastern, that was in northeastern Colorado. That was about 2 hours ago. We still have a couple tornado warnings. Of course, we have the tornado watches that have continued to be in effect for much of the plains. And we still have this tornado warning down here in southwestern Texas County in Oklahoma. This is western Oklahoma, the western panhandle. And it looks like the rotation has started to die with this particular storm, but it still looks like a powerful supercell. You can see the rain is still wrapping around into a hook-like fashion. You can see the inflow is coming in unimpeded. So the moisture is getting to the storm. And right here, at the tip part of the hook, or it's actually a little bit more back inside. That is where the rotation would be. The only thing about it is that the rotation at the surface right now doesn't seem to be strong enough to really do a whole lot. So we'll keep watching that one as this continues to progress further south. Texhoma, if you're in Texhoma, Oklahoma, you guys might need to watch out for the potential of not only some large hail, but maybe the chance for a tornado in your general area as well. We'll move back up to the tornado warning that is over here in Washington County. We've had Washington County, Colorado called for an unreal amount of time throughout the day. You know, it's just, if you can only imagine, all right, and this is the reason why I'm so happy right now with what we've had so far. This entire area right here, in between Akron, right here, Otis, whichever, so Anton, so Otis, Akron, Woodrow, Anton. Everywhere in between here has had tornadoes, right? But it's in between all these town areas. So my thing is I'm happy that this didn't sit over any of these other areas. All right, we didn't have constant tornadoes hitting the same exact spot where people live. And so I'm pretty happy about that. How does it look for the future of Kansas City? Is it going to be bad Saturday? Saturday, it's a little hard to tell because we are still a little far away. But I do think that there is the chance for some strong severe weather to move on through that area. But I just can't really give you a whole lot of specifics because of that. I just know that something is going to move through that general vicinity. Can I check the Cahors cell in France? Probably not. I looked at the models ahead of time for the stuff in France, and it screamed hail to me. I don't really think anything tornadic is really going to happen over there. If it does, it'll be kind of something similar to what's happened today without all the significant tornadoes. It's just specifically the stuff in Wyoming. I'll say it's comparable to the stuff in Wyoming. See, Becca, you're not the only one that has it stuck in their head. It's still stuck in mine. Portions of western Oklahoma have been cut out of the tornado watch. So, all is left is literally 2 counties in Oklahoma that have a tornado watch. Everyone else is good. So if you're in western Oklahoma, besides, well, the western panhandle, I should say. If you're in the western panhandle of Oklahoma, you guys still need to watch out. Looks like the storm that's north of Anton is trying to spin up. It looks like it is trying. And I mean, we can clearly see this is a supercell. We can clearly see this is a well-defined supercell. You can see all the rain wrapping around into this hook-like fashion. Inflow coming in, slightly impeded. You can see a lot of the other thunderstorms that are trying to block the warm, moist air from getting into the storm. But it doesn't seem to be really stopping it a whole lot. And so this is a pretty powerful supercell with a lot of large hail behind it too. We can take a look at the maximum expected hail size. And according to the radar, it says that this storm could have 4-inch sized hail. That's grapefruit sized hail there. Any chance of things popping off in Houston area? Currently for monster, north of excessive heat warnings all along, just a bit worried. You guys have a severe thunderstorm watch for you guys' area, so I think it is definitely possible for you guys to get some severe weather. It'll be overnight though. It'll be overnight. And the heck is that? Anyways, I think you guys... Oh, that might be a strong tornado. I don't think it'll be anything tornadic. Not anything like what happened earlier on this year. I think it'll be a lot of damaging winds and maybe some spotty hail. But that might be a tornado. That could be a strong tornado, too. This is a, yeah, I mean, this could be a tornado here north of Anton. It could be a strong tornado at that. That is a, it's gonna be really interesting. I gotta say, I really do appreciate all what you guys have done. I really do. All the support, all the sharing the information with as many people as possible. It really does help out. If you would like to continue to help us spread the information with more and more people, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. What in the world is happening outside my... I don't know what's happening with my family. Anyways, please be sure to help me spread the information with as many people as possible by spreading the stream onto social media. And if you'd like to help us spread this out to more and more people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe if you would like. Helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. But yeah, no, I greatly appreciate what all you guys have done. We're over 600 likes now. We're over 600 likes, so we are still skyrocketing with that. I guess there's a slap fight outside my door. I don't understand. People are being loud regardless. And that's not really too surprising. But it's still just kind of like, alright, really? That's not a debris signature. Okay. I was scared for a little bit, but that's not a debris signature. That is not a debris signature. That ain't it. That looks to be hail. Looks to be hail. Yeah, that does seem to be hail. KDP tells me that there could be a lot of dry hail within that area. So that's my guess. My guess is hail. Oh, hail, as they like to say. Thanks, James. I really do appreciate it. Likely on the ground in Texas, not tornado warned. Probably that one. I think Reed Timmer might be on that one. So if we check, Reed Timmer might be able to find it. Dry hail? Yeah, so dry hail is essentially when you have no rain with it, and it's just hail that falls from the sky. That's what dry hail is. Could be large hail too. Yeah, that looks to be what seems to be a tornado. Daniel Shaw is on it too, so he might be able to stream, or he might have a stream on it. No debris signature, not that I would think it would have a debris signature. Yeah, I think Daniel Shaw might be the best chance. Daniel Shaw, Storm Chaser. Is he streaming right now? The answer is no. I had a talk with him before I played Outbreak. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for South Central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
Oh, Reed turned off his stream. Well, I guess we're not able to see anyone who's down there. That's nice. I guess everyone's just kind of doing their own thing, apparently. Oh no, Jordan Hall's all the way up there in Tampico. Yeah, no, he's on the wrong storm there, buddy. PDS Colorado, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I was like, you know what? That could be a strong tornado, and it... Reed's not in Texas? He isn't? Where was he? Reed's in Wyoming? What? Doesn't Jordan Hall usually go with Reed then? I guess they just split up for today. Yeah, this is a... It's happening again. It is happening again. Yeah, I'm starting to run out of words to say about this stuff. I'm starting to run out of words. Man. He had Doug from AccuWeather with him today. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the screen right now, we have the third highest tornado warning that you can get. Well, not third highest. The second highest tornado warning that you can get. It's a 3 out of 4 on the tornado warning scale, if you would like to call it that. The National Weather Service in Denver, Colorado has issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Washington County in northeastern Colorado. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 6:53, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 5 miles north of Anton, or 23 miles south of Akron, moving east at 10 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Washington County. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. This is a significant tornado, ladies and gentlemen. This is no doubt in my mind. There's a good chance that this thing is on the ground, and this is a strong one. This is something similar to what we've had already. That's a new tornado warning as well.
Tornado warning for North Central Dickens County in northwestern Texas, Southern Motley County in northwestern Texas.
So that's the new tornado warning for the storm that we were talking about earlier, that someone mentioned in chat that there could very well be a tornado in Texas. It is for those counties. If you are in those counties, you too need to seek a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. But this right here is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. If you are north of Anton, all right, this is getting dangerously close to Anton. if you live anywhere near Anton, Oklahoma, or not Oklahoma, Anton, Colorado. I'm still stuck on that Oklahoma tornado warning down there. You need to get in your safe space. This is a strong velocity couplet. I'll go to the normalized rotation. You can see that the normalized rotation is indicating strong rotation. Our scale on the left-hand side dictates as to how strong the rotation actually is. Blue is weak, green and yellow is moderate, red is strong, pink is very strong, and of course white is intense. And we are at the strong levels of rotation as of this time. Earlier it was in the same situation where it had some strong rotation. We're in the same situation again, and it seems, even though it says on the normalized rotation that it weakened a little bit, don't let that fool you. It looks to be still in that strong capability, at least as of right now. For reference, I'll show you guys the delta velocity. This is how fast the velocities are, or this is how fast the winds are within the tornado. So I'll do this here real quickly. 82 miles per hour inbound velocities versus 64 mile per hour outbound velocities. Combine the two and you get a 100 and oh gosh, a 155 mile per hour delta velocity, or not 55, I don't believe, 45 145 mile per hour delta velocity. My math is off right now. I am tired. I need to go to sleep. I haven't had sleep in like, or not quality sleep in a while. I'm still reeling from Hawaii. I'm losing my mind. But it's a 145 mile per hour delta velocity. And what is now, if you look into it now, 70 on top of 65, it is a 135 mile per hour delta velocity. So this is not that big of a difference, to be completely honest with you. It's only 10 miles per hour. So need to get in your safe space with that. That is a confirmed tornado in Texas. So we'll go down to that as well. And yeah, that's the report here by Daniel Shaw. So there you go, Daniel Shaw. We knew he would be in the thick of things. What island did I visit? The Big Island and Oahu. I enjoyed the Big Island more because that was the time in which Kilauea erupted, so I volcano chased. But their time is like 8 hours behind what it currently is right now. So yeah, I have no idea what Ben Holcomb said because he's just sitting in the same spot and the spotter report is being stupid. That might be a debris signature, but we'll see. That is still a strong velocity couplet, and we can go to the normalized rotation. You can see we're on the higher end of moderate rotation. So this is a strong storm. This is a strong storm here. I'm producing a tornado right now as we speak. This is heading towards the Matador area. All right, this is now starting to get a little concerning for the people of Matador as this is heading off to the south and east. It's actually moving south at 20 miles per hour. So Matador, if you are in Matador, Texas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Don't go outside to watch this storm. It is right on your doorstep. So Matador, Texas. If you know anyone that lives in Matador, Texas, call them up right now. Tell them to get into a sturdy building. All right, a mobile home will not help you. You need to get into something that is anchored to the ground. So this is heading straight from Matador. And you can see Matador is a little populous. A little bit of populace over here heading towards this town. Take a 3D if possible. You know what? I think we are close enough to the radar to do it. So let's do it. I'll show you guys what it looks like within this supercell here. And there you go. That is your inflow notch, ladies and gentlemen. This little cave right here, that's where the storm eats up all the moisture in the atmosphere. It gets channeled down all the way down into it. Gets pulled up from the ground, from the sky, and it gets just pulled in right there. You have your updraft right here. Gets pulled up into the storm. Big body of rain and hail. The moisture gets put up, pushed very far out, and then it falls straight back down. So this is as classic of a supercell as you're going to get with this. Man, oh man. Doesn't seem to be too much hail, though, which is the good news. Velocities are just going to start having issues. But right there is the rotation. It looks like it is heading into town. It looks like it is heading towards Matador. So this is a serious situation. I'm going to actually turn off my spotter network, so that way you guys can actually see. I'm going to remove storm track, and I'm going to remove the damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And I'm going to try to also post this on Twitter myself so I can spread the information, because that's what I want to do. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Flasty. The new SPC Convective Outlook takes the northern enhanced risk off, and it also removes that 5% risk for tornadoes. However, the 5% risk for tornadoes down south still exists, so... Is there a live camera in Matador? I don't believe so. Almost done here, chat. Trying to spread the information. Once again, Matador, Texas. If you know anyone that lives in Matador, Texas, or if you live in Matador, Texas at this time, you need to get in your safe space for a tornado that is heading directly for town. Directly for town. I just posted this on... just posted this on Twitter. What I would like you guys to do, if you have a Twitter account, please be sure to like and retweet this. Please like and retweet this, so that way we can try to spread this out with more and more people. Yeah, you can't share links in the chat. It's done on purpose. Because you can have bots that come in and put in links like that. That's a new mesoscale discussion. It says supercell tornado threat is likely peaking during the next hour or so in the Texas Cap Rock vicinity. Good storm relative helicity given a corridor of extreme surface-based instability, lack of storms nearby. Supercell tornado threat is likely peaking the next hour or so, and a strong tornado is possible. Tim Marshall got a wedge? Jeez. Yeah, just try and at me if you can. Wide cone. Oh, jeez. So yeah, it's a large tornado heading into Matador. Once again, you can see this is the supercell here in question. This is Matador, Texas. Here's the rain wrapping around just like that. Inflow coming in unimpeded. A lot of moisture that is getting into the supercell to help feed this thing, allow it to continue to sustain. And right about here is where the tornado is. You can see the reds are the velocities moving away. Greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, this counterclockwise spin. And there's the debris signature. Wow. That is debris. This tornado is slinging up debris now. That is a significant tornado from the looks of it. Wow. This is a picture heading into Matador. right here. This is from @WX_Braden. WX Braden Barton on Twitter. That's a large tornado. That's a large tornado. Right there. That's a large cone. That is a large cone. And it looks like it just went through Matador, but the velocity's weakened as it went over it. So I have no idea if this thing died as it went over it. I really do not. Because you can see right here, we'll go back in time and show you. This is what it was right here. Just to follow along. And it takes this track right there. I'll actually highlight it so that you can kind of see. Takes that track. All right, so watch. Here, there, and then it actually dies right here. So I have no idea if it actually lifted before it hit the city or hit the town. But it looks like it is now starting to pass Matador. Large rain wrap tornado from Chad Casey. Here's okay, so here's another picture. This is from @WXFanaticCC, Chad Casey, right here. Who's also another well-known chaser. And you can see on the left-hand side right here. Yoink, yoink, right there. Very rain-wrapped, very rain-wrapped. Very difficult to tell unless if you have a little keen eye, and you can clearly see it's right there. I mean, that is a cone tornado. Oh my goodness. What? This is from Andrew Justin @AndrewJustinWX. And this is his video. And this is uncomfortably close to the tornado. So I guess viewers' discretion is advised in this instance.
Right here.
Right
here.
First off, I don't know why he's that close. And second off, man, he's like right next to it, and it's just so large. He's right next to it, and it's just huge. So I hope they're fine. I hope they're fine. Once again, the storm has passed Matador, and now a new area of rotation is starting to develop on the southeastern side. So red's moving away, green's moving towards once again. You can see it's right there. And it looks like this will head towards Russellville, Texas. Now, Russellville doesn't seem to be as populated as Matador. But Russellville, if you live over there, you need to seek a sturdy structure now as well. Same thing for Roaring Springs, although it seems it'll be heading just to the east of Roaring Springs. But tornadoes do veer off the course a little bit, so we want to make sure that if you're in Roaring Springs that you also are able to continue to seek a sturdy structure just on the off chance that this storm does move in your general vicinity. This is a powerful supercell right here. You can clearly see the hooking characteristic, the rain-cooled outflow that is being pulled around, and then the warm, moist inflow that is being sucked in through the inflow notch. That is clear-cut. That is as textbook of a supercell, a tornadic supercell, as you can get it. And notice how I said tornadic supercell. We still have this particularly dangerous situation tornado warning over here. The winds don't seem to be as significant, however. Doesn't seem to be as large of a tornado as there once was either. But still, if you're in Anton, Colorado, or anywhere here in central Washington County, Colorado, I mean, we've been saying that same county for, what, a good 2.5, 3 hours now? Because there's just continues to be tornadoes in this one county here today, including large ones and multiple ones. So, Ron, is that News 9 from Texas? This also seems to be the only tornado warning here in Colorado again, which is the good news. Contrast to all the warnings we've had in the past. We still also have that tornado warning over there in Texas County, Oklahoma. So that'll be something we'll watch out for as well. But yeah, this storm that's southeast of Matador continues to show signs of life. All right, I'll pull up Twitter to see if you guys have sent me anything. It doesn't look like anything new has come around. I'll look on Twitter just briefly so that we can see. And immediately it's Lamau. Yeah, this person's not exactly the brightest. Ooh, wow. This is some of the damage that's coming in. Yeah, so knew that would come eventually. Here's some of the damage. Got some roof damage in northern Matador. From News 9. This might be Oklahoma's News 9. Why are they always... How are they in Texas and this is their jurisdiction? Doesn't make any sense to me. But man, that's some significant damage. It is Oklahoma's News 9. How is this their jurisdiction? Doesn't make any sense. This is all the way over in like Oklahoma, not Oklahoma. This is all the way over in Texas. Man. But I mean, there's roof damage on that. That roof is gone, and it looks like you can see all the way through the top of it. If you were to have like a drone footage, looks like you'd be able to see through to the actual first floor, which would mean that is some pretty hefty damage. I've got beef with the OKC News because everyone mentions every single little thing that they say, and half the time it's wrong. So it's not gonna ban anyone, all right? It's not gonna ban anyone. It's just going to time them out to replace the word. But there's this one Oklahoma event where everyone mentioned every single little thing that News 9 said, and it ended up being false, like 9 times out of 10. So I just was so done with it. I was just like, nope. If you're gonna mention anything, or if there's anything significant, KFOR will probably say something about it. So it's only News 9. It's only News 9. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Listen, anytime someone says News 9, the bot's gonna delete the comment. So the best thing to do is just to not say News 9, because if you want to mention it that badly, you can do I don't know. Local news. Or Cursed Weather Station says, or something like that. Local news something. Yeah, you can do that as well, French Core. That's good too. Check for more Matador pics. Car mangled. I wouldn't be surprised. It seemed to have been a large tornado that went through there. All right, chat. Let's stay on topic because we still have. We gotta hope that Matador is all right. Actually, I wonder if there's a police scanner. I wonder if there's a police scanner for Motley County. I doubt it, but you know. Cars at Dickens, Motley. Yeah, there's nothing. Closest we can do is Floyd. Floyd data, fire, and EMS. Might not be bad. Might not be a bad idea. And then of course there's Dickens County Sheriff. I guess it would depend upon which one is closer, but I think Floyd data, fire, or Lockney. No, Lockney's all the way over there. So probably Floyd data, fire.
Wendy's is open till
No, we don't care about Wendy's. Yeah, you can also say News 33. Man, what a heck. What a heck of a storm. I can't show you guys, I can't show you guys what Daniel Shaw put on Twitter because it's not for media use. But, I retweeted it, and you guys can see it for yourself. That's just an insane picture there of what he got out of it. Man. Oh, this might be a, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Here you go, chat. This is what I've been looking for. Because I knew it would exist eventually. This was in Matador. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Dickens County in northwestern Texas, southeastern Motley County in northwestern Texas.
Look at that. Is it going through Matador or just clipping it? It already went through Matador. Where exactly it went through Matador, I don't know. And it also looked like it weakened as soon as it got out of it, or it went through it. So that's kind of hard to... It's hard for me to say without actually having evidence on the ground of what actually happened there. I'm hoping it weakened before it got to Matador. The only issue is that we're getting some videos here that is... little unsettling. I think this is a part of a building. I don't like not an actual sturdy building. It's probably a barn of some sort, but it doesn't, that doesn't look good. I have no idea what that is in the middle of the street. Some sort of metal that's mangled. We could just actually call both of these mangled, but I think the other thing that we can take a look at is over here on the right, all these trees. You can see the trees on the right side, and they're ripped to shreds. Live weather satellite map? I have one of those already, so it's fine. Yeah, and of course, if you guys find anything on Twitter, any sort of damage pictures, please be sure to @ me. Like, go to the comments and just @ me at Nate_Snyder. So that way I could just show everyone else and show you guys, hopefully draw awareness to it. Especially if this thing, you know, because we've had a bunch of other storms that have produced tornadoes after they produced tornadoes before. You know, they produced a bunch. Look no further to what happened in Colorado earlier on today. You know, hopefully we don't get into one of those situations again where a tornado tries to impact a populous area, but if it does, we can go back to these pictures, we can go back to these videos and show, hopefully, people who might be in there that, hey, this is what happened the last time this thing produced a tornado, and it might be a good idea to heed the National Weather Service. So... getting more people pinging me. That's a heck of a lightning strike. And that video, by the way, was from Corbin Vogues WX, at Corbin Vogues WX. This is from Weather Track US as well, who's watching News 9. Oh, man. That... Oh, man. I mean, that is... And it looks like to the left over here, it looks like this was where a mobile home was. Because I can see these bricks over here. Usually this, having bricks around a foundation with a lot of dirt and stuff like that, that usually tells me that there's a mobile home there. That is just... And someone even mentioned, yeah, someone mentioned the pickup truck in the background. I mean... Wow. I mean, this is the reason why we ask people to get into sturdy buildings. You know, I hope everyone's okay. But I mean, you can see off of the damage there from just the cars alone. Cars are not safe. Cars are not safe to ride out in a tornado. Tornadoes can and will toss cars. Can and will. This is another picture here. This is from Jeremy Milligan. Jeremy Milligan. At J Milligan 811 of the tornado before it got to Matador. I mean, that is a large tornado. I mean, that is... Wow. Here's some more damage. This is from Andrew Justin. So the guy that took the close range video of the tornado as it was going on about. I'll show this to you guys here in a second. But here's the supercell once again. Still tornado warning heading into Dickens County now. So if you know anyone that lives in northeastern Dickens County, east of Glen, east of Elton, northeast of Dickens, they need to get in their safe space for the potential of a tornado here in this area. And there is rotation. You can see reds moving away, greens and blues moving towards. Might potentially even see a significant tornado off of this as well. I wouldn't be surprised. But this is from Andrew Justin at Andrew Justin WX. We'll go through all the pictures that he had. So, and even if you are not looking at the semi, I mean, you can see buildings that are okay over here. And then you see this building right here. And then the silhouette of that building over there. I mean, wow. That, I have no idea what that is right there. But these are a lot of buildings out here that are just... And that's a bent power pole too. Now these power poles right here, this is really interesting. These power poles are not bent right there. So I'm curious to see what the National Weather Service finds in a few days with how strong this one actually was. But I mean, this looks like a lot of mobile homes took a lot of damage. A lot of mobile homes. I'll go to the next picture. This is a video, actually. Oh, that's a house or some form of property. Building. Right here, I believe. Man. I mean, that's just... That's just crazy. I appreciate you guys sending stuff over to me to help me show the other people on stream so that we can get awareness, because this is definitely an unfortunate situation that occurred, and we hope the folks of Matador are all right. We hope that they make it through this one, but it's just It does not look great. That also. This is from Weather Track US, who's also looking at News 9. I'll actually zoom it in here so you can see. This is from Weather Track US. Yeah, that just... It's collapsed. Man. As of right now, this is the only tornado warning right now. This is still in northwestern Texas. This is heading into Dickens County once again. And that's why I was still on edge. I saw on the radar that the velocities weakened as it passed through Matador. And I was like, man, maybe, just maybe, this thing died right before it got to it. But it definitely doesn't look like that at all. And that's the reason why, even when there's a tornado warning, even when there's even a slight bit of rotation, you don't let up. You don't get out of your safe spaces or whatever. And, you know, that's not saying that any of these people didn't. That's not saying that any of these people didn't. But, you know, it's a learning experience for everyone else who are here. That if you're under a tornado warning, you gotta respect it, regardless if it's producing a tornado or not. Because you just don't know. Yeah, search and rescue is ongoing at this time. This was how large the tornado was. This is from Ken Johnson at Ken Johnson WX, and I mean, just look at how massive it is. That's a large tornado. That might be a half-mile wide. Might be. Based off of perspective, it's definitely a quarter of a mile wide. That's for sure. Could be a half-mile wide. I'll keep looking through Twitter here, chat. Once again, as I mentioned, and this is now heading into Dickens County, which might actually be good for us, because I think... Yeah, there is a scanner out here in Dickens County. Or at least I think there is. Yes, there is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the Dickens County scanner. Error connecting to the feed. Play live, please. Okay, never mind. It's just not going to connect to the feed. I was going to say, if they've got any reports of it live, they're going to be able to tell us, but... there's another storm that's heading into Matador. It's not tornadic as of right now. It doesn't look like it'll be tornadic as of this moment, but it is going to produce some large hail. So Matador, you're not done. They probably should issue a severe thunderstorm warning, honestly, for this storm. Because there's another storm that's heading into Matador. It'll probably produce some large hail. So for people who are undergoing search and rescue, they also might be impacted by that. And just looking at the grand scheme of things, it looks like there might be a couple other storms, but they might be a little ways away before they get to Matador after this one. So you might have a good stretch after this storm to do extensive search and rescue, but time's ticking. I mean, the first storm is getting very close to the city. Once again, if you know or if you've seen anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me. @ Nate_Snyder on Twitter, so that way I may be able to share with everyone here live on stream, so that way we all can kind of either A, comprehend what just happened, or B, maybe able to try and warn people out ahead of these storms. So that way, hopefully people may be a lot more prepared. How fast was this thing moving? Southeast at 25 miles per hour. It felt like it was moving faster than that. South at 20 miles per hour. Yeah, it felt like it was moving faster than that. Still feels like it's moving faster than that. Yeah, I saw it, security guard. We technically already have a satellite. If you're just tuning in here right now, we just had a significant tornado move through the town of Matador in Texas, where I've retweeted a lot of the pictures of damage across the board, but I'll show you for an example what one of which was. That is a picture of the tornado. Here's some of the damage here in Matador, Texas. And you can see the house is just not standing anymore. If we're gonna spam, I'm gonna have to turn on slow mode. So we might as well do that. We're not going to turn this to subscribers only mode though, because I have respect for everyone else in the chat for right now in talking about this. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
So that's another tornado warning for Washington County. So Washington County continues to get more and more tornadoes. That is another area of rotation. It's west of Matador. It doesn't look strong enough to produce, though. That's from what I can tell. It's not quite there yet. It's trying. It's trying its best. The storm is trying its best, but multiple properties impacted. Full size up needed. Needs to be delayed due to incoming storm. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Three miles east of Afton, Texas. Tornado on the ground. Stovepipe. 1 mile north of my location. Debris in the air. Afton. Afton. Where's Afton, Texas? Where is Afton, Texas? Hold up, because there's been a report of a tornado in Afton, Texas. Afton, Texas is south. So it's north of Dickens. It's this Elton area. So this is where the report of a tornado is. So this storm is back on the ground producing a tornado, which makes sense. That's exactly what we've been thinking. This storm is just gonna get more and more opportunities for this thing to produce a tornado, honestly, because it's just got no other storm to really combat against, to fight for all the moisture. It's got a storm behind it, but what is that gonna do? All the moisture is down south of it right here. You can see this is the outflow boundary from the storm. And it's heading towards the south, which is where a lot of this moisture is. A lot of these dew points that are in the upper 60s to the lower 70s. So this thing is going to keep going for a while, unfortunately. But this is a stovepipe tornado, a tornado in progress. This is going to be heading towards Highway 82. So if you're in Dickens County, northeastern or eastern Dickens County here in Texas, you guys need to get into your safe space here. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is areas east of Elton, east of Afton, east of Dickens, east of Glen, and areas along Highway 82. Eventually this will cross over Highway 82, and it could go in between Dickens and Guthrie. So Guthrie, Texas, here getting into King County, they might need to watch out, because this will be coming close to them as well. So yeah, and there's the new tornado. Someone just sent in a picture here. This right here is from Bruce Haney at Sitka Bus Club. At Sitka Bus Club on Twitter. That's a new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for Central Goshen County in southeastern Wyoming.
That's another tornado warning for Wyoming. So we might actually move over to the 2 tornado warnings in Colorado and Wyoming for a bit to try and inform those people out there. But that's the tornado that is back on the ground northeast of Afton. And you can see it's there. You can see that it is slithering back down and trying to touch the ground. I don't see a debris cloud there, but I mean, of course, it's shrouded in rain, so it's going to be very difficult for you to see it in general. The fact that they have it is a spectacle to try and inform people. It's, you know, spectacle or a miracle, I should say. It's probably miracle is probably the better word. Man, there's just some significant damage in Matador. Yeah, I can't show that on stream because it's not for live broadcast. But I am going to retweet it on Twitter anyways. And, I mean, that's just some significant damage as well. All right, I'm going to move up to the tornado warnings that are up north. And the reason being is because other people could potentially be impacted as well. And we want to make sure that you guys know where these storms are going to be going ahead of time rather than as they are happening. So if you're southeast of Anton, along Highway 36, U.S. Highway 36, approaching Cope in Colorado. Cope in Colorado. Need to get in your safe space. There is rotation with this one. You can see reds moving away, greens moving towards, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And that's the reason why the National Weather Service in Denver has issued this tornado warning. So southeastern Washington County, if you're over in these areas, you need to seek shelter now. Once again, this is Cope. This is areas near State Highway 59, so Colorado State Highway 59. And then this could eventually head towards Joe's as well. So this will definitely be something to watch out for. We also have another tornado warning that is over in Wyoming. This is right there. Perfect. This is well off to the northeast, very far off to the northeast of Cheyenne. This is heading towards the Yoder area. So if you're near Yoder, you need to get in your safe space. And there is rotation. As a matter of fact, there's been a report of a funnel cloud about 6 minutes ago. Rapidly rotating wall cloud with RFD cut wrapping around 4 miles southwest of Yoder. And that is 100% correct. You can clearly see here on the radar, the same exact recipe for a tornado existing is evident here based off of the radar. You can clearly see the counterclockwise spin, and therefore, good chance that the threat for a tornado could exist. Now, the good news is that you saw we had a lot of brighter colors, a lot of bright reds and bright greens. That has now moved off to darker reds and greens, which according to the scale gets closer and closer towards it being very, very weak to almost non-existent wind within that area. So there's slight rotation, but it is next to almost dead. So that is the good news there in that sense. Still, regardless, We got a severe thunderstorm warning with that storm as well. And if that severe thunderstorm warning continues to hold up, that would have a history of producing tornadic rotations, which means areas near Yoder, areas near Huntley, Hawk Springs, Veteran, as well as eventually Torrington, Henry, and Lyman near the border of Wyoming and Nebraska will need to watch out for the threat of some tornadic activity. So that'll be something to watch out for as well. All right, let's go back down south. We got to go back down south to the significant situation unfolding. You can see there is a very large supercell that is now hitting Matador as we speak. And this is just a powerful secondary storm that's moving on through. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be tornadic. This one does not seem to be tornadic at this time. But the bad news here is that this is going to be producing some pretty large hail as this moves through the town. So this town, for those of you who just tuned in here right now, just got hit by a significant tornado. And search and rescue did start. Now, we don't know if search and rescue is continuing because of the fact that this secondary storm is moving through the area, producing some large hail, I would say in upwards of golf balls. And golf ball sized hail does do some significant damage in its own right. Not, of course, as bad as a tornado, but it could knock out windshields and windows, does damage to sidings of houses. And if you can imagine, you know, a tornado just hit this town. A lot of people don't really have a whole lot of shelter. So these people are going to be pelted by a lot of this hail. And we just have to hope that they got into a sturdy structure. If there's some form of sturdy structure somewhere in the area of Matador, or even if other people who are driving down lend their cars and their seats, so that way people can get out of the rain, get out of the hail. That would be, you know, that would be the best thing. This is Matador, Texas. If you're just tuning in here right now, this is Matador, Texas, and southeast of Matador, Texas, where we still have a significant supercell ongoing with a history of producing numerous tornadoes, one of which was a large tornado, likely a strong tornado that went through the town of Matador. This is going to be heading off in between Dickens and Guthrie. So if you're over here on Highway 82 in between Dickens and Guthrie, now is the time for you to get into a sturdy structure. Either that, or you can go ahead and head east. You can head east towards Guthrie, or you can head west towards Dickens. Try to move out of the way of this storm. You have enough time to do that now, but time is running out. Time is running out. The warning that was up in Oklahoma, the tornado warning that was up there that started moving down into Texas, no longer has a tornado warning, just a general severe thunderstorm warning, and it has no radar and it has no rotation whatsoever. So we are good in that sense. That one doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. So this is really the only cell that is the true tornadic thunderstorm that is doing activity. This is a true supercell that is actually moving on through. Downburst in Houston, I'll take a look. Which radar will I have to sacrifice? Let's go with Pueblo. Pueblo is KPUX. Let's shift that over down. That's not the right radar. Oh well. We'll work it out because Pueblo, I can just move up to the north, back over to Denver. So the one thing about Houston, I will say, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm watch. Actually, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning now, technically. And we mentioned earlier that there's a complex line of storms likely producing damaging winds and maybe even some spotty hail that would head off into the general area. Now it is starting to get closer. Now it is starting to get closer. That is some very interesting signals on the radar. One thing that I don't really care about with this radar is that it's so far out of the way of Houston, that it is so so close to the actual Gulf of Mexico that it actually is looking a bit further away than some would want it to. But on the other hand, this is kind of perfect, a perfect spot for this radar to actually tell us exactly what's going on. And what I'm seeing here, at least with storm relative velocities, you can go to the base velocities and actually see what is happening with the storm. You can see that the radar is picking up a lot of high values in velocity. Now, do I actually think that's actually realistic at the surface? No, because the radar is actually looking up about 3,000 feet above radar level within this area. And so we actually had a little bit of a report here. This was from 4 miles east-southeast of Tomball, to where there is a 62 mile per hour wind gust report. Now, I actually think might be a little bit more than that in areas to the east of that near Spring and Westfield. And that'll head off towards the northern side of town and eventually towards the George Bush International Airport. That's actually ongoing right now, heading into the airport as we speak. So if you're on the northern side of Houston, if you're either near, I believe that is the State Highway 8 toll road. Can't remember which toll road that is or what it's called specifically. But if you're near the toll road there for State Highway 8, or if you're over in the beltway of 610 in northern Houston, as well as areas east of Houston, that is where you guys are going to be seeing the main activity. But this right here is a surging Boeing segment right here. Usually the tip part of the Boeing segment is where the more significant damaging winds are associated with this storm. So watch out for that. We'll actually put a storm motion from warning to kind of show you guys. Yeah, it's expected to head to the northern side of Houston, as well as to the eastern side of Houston here as well. So Houston, Sheldon, Pasadena, as well as Baytown and LaPorte, and then of course in the near future, of course, the international airport, Humble, Mount Houston, and Aldine. You guys are also in the general area there as well. We'll move back over here to areas over here in Wyoming. This now has had a confirmed tornado with this one heading into Yoder. Fortunately, as of right now, it looks like the main one that had the associated, or I should say the original rotation for this tornado, and actually had the spotter report of a funnel cloud rapidly rotating. That rotation has actually fizzed away. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of rotation with this one still, but this severe thunderstorm warning has now had a history of producing brief spin-ups. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, this is specifically for Goshen County here in Wyoming, I would watch out for the potential of some strong damaging winds, as well as the potential for a spin-up tornado. So watch out for that. That's a new tornado warning, so listen in.
Tornado warning for eastern Dickens County in northwestern Texas.
So they extended
southwestern King County in northwestern Texas. Southwestern Cottle County in northwestern Texas.
Yeah, so they did extend it. And wait, Cottle County? Cottle County's over here. They didn't have... Oh, so they just barely included it, but it's still a PDS. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued here. This is specifically for King and Dickens counties here in Texas. That'll be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 9 miles east of Afton, or 12 miles northeast of Dickens, moving south at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. If you guys are over in the Dumont and the Afton areas, you guys need to get in your safe space immediately. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Dickens, King, and technically Cottle County, but Cottle County, you guys are good. You're not going to be impacted by this one at all. This has had a history of producing numerous tornadoes, both of which have been large. And of course, once again, one of them went through the town of Matador. We hope the people over there of Matador is all right. And we hope that relief can get to them through all those storms that are currently impacting it as of right now. But here in general, we have the main area of rotation, which exists here. This is the town of Elton, but it's also called Afton. And just to the east of Afton is where the main area of rotation is located. You can see a lot of these blues and these greens that are surging into the top part of this tornado vortex signature right here. So these are your inbound velocities, winds moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the south and east of Glen, just to the north and east of Dickens, moving to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So once again, we mentioned this about, I'd say 5 to 10 minutes ago. If you're along Highway 82, you need to get into your safe space right now. All right. We mentioned that you guys could potentially try to drive away from this general path of this storm. Now you have no time. All right. Now you need to seek a sturdy structure right now, because this does seem to be a storm that is going to try to produce a large and extremely dangerous tornado here soon. As a matter of fact, weather spotters have confirmed it already, so it is on the ground right now, according to weather spotters. You need to get into a sturdy structure, and you need to stay away from windows. If you had to learn anything of what has happened today, mobile homes will not cut it. They are not safe. They are not anchored to the ground. They are not sturdy. You need to get into a sturdy structure right now. Get underground if you have a basement, or if you have some form of tornado shelter, or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right. That way you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you also have pots, pans, or helmets, you can use them as headgear, head protection. That stuff is very important, because the thing that causes the most fatalities in most tornadoes is head injuries. And so if you can protect your noggin, you're going to be able to get through this one, mostly if you're going to get impacted by the tornado. All right. So please take that into consideration. We also have to take into consideration that if there is debris around, you want hard-soled shoes. All right. We don't want you stepping in anything that is sharp, pointy, or any of that sort. And last but not least, if you have any pillows, if you have any mattresses, or if you have any sort of furniture, let's say you don't have a room that's in the innermost part of your building, you want to bring those as closely to you in the centralmost part of that building as you can. All right. That is what you're going to want to try and do. So that way you may be able to try and at least be safe from these storms. Okay. This is once again a significant storm that is starting to get relatively close here to the US Highway 82 area. This is going to be in between Dickens and in between Guthrie. So on the off chance that people live here, which there's a good chance that there is, honestly, people usually live near roads like this, you're going to want to get near safe space. All right. That is the main thing here to take away from that. There's also, I want to mention the storm behind it, which also has a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag on it. This has the capability of producing baseball-sized hail, as well as 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is a storm. Whenever there's a damage threat destructive tag, I usually just say treat it like a tornado warning. Get into a sturdy structure, or stay in a sturdy structure if you can. Stay away from windows, and get in the lowest innermost part of it. That way, you can also be safe. This does include areas like Roaring Springs, Russellville, and Matador, so you need to continue to stay indoors and stay away from windows. Get into a sturdy structure once again. Let's go back over to the tornado warning that is over in Colorado. Once again, or actually, never mind. And the reason why I say never mind is because it seems the tornado warning has now expired. And that is the good news there, which means we don't really need to talk about that a whole lot. It also looks like the tornado warning in Wyoming has also expired, so that knocks two birds with one stone. You guys are fine in that sense. Let's go back to the stuff over here in Houston. Once again, damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning here for Houston, as well as the surrounding area, all the suburbs that are on the northern side, the eastern side, in the southeastern side, you guys will all be impacted by more than likely 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe even some spotty hail within it. But you can see this massive bow echo here that stretches all the way from the Oak Ridge North area all the way down towards the beltway of I believe that's 610 down there. And so within this massive radius, there is a massive amount of strong damaging winds that are surging through in and about this entire area. So the big thing that I can tell you guys, all right, is you guys need to get indoors and you need to stay away from windows, because if trees decide to fall or if power lines decide to fall, they're going to land on more than likely the exterior part of your building. And we want to make sure that if you are in a building, you're going to want to stay from those exteriors, because if a tree falls through the wall, if the power line falls through the wall, there's a good chance that you could potentially be on the opposite side of that wall. So we want you to be safe. We want you to try and get into the interior-most portion of your building, so that way you can be safe from these storms as they pass by. But I am anticipating you could even see wind gusts and upwards of hurricane force that is over in this area as well. So watch out for that as well. Definitely something to be really interesting. But this is northern Houston, this is eastern Houston, and this is southeastern Houston that is going to be impacted by these strong damaging winds surging on through into the city limits. So watch out for that if you guys can. I'm going to go back to the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently situated northeast of Dickens in Texas. This is a storm that has had a history of producing tornadoes, one of which was a significant one over in Matador, where a lot of reports of damage are out there, and hopefully search and rescue is out there helping and trying to get people out. But unfortunately, they're also encountering more storms. They had a storm earlier that went through the area that followed right behind the other one, and there might even be a second one that is trying to move on through it. Might miss it just to the west, and there could even possibly be a third one that is out on its general vicinity as well. So we hope those storms kind of dodge those impacted areas, so that way relief may get to people who need it. But we do have what seems to be a strong tornado that is in progress. Doesn't seem to have a debris signature at this time, but you're in the middle of nowhere. There's not really anything for it to hit, and so therefore the correlation coefficient, which mainly picks up on a lot of rain. Usually how I describe the correlation coefficient is if it's red, it's rain. It's meteorological. But if it's not red, then it's not rain. It has rain, but with other things in it as well. And so usually when we're talking about a debris signature, we're talking about the radar picking up on rain with some form of debris that's being slung by the tornado. In this instance, it doesn't look like that is the case, because once again, it is fortunately not hitting anything as of this time. So that's the good news. But the one thing to mention here is if you're on Highway 82 over here in between Guthrie and Dickens here in Texas, this is Dickens County and this is King County here. If you are in between Guthrie and Dickens, you need to get into a sturdy structure right this moment, because there is going to be a strong storm with a history of producing tornadoes, one of which could be on the ground right now, that is heading off into your general area. All right. You don't have enough time to drive away from these storms right now. All right. You just need to get into a sturdy structure right this moment. All right. The other thing to take away from this is mobile homes are not safe. If we were to learn anything about what has happened today with all the tornadoes that we have seen, mobile homes are not safe. You need to get into a sturdy structure. You need to stay away from windows, so that way you can be safe from these storms. Get in the innermost part of your building. I need to take a drink here real quickly because I've been talking nonstop, so pardon me. Excuse me. The other thing that I want to mention here too is, and someone brought it up in chat, and I usually say this, but it managed not to say it this time. If you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, it is also recommended that you bring your pets and valuables inside. If you have anything outside that is valuable to you, or whether that is a car, whether that is your pets, your family, If you have any sort of trinkets that are outside, the National Weather Service issued these warnings for property too. It's for life and property for people to be safe. And if you have that stuff outside, it's recommended that you bring them inside so that they do not get damaged. Or I guess it's impacted because there's living and non-living things that I mentioned. So Abilene's fine for right now. All right. Realistically speaking, it's only the areas here in the short term that we're probably going to want to mention. Eventually, this could head towards the Girard, the Jayton, and the Swenson areas, as well as maybe as far as Espermont. But other than that, as of right now in Texas, it seems as if everyone else will be fine from this tornadic thunderstorm. All right. But we'll play it as it, we'll play it as it lies, and we'll see how these storms interact with each other as it continues to move off towards the south. There's a lot of things that this storm still has to do in order for it to sustain that long. But right now, it's doing a good job of it, and that's not good for people who don't want to be impacted. The good news is the tornado watch that is up north that was issued for Wyoming, as well as Nebraska and Colorado, that has now expired. That has been replaced, however, by a severe thunderstorm watch locally for Denver as well. So watch out for that. Could see some spotty hail and some strong damaging winds throughout your area as well. Let's bring in Morgan here because I'm still good, but I'm starting to get thirsty, and so maybe he can talk a little bit, and I can even refresh everyone at the same time as to what has happened to lead up to what is going on right now, and it'll be a nice refresher for everyone who just tuned in. So let's bring in our co-host here, Morgan J. Fold, and I just sent him the call, and hopefully he'll pick up. There we go.
G'day.
Oh yeah, and that's right. I turned everything down, so I'm gonna have to.
Well done.
There we go. Okay, we're just gonna hope that my ears don't explode.
You'll be all right. I'm not. We're not playing Rocket League yet, so your ears will be fine.
Well, I'm not gonna be playing Rocket League at all tonight, so.
Yeah. Unfortunate events it looks like that have happened.
Yes.
This evening that I have happened to miss. Some things don't change.
You're still pretty quiet.
I'm most of the way up on my thing.
Turn it all the way up.
No, I'll make it peak.
I haven't seen it peak yet, especially on here, so.
Is that a little better at all?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. So I'll just speak up a little bit more then.
Mm-hmm.
Newest scan for folks that are still tuned in with the storm along 82. Particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning is in effect. Looks like 3 separate areas of rotation. However, the mesocyclone is becoming a little bit discombobulated in the middle levels. So what do I mean when I say that? Well, you look up in height, and it's a little bit more difficult to tell where the main mesocyclone is. So it could be undergoing a handoff period, which would, in theory, stifle the storm for a little bit. Is this riding an outflow boundary, or is this...
It's its own outflow boundary.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the only storm that formed in this area, which is the reason why the mesoscale discussion says that this could, in theory, produce a strong tornado or two.
So it didn't... So the cap mostly held this environment at bay, except for this one storm.
From the looks of it, yes.
Huh. Another new scan still looks just as discombobulated.
Not what I want.
Folks, if you are west of Guthrie between Dickens on 82, you still need to be in your safe space, underground or low stairmost part of your building. If you are in Gilpin, on Texas Route 70 north of Girard, you also need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I just want to say this extremely quickly. I do see everyone in chat. Thank you. I have graduated. It's been a day. And, you know, crazy day, but we are here now.
Oh.
I'll talk about it a little bit more as we get into latter stages of this. Hopefully we don't have as much going on a little bit later on.
Here you go, chat. This is another picture in Matador from the News 9 team over there. Once again, this is from Weather Track US, who found it, but News 9 is the one who's currently there. That is debarking of the tree, which usually comes with a strong tornado. So this definitely was a strong tornado as it went into the town, unfortunately. And man, it's just crazy to see. You know, we hope that they're all right down there.
Probably have the prettiest storm on Earth entering Denver right now.
More views from their stream reveal classic sand / mud blasting look and granulated debris indicative of a very... Really? Oh, wow. Yeah, because a lot of... Now, it depends upon how long it's been up there, because if a house or a mobile home got hit, right? If the wood there was rotting, then the rotten wood is going to split really easily. But on the other hand, if that was regular, you know, like new construction, which I doubt it. I really do doubt that it's just new construction. A lot of these areas don't really update their housing.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to jump in really quick on this, and I'm not going to name names, but in your chat a couple of times I've seen a lot of people talk about, we could be talking about a really, really, really high-end tornado. Bear in mind, folks, that it well, not only do we not know, but just on analysis of the infrastructure of Matador, it doesn't look that great.
Yeah.
So, not only are you dealing... I'm not ruling out that this was a strong tornado, because it definitely was. But I'm also... let me rephrase that. I am saying that the infrastructure was probably not up to the standard that we would see with a really, really high-end tornado rating. And I leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean...
New mezzo question mark on the southern side?
Well, this is from Andrew, one of our people in chat who's a moderator. And he shows the Dollar General there. So I know Dollar Generals, you know, I know retail stores are not exactly the most sturdy things in the world, but they are way sturdier than mobile homes. They are anchored to the ground. They do have some form of support. And that's leveled. So... That is some pretty significant damage to at least that. That'll be interesting to see what we see from the National Weather Service when they do their survey. So, it just, once again, it really depends upon the construction of these towns and the infrastructure in order for you to determine how significant the tornado was. You can have a mobile home that was completely, you know, slabbed and destroyed.
Probably would get EF3.
Yeah. EF3, I would say at most. Maybe high-end EF2.
Yeah.
High-end EF2 or something like that. Whereas if you have a sturdier building, something that's actually anchored to the ground and is new construction, that, you know, of course, you can get into the argument of how high that goes. But, I mean, it's at least EF4. And so it just, once again, really depends. And, you know, I think that's more of a job for the National Weather Service than us, because usually I would comment as to what I think the damage would be. In this instance, I have no idea of the infrastructure down here in this portion of Texas, which means it's just better for me to keep my mouth shut. Not sturdy structures. It's a pre-engineered metal building with a brick facade. Wind gets in there and it's coming down. Well, but it's stronger than a mobile home. It's stronger than a mobile home, which is the reason why I lean towards. If I were to hide out in either one of the two places, whether it's a mobile home or a retail store like a Dollar General in a tornado, and I couldn't choose anything else, I would pick the Dollar General. Because it's sturdier. And you take your chances. It looks like the tornado, if there was one, which looks like it's still trying, is now crossing over Highway 82. Or at least, no, this is a new one.
Over Highway.
No, this is a new one. Yeah, this is a new area of rotation that just formed.
There's a couple different areas now.
Yeah, it looks like it recycled in the same spot that it would, just further south. And then there's also the other, or another area of rotation that Morgan mentioned that is east of that. So we have two areas, but now it looks like it is crossing or crossed, depending upon what's currently happening on the ground. We'll say crossing just for the safety portion of it, over 82. And we hope the people who are in between Guthrie and Dickens and US Highway 82 in Texas are safe. We hope they are safe. We hope that they are in a sturdy structure, because tornadoes are no joke. And we hope that they are okay. But now it is starting to head further and further south, more rural areas. But this is heading into the Gilpin area and the Girard area, as well as areas east of that. That's east of Texas Highway 70. So if you know anyone who lives in any of those areas, I recommend you let them know that they could potentially be seeing some severe weather as well. It looks like Houston is now dealing with a lot of the strong damaging winds that are surging on through. It is not as strong as it once was. That is the good news. And it seems to have kind of spread out a little bit more. I wonder, let's go to KDP. I'm interested to see. Yeah, it was a pretty strong downburst, and then it just kind of spread out. So I think the winds might be weakening on this, but I think it's still up to severe capability. We're probably talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds within the storm. And we also have a little bit of a gust front that's developing on the eastern side of it as well. So a lot of strong damaging winds that are starting to move into the McNair, the Baytown, the Pasadena, as well as the LaPorte areas.
That's a new tornado report on 82. Just to the east of Dickens, crossing Highway 82 north-south right now, 100 miles to east to his location, Sammy Brents. He did not mention a size. So I wonder actually what it is doing. And who knows if it's still on the ground. Crossing 100 miles to my east. So it is that new. It is that. And it is moving southwest. It is occluding to the south and west because of the outflow boundary.
Occluding?
So folks, if you're in Gilpin or Spur, you need
I'd
to
have to disagree with you. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. I think it's
100 yards to his east.
I think it's moving due south. I don't think it's moving southwest, because it's still a part of the supercell. It's still a part of the main core.
Last couple scans, it was moving southwest. Newest frame, it is moving south, but that's not the point. If you're in Spur or if you're in Gilpin, you need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest rearmost part of your building. That's on Texas Route 70. Again, lowest rearmost part away from windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
So treat this real quickly with a grain of salt, but we still have to draw attention to it. Of course, this very well could not be Matador. But this is drone footage, apparently, of a building that's over there. Now, once again, grain of salt. So we'll have to see if this actually gets confirmed, if we can find exactly where that was. But it is still something to note on the off chance that something is there. And that is true.
Might be 2 surface-based rotations that we're currently dealing with. So
yeah, Matador. It looks like storms are starting to move out of the way, out of Matador. So now search and rescue might finally be
because
able.
it didn't help that you had storm producing baseballs come through right after. Not in the slightest.
And 100% that could be a fake shot, but on the off chance, we'll see.
Strong tornado with that newest rotation moving south.
I think I've seen that before as well. I'm going to be honest with you, Zach, but
Gilpin, really small town. All right, incredibly. But happen anybody be watching this stream from Gilpin or Girard, even Spur, because honestly, I wouldn't really
Michael Beard
take my chances with this storm at all. Sorry, say something.
Hold up.
If you are in Gilpin or Girard on Texas Route 70, you need to be in your tornado shelters now. Underground, lowest airmost part of your building, storm cellar basement. Please take this with the utmost care and caution. This is a very volatile storm in an open environment, nothing in its way, riding an enhanced vorticity axis that it created itself. So please take this with the utmost seriousness and get into your safe space. Not to mention the fact that there could be a second tornado going on just to the east of the main one. So y'all folks need to be watching out for this as this progresses off to the south. And if you are in Gilpin or Girard, please take to your tornado shelters.
You can clearly see the 2 areas of rotation here according to the normalized rotation. I mean, this tells you everything you need to know. According to our scale on the left side, the blue color is weak rotation. The green and yellow is moderate rotation. The red is strong. The pink is very strong. The white is intense. And we seem to have some moderate, almost peaking to strong rotation in some of these past frames. And it just looks like this will likely continue to stay as it continues to march its way down south. So Gilpin and Girard definitely need to watch out. Spur, I think you guys are good. The outflow boundary is starting to approach you guys, which means that once you pass that outflow boundary, it'll cause a little bit of just wind. But once you get past that outflow boundary, you'll not really have a way for you to be impacted by a tornado. And so I think it's more for Gilpin. I think it's more for Girard. And then further down the line, Jayton. So Texas Highway 70. You guys are going to want to get in your safe space if you haven't already. If you're from Jayton and north into Gilpin. So Jayton, Girard, and Gilpin. If you know anyone that lives over there, they need to get into a sturdy structure this instant.
Yeah, handing off again.
Yeah, welcome to today, Morgan. One storm sat over the same exact area and produced more than 8 tornadoes. 2 of which were strong. Go to AccuWeather if you know what, just go look at my Twitter. I've retweeted practically anything and everything you need to know. It had twins. It had a horizontal vortex connecting the 2 twins, apparently. That didn't make any sense. Yeah, if you want to just take
welcome for telling you to stream.
No, I said last night that we probably will have to stream, so 97-mile-per-hour gust measured at Bush. That makes sense. Hold up. Yeah, 97-mile-per-hour gust at Bush, which is what I was talking about, and how there were some strong damaging winds over there near Humble, Mount Houston, that general area over there.
97
Yes,
down there?
at the METAR.
That's not ideal. Really quickly, just extremely brief. If you are in Metro Denver, please get into a sturdy structure. Elevated storm producing some significant amounts of hail is about to move into your area. Probably quite a lot of hail in a consolidated area as well. It's going right east up 40 into Metro Denver. Please, if you are in the Denver or the Aurora area, be taking to a sturdy structure of some sort with solid roof. No tornado threat, none of that. Just a lot of large hail falling out of the sky, probably in excess of quarter size. So, if you're in Denver, please take to that.
New mesoscale discussion says the risk for large hail damaging winds and possibly a tornado will likely continue for the next couple of hours. So it says it's in the process of merging with what was a second cell, which is true. New
damage threat considerable, severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of the Houston area. Don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, that just got updated, although
70 miles an hour wind gusts.
Albeit it was too late because it already started impacting areas when it didn't have the warning. But yeah, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Potentially even hurricane force winds within that area. And Galveston, you guys are going to have to watch out as well, because that's going to be heading towards Galveston. So another populous area that's going to be moving down into that general vicinity. But I want to go back here real quickly to the storm here. With the particularly dangerous situation, or actually it's not a particularly dangerous situation anymore.
Downgraded to Tor R.
Yeah, now it's just confirmed. And they even said that a second circulation is present there as well. So not the first time they said that there is two tornadoes or two circulations within the same storm in a warning box. But man, oh man. Just because this rotation is starting to weaken a little bit does not mean that it will not intensify again, all right? You got to prepare in this instance because we've had a history of this thing doing a lot of damage. So,
and it can intensify in basically any area of Dickens County. I say Dickens County because in Guthrie County, you can see the ZDR arc indicative of likely a strong updraft there. That's not quite where you would find your tornado. You're going to find your tornado.
It's actually more SVC.
Well, actually, yeah, at this point, it's more of an SVC. Earlier, it was an arc.
Well, arc is the SVC, so...
So why make them? Whatever.
You said updraft.
ZDR. That is my point.
There you go. Man, looking at a couple other pictures on Twitter. Once again, if you guys find anything, please feel free to retweet and send them my way. As that way I may be able to help spread the information and awareness to other people who might be on the off chance in front of these storms. You can use this as a good example of...
Morgan, are you a PhD yet? I'm not in college. I'm younger than Nate.
He'll be in Oklahoma.
I'll be starting my undergrad at Oklahoma in the fall.
Yeah.
If I sound that smart, then wow, but no, I am not on that quite yet. Take care, Becca.
Man. Yeah, I really do hope those guys are okay over there. I really do. Night, Becca. See you later. Looks like the two areas of rotation. I mean, we do have two little areas here. We have this hook right here, and then this.
Slightly more disorganized is all.
Yeah, it's these.
I think
there are two supercells in the same spot that are trying to merge.
I think the outflow boundary is also starting to outrun the storm a little bit too much. So as a result, storms are convecting in where the inflow should be coming up, which as a result is hindering the volatility of the storm.
Well, the supercell on the left is actually the second supercell that was hitting Matador. So I think it just caught up. The second storm caught up with the inflow notch, or it caught up with the outflow boundary, and is now taking over on that stretch. Now, what does that mean for the original storm on the right? Well, the thing of it is the storm on the right may not be as significant, and or it may just merge at that point back into the core of the storm, and the new dominant cell, the one that was the second storm that went into Matador, will be the primary one that will try to end up being tornadic. Now, we also have had some instances to where we've had this Fujiwara effect, to where both of these rotate around, and then the one that ends up moving faster, the rotation that ends up moving faster on that, in this instance, western side, that one ends up being stronger, has the stronger tornado that produces in this instance. That happened earlier on today, and that also happened earlier on this week in Mississippi. So,
can I just take a second here? Can I just take 30? People in chat, I feel like, are worrying about what's actually going on with the damage as opposed to what's actually going on with the storm and stuff like that. And I beg, please, just take a breath, folks.
yeah.
What we know from not being there is probably at most half of what the people there currently know. And what they currently know there, they're not going to tell us because they're busy working.
And
so don't worry about what. Let me just finish this, and then you can have the floor. Don't worry about what it looks like right now. Worry about how you, from your computer or from your phone or wherever you're doing it, wherever you're listening to this right now, think about how you can help spread awareness of what's going on to maybe get possible help for these people. Red Cross is a great place to start. I'll probably be making a generous donation in the near future. Please think about what is going on with the people, and don't worry about what's going on with the damage right now. And the humanitarian aspect is one of the most important things to me in this industry, and it is worthless breath trying to think about, oh, what's the rating going to be from the 2 damage pictures we've seen from the whole town. Don't worry about that. Worry about that at a later point. We'll tackle that later, and even then, we won't be the ones to tackle it. Let the professionals do their job, and we will watch what follows. After you, Nate.
Well, I was going to say, and I was going to tack on by saying the one thing we do know about what's happening over there is a crap ton of people that have been impacted. I mean, some of the people that have been over there, some people said in the chat, a lot of people are injured, or at least quite a few of them are. One of which was even featured live on the News 9 live feed. Whether it was intentional or not, but still, regardless, people are being pulled out of the rubble. There is rubble.
You need to keep these people in your thoughts tonight, folks. And if you do prayers, do that too, because these people need help. These people need help, and it's unfortunate that this stuff occurs. We as weather nerds, I particularly appreciate. Remember Nebraska in May? Just gorgeous gorgeous cones and stuff like that over the middle of nowhere. That is the stuff that I appreciate the most. I hate when it impacts other people. That's the scariest thing in this industry, is having to watch people's livelihoods get shredded by these things. So
Yeah.
just keep these people in your thoughts, folks. Obviously, obviously we want to know what the rating is going to be now. We're not going to know it for probably 2 weeks at least. If the damage is really as bad as people think, we're not going to know for a couple of weeks because they've got a lot of work to do with search and rescue and then surveys. There's a whole process here, folks. Just let it work. Let the process happen. Sorry if I went on like a little bit of a tangent there, but I have a feeling that people are not thinking about the right thing at the moment.
No, you're good. The one thing I also do want to mention in the near term here is tornado threat's not completely done and over with, albeit the rotation has definitely weakened significantly.
Is that northwestern edge doing something, or is that just me?
Northwestern? What? Anyways.
Dickens and Spur.
Oh, no, you're not going to be able to do anything because you're behind
I was going to say, I don't think you can, because that's behind the RFD.
You're behind the outflow boundary. It's like...
Yeah, that too.
No moisture can get in there.
If you probably get anything, you're probably going to be right along the outflow boundary near Gilpin right now.
Right.
Which I emphasize once again, if you're in Girard, you need to be in your safe space, underground or low derma as part of your building. Because, we've seen the volatility of the atmosphere this evening. You don't want to take a chance.
Yeah.
Dumb to pre-rate and analyze, I agree, but sharing is not inherently wrong. And I'm not saying it is. I just feel like people blow it out of proportion when they see some of the things just out of adrenaline.
And as I said, I'm usually one to comment, right, as to what I think maybe the damage could do. And part of that is not to try and, say that I think the damage is more important and stuff like that and why I think this is that or whatever. It's more to kind of spread awareness as to what I thought, how strong the tornado was. But the fact of the matter is, the only thing we do know as of right now is people have been impacted.
People are hurt.
People are hurt. It's so hard to be able to try and figure out stuff when there isn't any more stuff standing. So...
And also donate to the local fire departments. That's a good point. There will probably be GoFundMes in the coming days.
Probably will. There probably will. And I'll be on the lookout for that too. If I can find any of that, I might be able to try and retweet it around on Twitter. But this is the only tornado warning as of right now in existence, which is, on one hand, the good news. On the other hand, we would prefer if there were no tornado warnings.
This is about to move out of the warning polygon, and this expires at the top of the hour. So there's honestly a good chance that we lose the tornado warning on this sooner than later. But they may reissue, especially considering the fact that jutting edge looks a little bit more pronounced now.
I think this is a jurisdiction.
I think no, I don't believe so. I think it's still Lubbock. Should still be Lubbock.
I was gonna say, why issue a weird polygon like that where it cuts out Kent County? But
you know what I think? They issued this warning back near the county border. That's a new tornado warning. Back by the county border of Motley and Dickinson. I assume it's coming over on your screen, so I will shut up for a second.
Yeah, it's an extension. Just got through now.
Tornado warning for northeastern Kent County in northwestern Texas, southeastern Dickens County in northwestern Texas, southwestern King County in northwestern Texas, northwestern Stonewall County in northwestern Texas.
Am I good?
Yeah, now you are.
Okay. I think it honestly has to do with siren activation, frankly, because they issued the warning back when it was still north of 82, and at that point you're activating sirens in Girard 30 minutes before the storm gets there, so that could create a public brouhaha. That's my 2 cents. I'm not sure. In any event, that's a new tornado warning, base tornado warning that has been issued for Girard, Jayton, and Swenson. So if you guys are in those areas of eastern Kent, northwestern Stonewall counties, you need to be in your safe space now, underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. In between Claremont and Aspermont on United States Route 380, that is north of the intersection of 380 and 70, north and east as well. In Claremont, as well as east of the intersection of 380 and 70 in Jate. So if you guys are in that area, another area that's being impacted is the intersection of United States Route 83 and United States Route 380. That's just to the southeast of Swenson, just to the north of Aspermont, to the west of Old Glory. So if you guys are in any of those areas that I just mentioned or happen to reside in any of those areas, you need to be in your safe space. Lowest airmost part of your building, away from windows, bathroom or closet, interior room, storm shelter if you've got it.
I'm looking up something real quickly.
El Paso, jury? No, shouldn't be. Not up here. No way. Does Midland have a jurisdiction? Do you know?
I believe they do.
Yeah, Midland, Odessa, I believe is what it is. I know San Angelo has one.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if
Dallas-Fort Worth is usually really large.
Yes, I don't think Abilene has one. I think that's just a radar site.
It is a radar site.
Jeez, Echo Top's still to 66,000 feet. Goodness.
Yeah, this thing is still going. This thing is trying to truck along. But the good
if
news,
you've got nothing else, you've got a large hail threat, folks.
Yeah.
Dayton, Swenson, particularly, as well as Girard.
Good news with this one though is this is recycling right now. It's in the process of meandering, if you will, and we hope that this thing continues to just recycle until Kingdom Come, because at that point that would just mean that the storm doesn't do anything. Or if it tries to grow up scale, then that can try to work too, work out into our favor. But there is a tornado warning on this cell for a reason, and we have to warn the people of Kent County and Stonewall County. We're talking Girard and Jayton, heading over to areas east of Claremont on US Highway 380, and Swenson and Peacock. You guys are going to need to watch out for this significant storm as this moves off into your general area. So,
forgive me for mentioning Abilene, Marcus. You guys are totally all right for the moment. And frankly, I think any tornado threat that does exist will be quite diminished by the time it gets to you. I'm just mentioning in the jurisdiction scheme of things, like where they're issuing warnings, stuff like that. So Abilene is all right now. Hopefully should be for the coming hours.
Mm-hmm. And that's the one thing that the Storm Prediction Center even mentioned with growing upscale. It said that there's a good chance that there's a small window of opportunity for these storms, and then it very well could just instantly grow upscale and end up becoming just a hail and wind threat, which cannot come any sooner.
Hopefully could be the case now.
Yes.
And hopefully that outflow boundary, yeah, it does look like that outflow boundary is starting to outrun the whole storm, which would be a blessing.
By the way, guys, I really do appreciate what you guys have been doing to help us out. We've been spreading the information. We've been continuing to try to hopefully get the word out. You guys have been able to help us spread the information on YouTube. If you guys would like to help spread the stream out to as many people as possible, feel free to copy the link to the live stream and send a text message to your friends and family or put it on social media. And if you would like to also help contribute to us getting onto YouTube's algorithm and being spread onto more people's recommended feeds, similar to how most of you found this channel, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe. You can unsubscribe after the stream. I don't really care about subscribers when it comes to situations like these. That is how we get onto YouTube's algorithm, and that's how we're able to spread awareness to more and more people. So please be sure to do so if you have not already. That would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to go back to the severe thunderstorm warning that is heading for the Galveston area, because Galveston, Texas, you guys are more than likely going to see some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
What in the...
Yeah, there's the official report of a 97 mile per hour wind gust at George Bush International. That's crazy.
Jeez. That was an official report. Wow.
So, yeah, this is getting closer and closer to Galveston. If you're over near Galveston here in Texas, it's recommended that you guys get indoors and stay away from windows. This is a very strong storm that is surging now and is paralleling I-45. So if you're along I-45 and anywhere near that, need to get into a sturdy structure and you need to stay away from windows.
If you're in Galveston, you are under a marine warning right now for wind gusts in excess of 65 knots, which is probably the strongest I've ever seen in a marine warning. So do be taking that especially seriously, particularly if you're on the northwestern sides of Galveston, because then you're just getting it head on over the water as well. So please take that extremely seriously. Get inside, get away from windows. Sturdy structure would do you best. And if you feel particularly threatened, you can go underground as well. 70 miles an hour wind gusts is the primary threat with these storms, per the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Houston. Going right down I-45 into Galveston, please be sure that you are taking shelter there.
We'll go back. It did not hit Gilpin, for the one who asked that in chat. It just went to the east of it. The storm also went to the east of Girard. It also looks like it is starting to re-intensify here as it's heading towards Jayton. So if you're in Jayton, Texas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Of course, the tornado warning has already been issued for your area, but now is the time, if you haven't already, to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And that's a new mesocyclonic indicator from my radar's algorithm. It's even saying that it's starting to pick up on a new area of rotation that is forming. So this is going to be something to watch out for. Jayton, Texas, you need to get in your safe space right now. And then areas around Jayton, we're talking along Highway 70, Texas State Highway 70 from Girard all the way to Jayton. We also want to talk about U.S. Highway 380 from areas east of Claremont going up to Jayton, as well as areas to Peacock and Swenson. So,
do you note the 84 gust reported in Spur or not?
I didn't note it, but I knew it existed there.
Okay. Also, new damage threat considerable for Dickens, Claremont. So I want to make sure we're on the same page. That is not going to produce, correct? It looks like a left.
No. It's behind the outflow boundary, which means everything's going to be elevated.
Probably a lot of dry hail, honestly.
Well, yeah.
Seeing with that.
Or just hail in general. But yeah, regardless.
Yeah, in general. If you're in Dickens, if you're in Spur, please be watching out for that. Claremont, again, you are on the cusp of a tornado warning, and now you are in a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So I would be watching out for for a slew of hazards moving into your area in the next 15 minutes and beyond.
Man, I was just I put out the maximum value trail for Echo Tops, and it just looks, wow. I mean, that just looks absolutely insane. Because you can see the storm, the track of it, all the way through from one end to the other. Sheesh. Spring, Texas? Yeah, let me check here real quickly. Spring, Texas. That is on the north side of Houston. Yeah, you guys are good. The storm has already passed you all. Hopefully you guys are okay over there. It's hard to say if they are, Patrick, but the one thing we do know is that people's lives have been impacted. And yeah. Yeah, welcome to the weather community. There's drama everywhere. It's just you gotta pick your
every single time.
You gotta pick your fights. You gotta pick your fights. You gotta understand when there's causes that are actually meaningful or not. And in my opinion, this is, well, I should say in our opinion, because I think it's safe to say we both agree, Morgan, that this is not really one fight that really anyone should pick right now. Because it doesn't matter. It is irrelevant. When it comes to my area in Abilene, do you mainly see this being a wind risk for you? I mean, it's hard to say as of this right now, but it will take forever to get up to that point. So my answer will probably be yes, mainly because usually when things continue to maintain that late in the night, they usually start to transition one way or another. And it'll take quite a few hours before it gets there too. So take a long time, but yeah, Jayton, it looks like there is something that is near your area right now. If you know anyone that lives near Jayton in Texas, it looks like we might see a new tornado that is over in those areas. No, Pamela, it looks like Oklahoma is good. At least for your guys' area over there. All should be fine. That tornado watch was issued until midnight. I'm not going to get any sleep to get ready for tomorrow, am I?
So you are up when tomorrow?
I'm probably going to be up at like 5 and get some coffee.
You are not.
And then start streaming at 6.
No sleep. A no rest for the wicked.
I guess not. Because the reason why we're talking about tomorrow, I do cover weather events that are also outside of the United States. And
I'm sick in Germany.
No, it looks like, because they already issued a 3 out of 3 for Estofex, which is like their storm prediction center. So it's basically a moderate risk. Yeah. Moderate risk in Germany, a 4 out of 5 that would be for the United States is a 3 out of 3 over there in Germany, the Czech Republic, and Poland. So I want to try and help the people out over there as well in trying to identify potential tornadoes and stuff like that. So we are going to be starting that at 6 a.m. Eastern, and stuff really won't fire off until about 8 or 9, or really become significant, I should say, around 8 or 9. But you guys, if you want to see me mess up German town names, because I know for a fact I'm not going to be able to get all of them.
I could probably, wonder if I could pronounce a good amount of them right, actually.
You should get up early in the morning then.
No. I may make it eventually. I don't think I'm going to make it immediately in the morning, though, because, you know, I've had a long
I get it. Is it common for Germany to have a tornado outbreak? Maybe once every year. But they don't really get a whole lot of tornadoes compared to the United States. Because Germany is not really that large. I mean, Germany is probably about the size of I'd say like New Mexico. New Mexico or Colorado. It's about that size. It's a little bit smaller than Texas. And so if you can imagine that area being the focal point of some severe weather, yeah. There's that.
Tornado warning for Jayton will continue.
Yeah. As I said, if you're in Jayton, you should be in your safe space because it looks like this one might try to recycle and try to produce a tornado near Jayton and near U.S. Highway 380.
Or excuse me, at 9:55, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles northeast of Jayton, moving southeast at 25. A second possibly tornadic rotation was located near Jayton.
So there's 2 tornadic rotations near Jayton.
Correct.
Make that make sense.
I think they're talking about the back end of the rear flank downdraft, which I don't think I would call that quite tornadic right now. Because if you look at velocities, you will see something pop up.
Well, I also will say
that's tornadic.
I also will say we are a little bit up there in height. Just not too up there, but we are a little bit up there. As I said, guys, if you would like to help us spread this information with more and more people, it would be greatly appreciated if you guys were to hit that thumbs up button down below. The closer we get to 1,000 likes, the more we are able to spread this out with more and more people. And we're at 880 for reference, so we're close to being there. We're close to being there.
Doing all right numbers past few days. I know that doesn't matter to you. But we're doing all right numbers.
Yeah, helping us. Well, the only reason why I would care about numbers.
Consistency helps.
Well, that may be so, but the only reason why I would care about numbers is if we were to expand our community so that way we can continue to grow our outreach. That's really the only reason. It's the only reason why I would really want to care about numbers.
Yeah. It sucks that we're getting multi-day severe weather like this, but it gives us a chance to build on what we've been doing this month.
Yeah. Someone's
it's a
asking...
damage threat destructive in Lincoln County, Colorado. I'm going to touch up on that really quickly. It's for baseball-sized hail, 60 miles an hour wind gusts. A severe thunderstorm was located 13 miles north of Genoa, or 18 miles northeast of Limon, moving east at 10 miles an hour. Go away 11 o'clock, my dudes. This is a destructive storm for northern Lincoln County. Has your baseball-sized hail and 60 miles an hour wind gusts.
Smyre is good. So whoever's in Smyre, Texas, you guys are fine. I don't think you guys are going to be impacted unless if storms start to really fire off across the board. But I wonder if the models even say that it will. I'm curious. By the way, there's that 3 out of 3 on the severe weather scale for Germany. As I said, it's a pretty large high risk that they issued over there.
Nate, while you look at whatever you are looking at, damage threat considerable for Metro Denver. So if you guys are in that area, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for golf ball sized hail, and golf ball sized hail only. So if you're in Aurora, you need to be in a sturdy structure. Additionally, you have 2 more left movers behind it. One is moving into the northwestern suburbs now, Pleasant View, Wheat Ridge, Arvada. You guys are next up for a storm that could be producing hail in excess of dimes or nickels. And then behind that, you have a little bit of a stronger storm moving into Stanley Park, moving into Morrison here sooner or later. That is a bona fide left mover with some pretty good echo tops, fairly sustained storm as it's come off the mountains. So please do be watching out for that. If you are in Denver and the southern Denver suburbs, you need to be watching out for some possible large hail moving into your area in the next hour. Again.
Yeah, it's just these storms here that are currently in Texas, and that's it. Unless if outflow boundaries kick it off, but so far that hasn't been the case. But yeah, someone asked about Denver in the chat. There's your answer. So.
Can we get a 3D of that destructive storm in Colorado? I don't know, Nate. Do you want to go for that? Try.
Where's the...
It's kind of a little bit far from the radar, so maybe a little bit rough, but I wonder...
The destructive warning just got replaced by a considerable warning, so probably not. But yeah, it is far from the radar. It looks like a left mover went through Denver.
Yes. Trail of them now. Look behind it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch
Aurora's
of
about to get some pretty significant hail.
yeah.
Behind it too, there's some more on the way.
Well,
So,
and
folks, Denver need to be watching out, getting inside.
I've checked Smire. Smire is good. You guys are good for the rest of the evening. Even if it's not large hail, even though golf balls do damage, and we know
Looks
this.
like it can pile up fairly quickly. I mean, look at the KDP values.
I was gonna say there's gonna be a lot of hail. It's gonna look like it's snowing almost.
Yeah, it might look like a dusting of snow by the end of it.
Yeah.
So, could create for some slick road conditions. I know y'all folks up in Denver are pretty good with wintry conditions, but no less something to take seriously. Do be watching out for that. That storm that is currently along I-78 United States Route 40 is going to be moving into the Wheat Ridge, Arvada areas here in the next 10 minutes, I would say. And then the one back by Stanley Park that does have a damage threat considerable tag west of Denver is going to be moving into Morrison in about 10 minutes, probably moving into the Lakewood, Englewood areas, which are the southwestern suburbs of Denver, in probably about 20 or 30 minutes. So do be watching out for that. That Stanley Park storm is currently on a collision course for the southern Denver metro, south of United States Route 40. So we'll be watching out for that in the next little bit. All of the Denver metro looking like they're getting in on some severe action here.
Someone asked about rural Texas. You guys are going to be fine. The storm ended up actually going just to the west of you all, and it doesn't seem as if there's more storms that are going to be on the way. So you guys should be fine for the night.
So be watching
out. Yeah, once again, we hope that the people over there in Matador, which, by the way, there aren't any more storms that are heading to Matador, so relief can finally, get there without having any hindrance from other thunderstorms hitting the town. But we hope that the people of Matador are okay. Once again, a strong tornado moved through the area. It did massive damage across the area. And we're really hoping that those guys over there are okay, because this thing was a large tornado, large cone tornado. Spur, is there a tornado in Spur? You have friends there? That's more of a hailer, more of a storm that's going to be producing hail. Tornadoes, it's very, very unlikely. It's just, yeah, there's nothing tornadic there. Even though they have a tornado vortex signature and a mesocyclonic indicator, that's more because the radar is falling over itself and de-aliasing. So Spur, as long as they stay indoors and stay away from windows, you guys will be fine. But that's what you guys got to do. You got to get into the innermost part of your building and stay away from windows. Someone asked about Katy, Texas. So Katy is all right because the storms have already passed you guys, and I'll show you guys here with the radar. You guys are all right from the storms because the storms have been moving due south, and so you guys should be good for the evening. Honestly, I think there could be another storm or two that could try to move on through, but the main threat for severe weather has passed you guys already, so you guys should be fine.
If you're in between Texas Route 70, United States Route 83, and you're south of United States Route 330, I would advise getting into a sturdy structure. Forget your tornado threat, which I don't think exists. Huge damaging wind threat. Huge damaging wind threat right now.
Which one?
Jane, the tornado one.
Oh, yeah.
Just a massive damaging wind threat. Surging RFD, pushing through. You already have your outflow boundary that's been associated with this storm for quite some time. And behind that front of damaging winds, you have hail probably in excess of 2 inches in diameter. I don't know about 3.2 inches, which is what our radar is trying to calculate. I don't know about that. But I do know that you have some fairly significant hail probably falling in the SIG hail category that the SPC would label at least, which is of 2 inches in diameter or greater, which would be hen egg size. So, folks, you guys are in Jayton, in Swenson, and south of that, between Texas Route 70, United States Route 83. I would advise specifically y'all, you're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning or possibly even a new tornado warning here soon. I would advise y'all to get into a sturdy structure, away from windows, underground if you've got it. Underground if you've got it.
Give me 2 seconds here, Morgan, as I experiment with something here. Ooh. Okay, so I just looked at Friday. Friday is interesting, and the main reason for that is because we have a lot of streamwise vorticity across the board. The only issue, all right, and this is the only issue, is we have a little bit of an inversion aloft. We have some capping inversion, which is could limit thunderstorms from forming, which would be the great news. The greatest news in the world. The only area that I really see could potentially see it with a good chance of it happening would probably be over in southwestern South Dakota, northwestern North Dakota, and eastern Wyoming. That's I don't want to say it's a certainty, but it's looking more likely that there will be some severe weather over there, with the potential threat of tornadoes.
Waco to Temple is fine. That corridor on I-35 between Waco and Temple, you guys are all good.
Let's put it this way. Morgan doesn't believe that the tornado threat is very high right now. I'm still on edge because I still see RFD surging around with it.
Yeah, I would understand if you think that it might, because, I mean, honestly, I haven't been around to see today. Nate has.
Oh,
so
today.
I trust his judgment more than I trust mine. But just basing off what I've known from my radar analysis over the last few years, because I've been doing this for a little bit, this storm currently does not look favorable to produce a tornado. Now, could that change in an instant? Absolutely. But it just looks too expansive right now, if that makes sense. The wind field would be too expansive on velocities to support a tornado.
The one thing I will say, it doesn't help that the radar is de-aliasing to all get out in the inflow notch. So.
New damage threat considerable golf balls. That's for Golden and Morrison in Colorado, west of Denver. So, and that storm actually looks to be gaining intensity fairly quickly. Folks, please, if you are in Golden, Morrison, Pleasant View, seek a sturdy structure. Please, away from windows, specifically away from windows.
Yep. Someone asked about Hamlin, Texas. So Hamlin, to me, is a place that I would watch over time. It is heading down to the south. It is heading in your general vicinity. It might head off a little bit to your west, though. But that's not a call that I'm willing to make with the utmost certainty. So Hamlin, I would watch. It'll take about 30 to 45 minutes before the storm even gets near your area. So we'll just see how the storm develops through there. What we do know is that is a 100 mile per hour wind gust report in Jayton, which means that's more than likely RFD, which means more than likely my guess would be that there could potentially be a tornado within that area. That's my guess. We have had, RFD winds that have been that strong before. That's, it's happened. But when you have winds that hit triple digits like that, it's better safe to assume it's a tornado.
Unless we're talking about northeast Oklahoma the other day, but
yeah,
that was a special case, and I'm going to remember that stream for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Texas storm is conflicting signals. On one hand, it's massive wind and extremely long mid-level, extremely strong mid-level mesocyclone. However, on the other hand, the low levels are capped and crosswise, and there's a 25-degree outflow boundary. Yeah. Now, where you're probably finding your spin up is probably near that outflow boundary with your enhanced vorticity, probably in the immediate vicinity of it. So I wonder, actually, let me overlap timing. and it looks like the report concurs with roughly when the RFD surged through Jayton, associated with that outflow boundary. So, roughly the exact time that Jayton got pushed through with that RFD is when everything started. Everything started to take it up another notch there.
Mm-hmm.
So, that is a situation to monitor.
We are getting closer to Abilene's radar, aren't we? I'm gonna move Amarillo's over. Let's see.
Sort of. Tornado warning canceled.
So they'll probably replace it with
Damage threat destructive, if I had to guess.
yeah, destructive or considerable. We're looking up higher with Abilene's radar, so I'm sticking with Lubbock.
I mean, the signature looks even more insane on Abilene, but for a reason.
Yeah. Well, the other reason why one might use Abilene is because you're not looking through two storms to get to that point.
That's a good point, but at the same time, beam height still says.
Yeah. Still looking 1,000 feet higher than the contrast.
Speaking of 1,000, folks, we are getting closer and closer to 1,000 likes. So if you want to help us spread this information, please be sure to hit that like button. It helps us get into more people's algorithms. And like Nate said, by the time we hit 1,000, shoots out another set of
Recommendations.
I suppose is the word. Recommendations. There you go. Thank you. Onto people's feeds. So do us that favor if you could, if you have not already.
Because we want to continue to spread this information with as many people as possible.
We do.
We can't do it without you guys. That's always how it is. And that's kind of the reason why I said earlier, right? So the only reason why I would care about numbers for subscribers is so, to tell me how large our community is. And if I know how large our community is, then I can get a decent idea as to how far we can spread our information to with our community. And, if you think that our community as a whole, if we all just dedicated, just one time, we don't have to do it every single time, right? But, just one instance to where we all come together and we spread the information. Think about how many people we can get this out to. I mean, I'll tell you what, it'd be a lot of people that we'd be able to help. And to me, that's worth it. But I also don't care about that when there's a significant tornado ongoing, which is the reason why I even recommend, or I shouldn't say recommend, I should say...
There's a better word.
Yeah. That's a new tornado warning for it.
Yep, there you go.
I should say... I don't know. Provide an option for what you could do even after it.
Tornado warning for southeastern Kent County in northwestern Texas, southwestern Stonewall County in northwestern Texas.
So that's a new tornado warning, once again for Kent County and Stonewall County. And realistically, the only areas that are going to be impacted is areas southeast of Claremont along Texas Highway 70. So if you're along Texas Highway 70, areas near Rotan and north of Rotan might want to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Sturdy structure, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building if you haven't already.
I'll be back, Nate. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. It's hard. I really do doubt that this tornado lofted feet up to 70,000 feet. And I'm not going to go out of my way to go find out if that's actually true, but it's practically almost impossible for you to do it. 40,000 feet is probably the highest you can get, and even then you would need one of the strongest tornadoes of all time to do that. So, my thing there is, seems how there was not really a whole lot of debris that you could see on radar to begin with. I really do doubt that debris got slung up to that height. Could there be anything for the northern states like Montana? There's a possibility for stuff in South Dakota on Friday. Specifically southwestern South Dakota. Maybe like Rapid City almost. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, this is starting to get pretty interesting here. I might shift to Abilene to see. All right, now Abilene's starting to look a little bit further or a little bit lower in the sky. What I see right here is I see this very flat and bulging RFD, which means we definitely have a lot of strong damaging winds to say the least. The only issue with this, right, and not that we're going to be able to find this, but there's not really a hard cutoff on the sides of the rotation, right, to where this rotation would end. So, with how high we're looking up in the sky, which is over a mile, we're looking up over a mile up in the sky to try and figure out what's happening on the ground, you know, it doesn't seem likely that we're going to be able to do so. So the best thing that we can do is just to assume the worst and hope for the best. Because there's nothing wrong in this instance, right? When there's actually the opportunity for life-threatening impacts, right? There's nothing wrong with being safe than sorry. And when I mean life-threatening, I mean immediate life-threatening impacts. If you've got, you know, like a tropical storm that's all the way out in the middle of the water, like Bret, and someone says it's heading to the United States, you know, there's no possibility of that heading to the United States. You can't just say, hey, I'd rather be safe than sorry, just in the off chance that it does. There's no chance that it's heading there. It's got to be more of the immediate threat, like something that's 9 or 7 days out, not 14. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're right, random stuff. And that's the reason why I talk about stuff like de-aliasing or contamination or whatever. I mean, that is a real thing. Data is not perfect. But, you know, it's a good way to get a general ballpark idea as to what's there. Not in this instance, though. As I said, it's pretty far away from the radar, so it's hard to say. Is there chances for more stuff in Texas this week around Bell County? Bell County. Let me pull up what county that is. Yeah, I will be covering Germany tomorrow. I'm honestly really excited for that because that's like a strong severe weather event that is expected to happen. Bell County, Texas. Well, that's really far south. Yeah, you guys are kind of, I think you guys are all right. I don't think you guys will really get too much from this here today. And not even tomorrow, honestly. Tomorrow, general thunderstorms. Friday, it doesn't really look like it. Saturday, it's hard to tell. But yeah, we could see something on Friday. We'll see. But as I said, it's a little hard to tell. I'll make a video for the stuff on Friday and Saturday tomorrow night. So if people are interested on what's going on in the United States for Friday and Saturday, I recommend you come back. I'm going to try and post it sometime around 6 p.m. tomorrow. And I'll even give you guys an update on what Bret is doing in the Atlantic. Because I gotta kind of show you guys my my cards when I'm talking about tropical weather. So that way you guys know that when I talk about weather, I'm serious. I want to try and give you guys as much information and as much evidence as possible to support my thesis without boring you all and without taking forever. Where's severe weather tomorrow? In the jeez. Severe weather tomorrow is located over portions of Colorado as well as New Mexico and Wyoming. So it is located here. This is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And by the way, this doesn't say anything about right now. This is a recommendation for whenever I'm not on. Or if no one else on YouTube is not on talking about weather. The Storm Prediction Center. The Storm Prediction Center is a great website for you to go look and see what is going on. There are convective outlooks. If you look for convective outlooks, those tell you as to what to potentially expect. So I recommend looking at the Storm Prediction Center. I recommend looking at the National Hurricane Center. National Hurricane Center, once again, is a amazing tool. For instance, Bret's a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now. And you can see all the cones that take it all the way out. So it's expected to hit the Windward Islands by tomorrow night. All those little things are so helpful. So I really do recommend. Really do recommend it. All right, so now I get into what I thought was absolutely insane before. It's now obviously not super insane now. That is a 109 mile per hour wind gust in Jayton. So it was 100, and then it got up to 109. So just for reference here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure that is high-end Category 2 hurricane force winds. I'm not sure. Let's actually see the Saffir-Simpson scale. If it was a hurricane, yeah, it is literally 2 miles per hour away from Category 3 hurricane force winds. There's, for reference, the Saffir-Simpson scale. Which, similar to the enhanced Fujita scale, all right, this is off topic, but once you get to a Category 4 or 5, they both do catastrophic damage. Similar to the enhanced Fujita scale, once you get to, EF4 or 5, it doesn't matter. They do catastrophic damage. So, in the end, it's still a devastating and catastrophic tornado. So, and then you pair that with the fact that we had a report of grapefruit-sized hail. Grapefruit-sized hail. That's a 4-inch sized hail for reference, if you didn't know how large grapefruits was. I mean, man. Just got power back. We live near Matador. It's bad. Oh, jeez. Listen, I wasn't making fun of News 9. I just am tired of hearing people talk about it when there's been instances to where they've been off. But there are still ways in which people have said News 9, and I've left that open on purpose for emergency uses only. And as I said, I've congratulated and I've supported News 9 here. They are doing wonders out there with relief and recovery, and the fact that they were able to do it while multiple storms hit them, that's hero-like effort. So, I stand by not having that word put out because it's just, or the phrase put out because it's just, track record with me is not the greatest. And if your track record's not the greatest, then I'm not going to completely, support it. I'll support the good deeds, just like I will for anyone else. looks like, yeah. I think they've issued a new tornado watch, and that is the case. It says couple tornadoes possible, 40-20 props. So not as high as the other tornado watch that was on there. But I mean, man. Look at how high the tops are. Yeah, they've been. I'll turn on the maximum value trail again. You can see the enhanced echo tops throughout this constantly. I'm glad you're safe, Jake. I'm glad you're safe. I really am. I'm happy because from what I heard out there, I mean, it's terrible. So I really am happy you guys are okay. Yeah, this is the enhanced echo tops, and you can see on the scale here, yellow is 30,000 feet, orange is 40,000, red is 50, pink is 60. So you can think about how high these storms actually go up in the sky. I mean, it is tracked over a long area with expansive, widespread expansive area. Look at ZDR. That's a lot of heavy rain. It's a big arc. Hard to say that it is a ZDR arc, but I mean, it looks like it. I don't think I've seen anything that before. That's what I've noticed too, Sarah. This is the only storm. This is the only storm that really has been tornadic, and I kind of just hope this one goes away quickly. That way, everyone can go to bed and not have to worry about this stuff going overnight. Do I have any pictures I can show? I can. Would we like to see pictures? Well, let's be specific as to what pictures we want to see. Do we want to see the damage of what happened over as a refresher? Or do we want to see picture of the tornado? That's a new extension. I think that's a jurisdiction.
Tornado warning for Fisher County in west central Texas.
And just a reminder, if we are going to be showing pictures, it is to remind everyone and kind of, I guess, learn from what happened. It's not to not to overhype anything. It's not to try and, make fun of anything. We feel sympathy for the people impacted. And, as unfortunate as it is to say, we also want to use this as a way for us to learn as to how we can prepare ourselves if we're ever in an instance like this. It's always better to learn from these instances, even if you're not even impacted. So this is for education, but this is also to spread awareness. This is also to allow people to comprehend what storms like this do. And I love meteorology. I love weather, all right? But I don't like it when weather impacts people. And that's when stuff gets a little too far for anyone. So, you know, if stuff just continued to happen in the middle of a field, that would be great. That's exactly what we want. But, you know, when it starts to get too close to other people, it's just... That's where things start to get way too uncomfortable. So, all right. I'll tell you what. I'll give a viewer's discretion is advised. I'll give a so-called trigger warning for people who do not want to see this stuff. All right, so we'll start out with the tornado. We'll start out with a picture of the tornado. This is from Ken Johnson on Twitter, at Ken Johnson WX. This was the tornado earlier as it was approaching Matador. And this was a large tornado, very large tornado. This is Tim Marshall's picture, apparently, who's a well-known and respected member of the weather community. This is a very large tornado that, in my opinion, is about 1/4 mile wide. Could even be 1/2 mile wide based off of the depth perception. That's how I'm seeing it with this. We'll go over to some of the other pictures here of the tornado. This is another picture of the tornado. This is from Jeremy Milligan at jmilligan811 on Twitter. And by the way, feel free to follow these people because they're the ones that are actually in the field that are getting the information out to people to spread awareness. You know, I don't understand why people always hate on storm chasers. I mean, yes, I get it. They can be idiots, and I get they could be a little reckless. But for the people who aren't reckless and the people who aren't idiots, all right, don't group them in with other people. They're the ones that are actually spreading the awareness. And even in this instance for tonight, they are also even contributing as a part of search and rescue to try and help people. You know, without people like them, I think it's safe to say that, you know, there could be a lot more casualties than there would in any normal tornado event. So, but a large tornado, as you can see on that screen there. We'll scroll down.
109.
Yes, 109 with 4-inch size hail.
God.
This is some of the damage. All right. This is from Andrew Justin, at Andrew Justin WX on Twitter. And this is some of the damage that we are seeing from there. Alabama is clear. Alabama is clear. It's Texas that is the only area that really has to worry about stuff here today. And even then, it's not all of Texas. It's Central Texas. But this is some of the damage. I'll click through here, and I'll even point out some of the stuff that I personally noticed. You'll see on the right side here, you'll see some of these houses are still standing, still got roofs on their foundation. However, the way the foundation is built. And then you have this one over here on the left side that just is reduced to rubble. But of course, everyone already sees the semi-truck that is in front. And then this right here, this is really interesting to me because you see there is clearly a building that was supposed to be right here. Clearly. All right. It has a driveway or whatever, pavement around, stuff like that. You see there's also a lot of damage, buildings, trees almost ripped out completely. And then I see this power pole right here. This power pole's bent. These power poles in the back, I'm pretty sure are meant to resist like strong wind, like significant, like high-end wind. I'm not sure to what extent, but I'm pretty sure those ones are like actual steel power poles that are cemented into the ground. but it is very difficult to bend power poles, even with a car crash. If you go, if a car runs into a power pole, usually they don't even bend. Usually they aren't even, tilted on its side. So the fact that we have, the fact that we have a power pole bent like this, to me, is absolutely insane. And then, of course, we have a video here, which actually I'll play through it a couple times for you guys to see. And then, Category 4s are hurricanes. You need EFs, Enhanced Fujita Scale, in order to do that. But it's, regardless, I'm not one to, usually I would. In this instance, I'm not going to comment on how strong it was based off of what the damage is, because at this point it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. From a person, you can look at it from two perspectives. One, I'm not there, so I don't know the construction of the buildings. But two, I know the buildings are gone, and I know people are injured, and or there could be even casualties there, which I'm not going to comment on whether there are or not, because that's just would be too saddening for even me to say. And yeah, there's one thing that I wanted to point out here. I let you guys see this video played out. What you may not have noticed is back here is a building, and that's reduced to rubble too. I'm not sure what this is. I don't know what that is. That could be a building as well, but I just also see the debris that's everywhere. It's everywhere. So this was in Matador, Texas. We had a significant tornado that went through the area here today. So if you're just tuning in here now, this occurred about 2 hours ago. Actually, a little over 2 hours ago to maybe even almost 3 hours ago. And that same storm is still going. It is still marching its way through. And it is getting closer and closer to the general vicinity of I-20. So areas near Raton and Royston, Cleotex, Roby, Sylvester, Longworth, and Hamlin. Hamlin, you're not exactly in the tornado warning, but you guys might get the outskirts of this cell with some very strong damaging winds and maybe even the potential for a spin-up tornado within for the areas that I just called out for. So if you're in those areas in Texas, you are going to need to watch out. If you are also near Sweetwater, you guys will eventually have to watch out in the near future. I also want to point out another bit of damage. This right here is the Dollar General that was in town. Now, Dollar Generals, I mean, I'm sure everyone has been to some form of Dollar Tree or Dollar General before. This was from one of our mods, Andrew. And you can see this is the before there on Street View. And it looks to have been relatively new. If not, it wasn't, but I mean, it looks to have been relatively new. And that is the after. So it's very very interesting to note there with that. All right, that's good. I'm not going to talk too much about it. I'll talk about it at the end of the stream, but I'll just say, Zach, that's very good. I am quite happy about that. Oh, that's not for broadcast, so I'll have to watch that on the side. And I actually will retweet it regardless. I'll retweet it so that you guys can see if you wanted to. I'm not going to show it, but that is drone footage from Michael Beard of the damage that he saw over there in Matador. He reports multiple fatalities, unfortunately. I'll even put it in the chat for you guys to see. Because as I said, I can't show it. It's not for broadcast. But what I can do is I can commentate it. And it's significant damage. I'm not going to commentate specifically as to what type of damage I'm thinking it is. Because once again, I am not over there and I haven't been able to get any real close-ups. This is really the first close-up that I've seen of some of the structures that are over there, and I'm not one to just look at it from one image. I got to look at it from several to try and come up with a conclusion. The conclusion that I have is that it is significant damage. So I hope that makes sense. What's going on in Germany? There's essentially a moderate risk. It's not really a moderate risk for them. It's a high risk for them. But it would be the U.S.'s equivalent of a moderate risk over there for Germany. There's expected to be a couple tornadoes, some of which could be strong. Yeah, Morgan.
Non-weather topic, just briefly. Are you keeping track of the hockey game?
Yes. Someone added me on Twitter.
Good stuff.
I'm not purposefully trying to keep track of it, but I mean, if people are going to at me, I'm going to look at it eventually, and I'm not going to complain either. So, but I don't think it's appropriate to mention it. At least not right now. I'll mention it at the end if I need to. Looks like Storm has finally got near the Raton areas here in Texas. A lot of strong damaging winds and very large hail. We're talking about grapefruit-sized hail, especially since this thing has had a history of doing that. And this thing has also had a history of creating damaging winds, or maybe even having a tornado within there, but damaging winds in upwards of 109 miles per hour on the dot. And so what's supposed to happen in Germany? There's, as I said, supposed to be a tornado event over there. It's hard to say outbreak because some of the models are not as good as ours, but it is pointing towards a tornado event, which could potentially become an outbreak over there in Germany. So I will be up early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, 5 Central. Stuff is not expected to happen until maybe even an hour or two, probably 2 hours after that. And if you guys want to come in, I mean, maybe even in lighter moments, mess up some town names that are over there in Germany, because I'm probably not going to be able to pronounce every single one correctly. I think that's a given. Even then, for the United States, I'm not expected to pronounce every single town name correctly here as well. And I invite you guys to, correct me whenever I do mess that up, because I have a feeling people may not get what I mean if I keep pronouncing it incorrectly. But other than that, if you are a enthusiast about weather and you're just interested to see what happens in other countries as well, I mean, they usually only get these once every year. And maybe not even that, actually. Maybe once every other year. But it just so happens that it's back-to-back this year and last year. So but yeah, we probably will stream all the way up until about a bit after noon. Something of the sort. Something of the sort within that. Now, don't expect radar data to be super good. But, you know me, I can make do with anything as long as I have 2 radar products, like reflectivity and then something else. Velocity probably would be the best. And it just so happens that it is for tomorrow. We have reflectivity and velocity to use. Yeah, there's an opportunity for southern Minnesota to get severe weather on Saturday. So after my stream for tomorrow in Germany, I plan to make a video and upload it in the late afternoon into the early evening tomorrow night, sometime around 6 p.m. Eastern. And it'll talk about Friday and Saturday a little bit more in depth. So if you guys, would like to look at that, you guys are welcome to do so. If you wanted to just look at the Storm Prediction Center, you can do that as well. But I would like to think that I have a good way to try and tell you guys not exactly what's going to happen, but what you could potentially expect in specific areas. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings are mainly over in Colorado here. A lot of this stuff over in this general vicinity. They are relatively elevated. So elevated means that the actual rotation in itself is relatively high up above the ground, contrast to where they should be. So a lot of these storms seem to be elevated and pose not really a tornado threat unless if some weird freak thing happens, which, is usually pretty rare, usually. But I'll give you guys an idea as to what's happening with that if things end up happening. Any info on Tropical Storm Bret? Yes, I've been meaning to find an opportunity for me to talk about Bret, but unfortunately these storms have just decided not to take a break anytime soon.
I should look at the NHS situation on that. I haven't
NHS
today. NHS.
NHS.
The National Honor Society. National Hurricane Center.
Thank you.
Situation on that, and it doesn't look dry air.
Dry air and actually wind shear. There's a upper level low that actually sets in once it passes the Windward Islands. So it gets sheared from all directions because right now it's getting sheared. It's got like 20 knots of lower level shear that is tilting the actual circulation. So the lower level circulation is further west than the mid-level circulation because of it. And there's expected to be southwesterly shear moving off to the northeast for people who don't know. That is supposed to rip it up even more in the next coming days, which will make life for Bret very difficult as it gets into the Caribbean, and it's anticipated for it to not last very long once it gets there. And I can show you guys that with the models here in a bit. I'll probably want to do that here in the next couple of minutes. I want to make sure some of these other areas within this tornado warning is accounted for, and then once that is done, then we'll be able to let you guys know. That's kind of funny, JWB. I'm sorry. That's not what I wanted. Turn that off. Whew. Oh, that's crazy. So, someone's flight got diverted from Austin to Houston, but it was right when the big damaging wind surged through Houston. So the guy was literally looking at power flashes on the ground while the plane was flying through it, which you can imagine is not, you know, great. It's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for South Central El Paso County in East Central Colorado.
So that is for areas near Colorado Springs. Because El Paso County is that area. I'm starting to learn my geography. I really am starting. It's getting better. Will Sweetwater get hit worse than Abilene? Right now, its trajectory takes it to Sweetwater rather than Abilene, so I would say yes. Ooh, that's an interesting reason as to why they warned it. It is a small warning, and it is expected to go over the interstate. So if you live near Fountain in Colorado or south of Fountain on I-25, it might be a good idea for you guys to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. By the way, you guys have been doing amazing in helping us spread the information with as many people as possible. I told you guys, I said we needed to get over 1,000 likes in order for us to get onto YouTube's algorithm and really spread this out. We got over 1,000 likes. You guys have done your guys' job, and I really do appreciate you guys helping us come together as a community to help, you know, spread this information. So thank you guys so much for that. Now, believe it or not, every 100 likes, it sends out the same thing that it would for 1,000. So there's that. Aaron Rigsby is somehow on this storm. Where has he been the entire day? Well, he's on a tornadic storm. There you go. Good news for Colorado Springs is that this ain't going to hit you. It's not going to happen. If you're southeast of Colorado Springs, once again near Fountain, or areas south of that near Wigwam, that's the areas to watch. But other than that, it's good. You had storms in Oklahoma this morning. I hope they weren't too significant. Yeah, I'll have to watch that on my own time. That video that you sent me on Discord, because I just... One, it's not for broadcast, but two, I don't think I'd be ready to watch it here and be silent for a minute and a half. What about Denver Metro? Good question. The Denver Metro, as of right now, is dealing with a lot of severe weather in general, a lot of spotty hail. It doesn't seem to be anything larger than quarters, although there could be, of course, some... Yeah, it looks like spotters are reporting quarter-sized hail. We could get up to golf ball-sized hail, which could be impactful. So the best thing that I can say is bring your valuables inside. That includes pets, that includes cars, that includes any sort of valuable things that you have outside. So that's the recommendation I have for you all. And then if you guys can get indoors, stay away from windows, that would be my other recommendation. Is it heading to Pueblo? It looks like it's gonna head north of that, but on the other hand, it also is moving very slow. It's moving southeast at 10 miles per hour. So in order for it to get to Pueblo, it would have to take a full probably 4 or 5 hours to do so. And storms like that usually don't last that long, so... Night, Caleb. Nice to see you. Is it normal for June? All this tornadic weather, no. But all the large hail and the damaging winds, especially the strong damaging winds, yes. That usually happens. But we can thank the typhoon that was over in the Western Pacific about 2 to 3 weeks ago. Because if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have gotten all this activity. It's the domino effect. Messed with the jet stream. Yeah, flash flooding is also going to be an issue for those who are going to be in low-lying areas. You guys know how I say it. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Unless if you want to get on TV. Then, albeit, go for it. You're putting your life in danger by doing it, though. Because you'll be floating down the roadway. So don't do it. It looks like the storm that is just to the west of Hamlin, the tornado warning right now, it looks like it is... It's got a lot of large hail and a lot of strong damaging winds. But it's hard to say if this thing is actually trying to be tornadic. It looks like it's growing up scale slightly. But it's just... It's still holding on to that mesocyclone. It is still holding on. That's kind of crazy if it did do that to the bollards. But as I said, probably would need to wait on that.
Tornado warning for western Jones County in west central Texas, northern Nolan County in west central Texas, northwestern Taylor County in west central Texas, Fisher County in west central Texas.
Extension, Hamlin, and Sweetwater. Because I'm a human of utmost intelligence, I never check the watch probs on the new tornado. 40-20, awesome.
Yeah, it is 40-20.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been pretty humid in general over the plains. Southern plains especially. In San Angelo yesterday, I thought it said 114 as the temperature, and I'm pretty sure the dew points were in the 60s to 70s. So that's like boiling hot with a lot of moisture. I'm glad that was a spectacle for you, Rojo. I'm glad it wasn't also that big of a deal either, the storms. Alright, so that's the new tornado warning. Once again, Royston, Roby, Sylvester, Longworth, Sweetwater, Tesco, Trent, Merkel, and then areas near Hamlin, west of Radium, and west of Anson here in Texas. If I just called out your area, you need to watch out for the threat of strong damaging winds, very large hail, and even tornadoes. I want to show you guys my cards here for Bret, because I feel like it's important to talk about it. I know a lot of people along the coastline have been asking about it. There's been a lot of buzz going on about Bret. The fact of the matter is that Bret is not expected to go anywhere past the Dominican Republic and Haiti without dying. So let's get that out of the way first. It will not hit the United States. It has been known that it will not hit the United States, and anyone who has mentioned that it could potentially hit the United States ever is trying to lead you on. So just wanted to get that out of the way. All right, you can say it's possible all you want. The fact of the matter is it was never possible, and so therefore go away. Causes too much anxiety. But still, this thing has 65 mile per hour sustained winds on its approach to the Windward Islands here. We already have tropical storm warnings that have been issued out in front of it, and even watches on the southern side. The reason why there are watches on the southern side is because what we have with Bret, and I'll pull up the satellite imagery so that you guys can kind of see what I mean. I'll go to the satellite imagery of Tropical Storm Bret. We'll go to the infrared imagery as well, and show you guys the spin here with this. So we have a lot of wind shear here, and I think you probably can tell because if you look at the bottom right hand corner right here at these clouds, they're moving from right to left, just like that. And so our wind shear is moving from right to left. It is moving the storm from right to left as well. That's the reason why it is heading towards the Windward Islands. But what's also happening is when you have spin from a tropical cyclone, when you have wind that is counteracting some of that spin, it tends to slow it down. So the southern side will actually be a lot weaker than the northern side, which will be aided by that wind shear. So we'll have stronger winds on the northern side. What this is also doing is we actually have a little bit of a, well, at least we have a little bit of a displacement between the mid-level circulation and the surface circulation. And why that is important is because when you have your circulations aligned, it is allowed to actually intensify a lot easier. That was not the case, and it's kind of difficult to say based off of satellite here if that is actually continuing to be the case. I might be able to see it here if I go onto the water vapor imagery, but it'll take a little bit. And if not, I can use another way for me to figure it out as well. But yeah, I can't really tell too much. What if I go to aircraft reconnaissance? It's still into the storm. It looks like this is partially displaced. And the main reason for that is because you can see, all right, this new pass that they had. So they went up and then they went down from the northeast to the southwest. They found a minimum pressure of 1002, so 1002 millibars right here. And then they went further, and then they finally found the winds that shifted here as they went further along. So I'm not sure if they dropped the new drops on there or whatever, but it looks like the mid-level circulation that they found right here is still relatively displaced to the lower level circulation that was right here. So that still shows that, I mean, this thing can still intensify. It just won't be at a significant rate, if you guys get my drift with that. Let's also take a look at some other specifics here. We'll see if the Navy website wants to cooperate with us this evening. Who knows? Will the ASCAT hit anything? The answer is still no, because no one can hit the hurricane correctly. Apparently, it never will happen. It just ain't happening. Last but not least, we'll take a look and see what the microwave imagery was. And this is still relatively old, so we'll probably have to wait for a new one. Which is kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. Not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. On the other hand, we still have Invest 93L over here. It has a good chance of formation over the next 7 days. It is anticipated to stay out to sea, however, so not really anticipated to do much beyond that. And I'll show you guys why that's the case. I think that is important for you guys to be able to kind of understand with that. We'll go to the tropical Atlantic, actually, so that you guys can see both systems. So there is Bret. There's Invest 93L. It could potentially be a tropical storm. We'll see. But we will go to the 850 millibar vorticity and shear. And right now we have our high pressure system right here. This is going to steer this is going to try to steer everything out to the west. And that's why Bret is going to kind of continue move on into the Caribbean. The steering flow is going to also try and steer 93L to the west, but watch what happens eventually, right? We end up getting, all right, this new high pressure system that develops right behind the other one. This high pressure system starts to recede back further towards the north and west, and so the new flow, all right, because this high pressure system spins clockwise, is going to be coming from the south and east to the north and west. Meanwhile, we also want to take a look at the upper level wind shear, and we have what is a little trough that is starting to dig in here. Right here, this is our upper level trough, and this trough can actually move this tropical system and push it off a little bit further toward the north as well. So you can see the flow ends up taking it a little bit more from southwest to the northeast. You can see that it actually continues to be the case as this continues to move on through to the end of the week. And we have a lot of shear that is going to try and really try to push it up. So we have two conflicting shear values that are moving northwest and northeast. The fact that both are moving north means that this thing will eventually move north as well. So that's kind of the common denominator out of both things. And this thing will continue to try and head off out towards the general vicinity of Bermuda. But it's hard to say as to whether or not it'll get there alive because, of course, we have all this wind shear which will kill it off and try to displace the circulations. So, thanks for coming to my short TED Talk. That is the nuts and bolts of how I talk about tropical weather. You can get warm sea surface temperatures all you want. The fact of the matter is you need everything to go your way in order for you to get something sustainable. It's pronounced Merkel. Good to know. This storm is being very weird. It has a ZDR arc, but it is placed so
in the wrong place.
So weirdly. This thing also is bowing out significantly. This is a lot of strong damaging winds. This is a lot of large hail. But we could get a spin up on the backside near Cleotex. So Cleotex, Macaulay, Sylvester, areas near Royston, North Roby, of course, and then areas near Longworth, and eventually Sweetwater, Tesco, Trent, and Merkel. You guys are going to want to watch out for this.
I would not rule out Abilene impacts right now. I know we have a couple people in the chat that are talking about it. If the storm bows out, the storm motion will change. So we're going to have to monitor that. Storm motion will shift a little bit more to the south and east. So just stay tuned. A little bit more that we need to be able to tell right now in order to tell you if Abilene is looking like a significant target at the moment.
Yep. Someone said explain MDA and GR2. That's the meso detection algorithm. So if you have specific things that you want or specific things that you think are within the threshold, it can fix the rotation, whatnot. I usually don't pay attention too much to those because they usually are wrong to begin with. Or at least I shouldn't say they're usually wrong. I should say they're inconsistent. Very inconsistent. Because it's an algorithm. So. It'll stay in West Texas, Marcus. I have no doubt about that. Yeah, it's quite a bit of hail over in Denver. Show's been delayed several times at Red Rocks. Wow. Yeah, there's just so many storms that are just coming out and just smacking the crap out
Who's
of
at
it.
Red Rocks right now?
Huh?
Who's at Red Rocks right now?
Mm. Give me a second. Oh. Oh my gosh. Morgan?
Hmm.
This is not weather related. So we've had a little bit of time to decompress. Marcus Smart is being traded.
Porzingis and 2 firsts? I'm...
Yeah, it's a 3-way deal. So Celtics get Porzingis. Grizzlies are getting Smart. So what do the Wizards get? It'd be great if the Wizards are just, they get all the picks in the world so we can complete our rebuild. It'd be great.
I'd love if my basketball team's management was slightly competent.
Hmm.
Only slightly.
Still going to work on some things. Make sure to work on. Get the Clippers out of it or some. Yawn.
Dude, I am, like, ready to fall asleep here, but I know I shouldn't.
Can we look at the tornado warning storm in Colorado? Yeah, we can. don't think much is happening with it at the moment. It's trying to get a new area of rotation out in front, but its old rotation is just on the struggle bus. It really is. But it looks like it's trying to get a new area of rotation near Wigwam. Whether or not it can actually do so is the real question. But oh, we got Tyus Jones. Okay, that's not bad. Tyus Jones in a second. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Imagine a moment's peace.
Hmm?
Imagine a moment's peace.
You show me where the tornado is heading near Sweetwater / Abilene. I'm in North Abilene. What is the... What's something I can do? Are you like near Hawley? Because Abilene is right here. There is Sweetwater.
It is moving right now. So, I wonder. Hold up.
Yeah, it looks like the shift takes it a little bit more near Merkel. Yeah, that'd be an interesting vertical wind profile.
Yeah, speaking of an interesting vertical wind profile, just totally neglect the photograph, but look at right motion.
Right motion is what? Southeast or east?
Hold up. Upload failed. What do you mean upload failed?
Great job, Morgan. Great job. And he died. You're above the eye in Abilene. Ah, okay.
Let's try. It still won't work. All right. You know what? Motion is southeast at about 20 knots.
Oh.
You have negative 20, 0 to 500 meter storm relative velocity, 200, 0 to 1, and 50, 0 to 3. So imagine a profile out of that. It is going in circles.
Well, it's trying to descale. Keyword.
And also taking a turn toward Abilene.
Well, that's what trying to descale is. Interesting. I'm just looking back at some of the damage and it's just like... It's constantly on my feed because I just keep seeing it recommended to me over and over and over again. I'm like, man. Yeah, fortunately, there's quite a lot of people over in Matador now, at least according to Spotter Network.
I mean, that's both a good and a bad thing.
Well,
because I really hope first responders are able to do their job right now.
yeah. Nah, Fort Worth is good. You guys are all right. Oh my gosh. Woo.
Still 2-2.
Yeah, but Bears are on the power play. They're 1 for whatever tonight because they scored the 1 power play goal. About time.
Oh my gosh, Nate.
What?
Look at spectrum width, and I would like to take a squall line for 500, or
They-
excuse me, 400, please.
Ouch. That is wind. On my YouTube info in here for you to watch. I don't know
So,
what you're
folks,
talking
with
about.
all due respect, the tornado threat is kind of bleh
Yeah.
at the moment.
As soon as it gets near or past Abilene, that's when I plan to kind of cut it. Because I gotta wake up in 4.5 hours.
Nate, break. Thank you, Riley. I believe there's a westward moving tornado in Colorado right now in the tornado warning. Southwestward mover.
Oh, what is... Yeah.
Occlusions.
How is
Oh,
that?
that's so funny. I love, dude. I can't wait to even get the first chance to chase Colorado stuff. It's so offbeat. It's so interesting, and people still only have half a clue why at this point.
I don't think people
So
care.
not only do you have the
there.
parent rotation, which is getting stronger at the moment, but you have the current ongoing tornado, I would say, off to the left. And I don't know if that's a satellite or
It is.
what, but southwest of Fountain, folks, we have a southwest moving tornado west of the interstate, west of High 25. Moving into not a whole lot, which is the good news.
And
But
it
if you
just
guys
died
are
on
west
radar.
if you are west of Wigwam, you need to be in your safe space, underground or the lowest airmost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet did die with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado.
And whatever the heck that
tornado
is.
as possible.
Whatever the heck that was on radar.
Yankee danky doodle crap.
Yeah. You live in Hamlin, do I think you are out of the danger? You're starting to get there. If you're not experiencing as much damaging winds and hail as you once were, I think you guys are good. Out north of Simla, is everything needed pretty much even CC. Where is Simla? We talking Colorado here? Hold up. Simla. I have no idea. Oh, that. That seems to be a bit elevated to me. Let's pull up the Denver radar, because that's closer. Yeah, it's not really tight. It's not tightly compacted. It is also moving northwest. It was moving southeast, and then it did a full 180 and decided to go northwest. I'm not joking. It did.
Stop. Wait a minute.
I don't know what the people of Matheson, Colorado have against this storm, but this storm really just said, no, I'm not going to go to y'all.
Abilene, just keep tabs on this. I'm not saying you're going to get hit, but it's going to be cut close. This thing is starting to really deviate, right?
Y'all should definitely watch.
Check north of Simla. Where is Simla?
Simla. Oh, that's a new tornado warning. What?
It is
Tornado
Fujiwaring
warning
around
for
Extension,
itself.
Colorado.
South Central El Paso
Yeah,
County
it is
in
just
East
going
Central
in circles
Colorado,
around itself. Look
North
at it.
Central Pueblo
Loop it.
County
Loop
in
velocities.
southeastern Colorado.
Simla is the northernmost severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado. That's the one that I said did a 180. You have to look at Denver to see it, though.
Oh, no, I see what you're talking. Okay, I'm going to really have to study motion vectors before I chase Colorado because we too low. Fill in the blank.
Bending out.
Something I can't say.
Yeah.
Because I don't want us to die.
Yeah. Tomorrow's a 2% risk for tornadoes, so it's not going to be that bad. Although it could be upgraded because the localized vorticity is a thing, but I'm not going to stream tomorrow for the United States. I'm streaming for Germany. I can only stream one at a time unless if it all happens one after the other, or if it's going to be significant. That right there is what I'm streaming, and that is comparable to a moderate risk in the United States for Germany. So I gotta make sure that people are all right. The concert at Red Rocks has yeah. We have a lot of responders over to that concert, right, Morgan? For several people being hit and injured by hail.
That's uncool. 95-mile-an-hour gust in Roten.
A lot of hail, don't get impaled.
That is a lot of hail, don't get impaled. Well, maybe too late.
Yeah.
Okay, if this thing goes turns so far to the right that the majority of the wind misses Abilene somehow, I'm gonna be dumbfounded. Entirely.
It's also the time in which you say, yeah, time to go home.
Yeah, that would be the time to go. Enough at that point. Yeah, Abilene, I would consider figuring out where your storm shelter is.
So I've gotten to the part of the stream where
starting to maybe lose our minds slightly.
I wouldn't say lose minds, but more of constantly retweet Twitter because I am 1 minute remaining in the third and it's still tied.
Oh boy. Go to overtime in game 7 of the that might be a strong tornado.
Where?
What is that doing? It is going in circles. That is a strong tornado on the interstate, I believe.
Yeah, Colorado once again. Colorado magic. call it whatever.
Look at ZDR. Look at ZDR. You can even see.
Well,
Give it a little
yeah,
bit of a
I guess
kick.
there isn't anything that you can pick up over there.
If you're in Wigwam, you need to take to your safe space. If you are anywhere in a 10-mile proximity of this tornado in any direction, you need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because this has moved southwest, it's moved northwest, it's moved east, it's moved south. I don't know where this is going to go. Hypothetically, storm motion would suggest that it goes to the southeast off towards Wigwam, basically paralleling the interstate. But we don't know. Occlusions may take it to the east, it may take it to the west. So if you're in Wigwam, you need to be in your safe space now. Lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet.
Yeah, that does look like a tornado. And Spectrum Width even says so too.
Mhm.
And it looks like there's a racetrack nearby. So if you know anyone who lives near the racetrack, or I think it's actually a racetrack. If not, it's a racetrack. If you know anyone that lives near the racetrack, you need to tell them to get in their safe space because there's a tornado over near that area, and it looks to be still on the ground. And it's just to the west of I-25 by a little bit. It's south of Fountain near the racetrack.
It's moving at like 5 miles an hour to the northwest.
For the second time in the history of the Calder Cup Finals, and for the first time in 70 years, Game 7 will go to overtime. Man. Man, oh man. San Francisco Giants have won 10 straight. You know, it took them getting no hit to do it though, but you know, guess I can't always get what I want. Sendy boy, just get me on a plane and somehow get me there in time for the start of the of overtime, because I was there for Game 5. I was there for 4 and 5 actually. But what's happening in Denver? Severe storm that is producing some spotty hail, although it's not really severe anymore. And storms have actually passed you guys. There's a couple of them that are still sticking around, but the main big ones are going out and about. So you guys should be good in Denver. Just watch out for the flash flooding. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways.
It's got a B-or and it's moving northwest and picking up intensity.
You've got a B-word.
I know I'm holy. Thank you.
Yeah, what is this thing doing? Why is it?
I couldn't tell you.
It looks like it's occluding. It looks like it's moving west again. It's also got a vortex hole on reflectivity, so consider the
It does have a
following.
vortex hole on reflectivity.
I could pull it up, but I have a feeling that if I pull it up, I'm gonna have to end the stream. What are my
Let's take
thoughts
a
on Hermley's
3D.
outcome?
Holy.
Holy.
Oh. That is probably the most beautiful storm. Oh.
Is that a place, Lauren? Hermley's? I searched it up. I can't find it on... Oh, Hermley. No plural. Hermley. I think you guys could definitely get some spotty hail, but I think that's really it. I don't think you guys are in the main activity here. By the way, it seems that finally the storm that's near Abilene has finally grown up scale. Like, finally.
We're good.
Well, take a look.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
It's Jover.
That said, Abilene, do need to be watching out for some significant damaging winds.
Talking 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's what I'm thinking.
Nate, please 3D fountain. I don't care if you don't want to.
You know, Morgan, just for you, I'll 3D fountain. Just for you. Just for you. I hope you're happy.
It's moving back southeast again.
This thing is a mess on 3D. I want to go home.
If you take it up on lit volume, sorry, not lit volume, ISO surface, if you take it up to like 50 decibels, then it's okay.
Is it though?
Yeah.
I see a big
Crazy
outflow
mezzo.
boundary that extends super far out.
Crazy mezzo.
Is that what it is?
Yes. Nice inflow notch too. There's a lot.
You seem to be super excited about this storm.
Colorado magic. It was moving northwest. It's now moving southeast.
It did a 180. What is it with these storms? Fix your issues.
I think we leave the stream when this storm dies. I think that's a better idea.
Is that what we've come to? It's no longer...
I mean, realistically, it's another 20, 30 minutes for it to get through Abilene. Figure the storm dies within roughly that time frame, no?
Man, I'm only gonna get like an hour of sleep. I really am only going to get an hour of sleep because I
You'll need to be fine.
And it's dying. It may be still on the ground, but it's dying.
It has stopped moving.
It did stop. It's gonna go backwards again. It's gonna go backwards again.
It'll probably pick up intensity.
What? No, that's not how that works.
Well, it's kind of how it works with this. So
It looks like it's growing upscale, like the storm itself. That outflow boundary is extending way too far out. RFD is just surging it. Unless, where's your southerlies coming from? No, it's not. It's easterlies. So, yeah, that one ain't... And storms are merging into it. What's Centerville, Alabama looking like? You guys are good, honestly. It's not that big of a deal. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas near Abilene and west of it. Storm just did an ankle breaker on Wigwam. I apparently took lessons from the Nuggets over there.
watch Nate Snyder on
Finish the sentence.
OVDs
Oh yeah.
football
Okay.
against me. Or, actually, sorry. No, I have a counter. It watched me versus Caleb on OPDs. Caleb, I'm sorry if you're somehow watching this. I love you. But I just ended that man's career on the first play. Uh. And it's dead. Sag.
Yeah, it did just
Storm.
wither.
What will this storm do next? Find out on the next episode of What's Colorado Thinking About.
All right. Well, the tornado warning will die in a minute. And in 15 minutes, so does one of the tornado watches, I believe.
And so does you, probably.
Yep. I will make a thumbnail for tomorrow morning, but yeah, I'm not even gonna watch the hockey game. I'm just gonna do my thing. I'm too stressed out from that. And there it is. The tornado warning is gone.
At least in Texas, there's still one in effect for Wigwam.
Yeah, go away. That one expires at the top of the hour, which means we gotta stay here until then. A special thumbnail for tomorrow? I don't think it'll be that special. I mean.
Hey, Nate.
What?
Would you believe me if I told you there was a new mezzo on the southern side where that cell merger is occurring?
I would say it probably wouldn't last very long.
It'll be fine.
That is a mezzo. At least from reflectivity.
I'll just look up in height with velocities. I'll tell you all you need to know.
Why don't you just go to 10.1 degree tilt with reflectivity and figure it out yourself?
Holes.
What are you, Stanley?
Holes. Yes.
Am I Mr. Sir now? I've got the hat. It may not be a cowboy hat, but... Boy.
Yes, tornado clips. That is the B-war of all time at 10.1 height. Looking up 24,000 feet at that point, so it makes sense. Hey, it tells you that thing's got an unreal mezzo. It's just a matter of, you know, do something.
66 mile per hour wind gust report. 4 miles west of Sweetwater. Yep, night tornado clips.
Hey Nate,
Hmm.
PMs please.
Why? What will? Time to click.
I don't know if I'm missing something,
Did you
but
watch it?
no.
I don't know what will smash records.
I don't have a particular desire to watch it either.
I want to know. I'll watch it later. Actually, I'll watch it tomorrow after the stream.
Enjoy.
It's technically already tomorrow, actually. I'll watch it after the German stream. Man, I'll tell you what, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited to get back into streaming. That
Hey Nate,
stuff for them. What?
random question, and you know I don't really care,
Mm.
but it is the 21st of the month.
Oh, I didn't even realize
Did
I got paid
YouTube-
today.
Did YouTube give you money today?
Probably. Let's take a look. It seems they did.
Whoop-dee.
So I'm trying to think of what streams we did last year, or last month. Last month.
I think I participated in 5 last month.
5?
I want to say.
Last month is so 21 days ago.
So let's see. In May, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4, because I definitely did not participate on the 12th. And I think I participated on every other day.
Hmm.
Sounds about right. Anyway,
Sounds.
because I remember the 12th. I was AFK for the day basically because of AP exams.
What was the 12th? What day was that? What was the risk? I should
Ottawa,
say.
Nebraska.
Oh, the big tornadoes and stuff like that.
Yeah, the beautiful photogenic wedges that hit nothing.
Well, except for the one that casually did hit something. So, you know.
Yeah, well, whoops. But the photogenic wedges that mostly hit nothing.
I wonder if most of my revenue came from that stream, because that was probably the most viewed live stream out of all the months, or out of all of them in the month. Any update to Sweetwater? Not really. It's a lot of strong damaging winds that are approaching the area. As long as you stay away from windows, you'll be good. That's lowest innermost part of your building. We do got some 70-mile-per-hour winds heading off into your area, though. So watch out. There's no reason why the Baltimore Orioles shouldn't call Colton Cowser up.
Yeah.
He did more than Ryan Mountcastle and Cedric Mullins combined. Because they're on assignments, rehab assignments today. So today was their first game back. Mountcastle didn't hit anything. Not a surprise. And Mullins only hit a 2-run home run. Not saying Mullins isn't good. He is. He's still injured because his leg is real messed up. But there's no reason why Ryan Mountcastle should be doing that badly. Pueblo, Colorado seems to be doing all right. I'm going to be honest with you. I think, actually, it's not that I think. The only thing that can really probably be an issue for Pueblo is overnight there could be a flash flooding risk. So, if you guys can watch out for that, you guys should be good. Yeah, this thing in Colorado is done. Another 6 minutes until it expires, and then I expire. Yeah, storms are approaching Sweetwater now. It seems the massive, strong, damaging winds started to move on through. There is nothing tornadic with it, fortunately. That's a massive downburst, though, near Anson. That might be a microburst. New mesoscale discussion. Cool. Time for me to see. Risk for damaging wind gusts and large hail continues, along with a potential for a tornado. Really?
I don't know about the last part.
Storms evolving into more of a cluster as opposed to a singular dominant rotating updraft. Storm cluster produced measured wind gusts. It doesn't even... Goss didn't even mention tornado in his discussion. In his summary, he said the potential for a tornado. In his discussion, he didn't even mention tornado at all. When is wind going to lower in Hamlin? Honestly, I don't know. I would assume it would be relatively soon, but it's not as bad as it was when it passed through. So, yep. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Just don't do it. 14 minutes left in OT. I am considering the following. Hershey has 29 shots. Coachella Valley has 40. But they only had 4 in the third period. They now have 6 in OT, and the Bears only have 1. So that is terrible. And we know that Coachella Valley is probably going to win then. Never mind. The Bears had the Firebirds won on the power play, and the Bears PK came through. So it's not Jover yet. The reason why... Yeah, I don't like where this is going. This Bears game can consider.
Certainly ain't making it easy, but then again, when have they done that the whole time? So
I guess so. I can say that will can drive a team further than skill, but law enforcement reports power lines down on the south side of Roscoe, intersections of Farm to Market Road 608 and I-20. Yeah, I wouldn't drive through feet of water. I definitely wouldn't. It's unless if you want to be on TV and be shown on. You want to be shown on the news, floating in the water as your car gets taken away by.
Or you could try a power slide in the water if you have a pickup truck.
Yeah, not when the water goes over your frickin' engine.
Over your frickin'?
Over your frickin' engine. How long till the storm passes the I-10 corridor? You're gonna need a while for that. May not even do that, honestly. Storms may die by the time we get to that point.
That's a 101 mile an hour pixel in your Holly.
Massive downburst then. Good enough. Unless if there's a lot of dry air aloft. Huh?
Wouldn't it show up on KDP if it was, though?
Not if there's dry air aloft. If there's dry air aloft, then you won't get as much precipitation. Because it wouldn't be similar to a natural microburst that'll... Or wet microburst, I should say. So you can have a dry microburst, hypothetically. It actually happens quite a lot. No, I don't, Tommy. How long till the storm passes I-20? It's got
Working
about...
on it slowly, probably an hour.
Yeah, an hour.
Crosses.
Let's say an hour. And that's a damage destructive tag now. 80 mile per hour winds. That'll do it.
Time to find your safe spot if you're in Abilene. You're in Abilene, Texas. You need to get underground or into the lowest, airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And
yeah,
can't say we didn't see this coming.
Oh, you didn't see. I'm just kidding.
Dude, I was talking about it turning right beyond
I know. The more you know. Reading Rainbow. Yeah, man, those velocity pixels are really picking up. Yeah, that's a 102 mile per hour pixel that we're looking up 2,300 feet.
I got 104. Radar, are you looking at?
Are you looking at a storm relative velocity or?
Oh no, ew.
Storm relative velocity kills it actually, which is kind of funny. There's 104. Any bad weather for grad saline, Texas tomorrow? Let me figure out where that is. Nah, you guys will be good. I'm not too concerned. A lot of flooding over in Colorado. A lot of flooding. Oh my gosh. So down in Texas, it's 67-foot cloud tops. Yeah, it. At least it had it. Now it's not as strong because it's. I think it actually is. Yeah, it's downbursting, and so because of that, it's getting a little lower. Just a little teeny bit, maybe. Yeah, north side of Abilene is gonna get hit by some really strong damaging winds. Damage threat destructive still. Damage threat destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. So once again, if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. Got 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Maybe even stronger than that, honestly. So the minute we thought it was dying down, it decided, you know, let's just.
I get up.
It was a separate supercell that grew upscale with it. Legit, it was a separate supercell. It grew upscale and turned right.
That's inconvenient.
You're telling me.
Frankly, before it got to Hamlin, it was going to go probably 20 miles west of Abilene.
Yeah, and then it just decided.
Saw someone in the chat ask about northeast severe weather possibilities. Monday looks sort of silly, but I refuse to really
Get his hopes
dig
up.
deep into it right now. Be a nice chase day before I leave, or I have to leave. Southeast PA, Western Jersey, East PA really as a whole. Get on board with that. Are any cams in Abilene? Don't believe so.
Yeah, there are. Looks like the winds are starting to get little teeny bit weaker as a trend because wind field is now expanding.
It's continuing to bow out. It's not quite as compact.
Man. Oh, and the Bears have started to finally wake up because they have managed to get 7 shots in, I think, probably 4 minutes. So, the Bears are fighting back. Under 8 minutes left in the first overtime. Morgan, I can't handle this. I'm startled. I am startled. Yes, I am gonna stream the severe weather in Germany. You know what, chat? You know what I'm gonna do? I am going to make my thumbnail now. I'm going to make my thumbnail for tomorrow. And I'm gonna try and copy the Esto effects. I'm gonna try. We'll see how it works. Yeah, there are not any live cameras in Abilene, so that ain't gonna work very well. Turn that off, turn that off, turn that off, turn that off, that off. Boom. Okay. Let's pull up Weather Bell. Let's pull up the GFS. Continental Europe. Upper air moisture simulated infrared. Actually, can the Euro do simulated infrared as well? Yes, they can. Wow. All right, we're doing that. Save image. This is gonna be pretty whack, I'll tell you what. This thumbnail is totally gonna be the best around. All right. Now the plan is to shrink this down to size. There we are. So now we have our little image, little picture. We need to get the Esto effects. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert some shapes, draw them myself. Now, how am I going to do this? So that's all right. We're gonna edit some of the points because I definitely messed it up, but it's okay. All right, so we did that. We are going to format shape. Now 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and my goodness. And I'll tell you what, I'll move the thing, the Esto effects over to the left. And And yeah, that is 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Jeesh. All right. No fill. Solid line. We want orange. I want this to be 15. We want the black glow. That also to be 15. And then, actually, let's make the line 20. There we go. So we did that. That's nice. Now we need to do the other stuff, such as
New damage threat destructive for the entirety of Abilene and beyond. East on 20, Clyde, Baird, Putnam. 80 miles an hour wind gusts in Nichols, Highsdale. That will be in effect until 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
this is red. This will be 20. This will be black border. Boom. Nice. That's there. And now, last but not least, I insert the last shape that I have to draw, which is a consider the following moment, but that's okay. And that one has no fill. This one is pink. This one is 20. Put that right there. 15. And there we go. So that's the outlook. Need to turn the picture transparency to that. There we are. So now what I need to do is I need to put my logo up. Breaking, title, bottom, live. Image picture. I need to change the picture. Now, what picture am I going to use this time? Did we seriously? The Bears have won! The Bears have won! We won! Morgan, we won! Morgan, we won!
I don't quite believe you because because road teams can't win in this series. Therefore,
It just said in the AHL, Mike Vecchione. He scored with 3:41 left. The Bears have won. I'm still streaming somehow, but the Bears have won, and I have to wake up at 5. Because Germany is going to have a worse severe weather outbreak than... Well, when this 90-mile-per-hour wind gust thingamabobber is at least going to go down by 10 miles per hour, I'll go to bed. But the Bears have won! Oh my gosh! The Bears have won!
hit the music.
The Bears are the Calder Cup champions. Oh my god. They were down 2-0 and rallied to win 3-2. That happened, Holy Land? I haven't paid attention, so I don't know, but that actually happened? Good lord. Idiots. Alright, it has now been downgraded to 80-mile-per-hour winds. Which is good news.
Indeed.
It's Mike Vecchione. Oh my god, we won. I can't believe it. Mike Vecchione.
Overtime winner. Yeah, wrong team. What are you gonna do about it?
Who's been the backbone of this? Right to the court, though. Plays it. Stick down by Brodus. Took it away. Brodus is centering pass, though. Broken up by Wright. Alexei Brodus to the point. Iorio. They score! Block Pierre!
Wow.
Riley.
How many championships does the Bears have now? 12. It's the most in all of the AHL. I think the next closest is 8.
What?
Which is absolutely amazing. I wasn't watching,
Wait.
but
wait.
oh my gosh. Wow. What are you waiting for, Morgan?
Nathan Snyder.
What?
Riley Bell
Riley Bell?
has done something on the moderation team on Twist of Fate. As of 2 minutes ago.
Oh. Okay. Good enough. Yeah, big. It looks like the winds have died out significantly, though, which is the good news. The
Yeah.
winds are starting to trend
Yes.
down.
Because it's broadening its wind field, so therefore...
Exactly. All right, I need to look over to the side. I need to look over. Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy for the Bears. I'm so happy my team got it. All right, I gotta look up the
Yours did
German.
something. I'm proud of you.
Huh?
Jamie, yours did something. I'm proud of you.
Well, I mean, the Bears won the cup in like early 2010s. They actually won it back to back. Funny enough. So, I guess our team just, you know, spoils us.
Sounds about right.
Where is... Where is that live stream? Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Huh. So I didn't say anything in German as my thing. I think that's probably what I'm going to do this time. Probably. Hockey is fun. I'll tell you what. Ice hockey is a fun game to watch. Because a lot of the guys that play it sacrifice a lot to get to where they are. And watching that sacrifice and being a part of it is... That's it. The Firebirds aren't posting anything. The Bears have already posted something, of course, but...
Oh, why wouldn't they? There's something to
Oh, I
post
gotta
about.
watch this.
From center's Vecchione, rolled down low, bouncing around, Borgstrom after it, in front, they score! They score! Mike Vecchione! The Bears have done it! They are comes through. Henrik Bornstrom, Sanders, Vecchione, rolled down low, bouncing around. Bornstrom after it, in front. They score! They score! Mike Vecchione! The Bears
Oh
have
my
done it!
God.
They are Calder Cup champions! The Hershey Bears, for the 12th time in franchise history, it's sweeter by the dozen. Uses his big frame.
Wow. Right. That is amazing.
Oh my gosh. New tornado warning.
I'm not staying up for that.
Tornado warning for North Central Pueblo
Colorado!
County in southeastern Colorado.
Nate, you gotta do it.
Oh, it's heading
You gotta
into
do it.
what?
You gotta do it for the content. It's going into town.
It's dead.
No, it's not.
Look at the new scan.
It's alive in spirit.
Yeah, sure it is. Go away. There is no reason why they should have issued this tornado warning for Pueblo. There is no reason. There is no reason whatsoever. This is now a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, this is no longer damage threat destructive. Everything is fine for the most part, I believe. There doesn't seem to be any more supercells. That want to actually just, die out. Yes, this is live. This is at 1:32 Eastern, where I am currently
Painfully.
considering the following.
Painfully. 1:32 Eastern.
Okay, I need to Google Translate some things.
Oh my god.
Google Translate.
Gotta do your Duolingo, man.
Yeah, okay.
Get ready to learn German. Buddy.
Dice.
Balmorese.
Britchen. Coolio. So, how they say tornadoes is they do it without the E.
Yeah, this is dead.
What, the rotation?
So, Nate, you want to know what happened up by Wigwam earlier?
Sure. Did Aaron Rigsby
It
get something?
was, no, National Weather Service employees said it was a possible cone.
Well, they should be put in a cone. True facts. Alright, so we have done the thumbnail. File, save as. JPEG, save. Just this one. Cool. Alright, we have done that. No, I'm going to sleep to at least get an hour or two. I have to. Okay, we'll go with 6:30 instead of 6 o'clock, though.
What in the world?
YouTube Studio, content, live, and then what we gotta do is we gotta change the thumbnail. The Mickey Mouse thumbnail. Come inside, it's fun inside. Okay, now I gotta do live.
How does that happen? Hello?
Hello.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. I have created the thumbnail and the title as well for this morning's stream. I have done it. I have done it. I have done it. Abilene is crazy right now. There's some seems to be some strong winds that have moved on through. That is a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust. Holy. That was a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust report over there as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So obviously, it's a lot of time between now and then, but I have created the live stream, or at least the schedule for the live stream. There it is. We are not moving over there. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep now because it is Jover. It is Jover. This event is Jover. This event has been crazy.
Hey, what about the tornado warning in Colorado?
Morgan, what about the tornado warning in Colorado?
There's a tornado warning. Cannot leave. Every tornado warning is gone. I want you to look at base velocity, see that my point will be proved.
Yeah, okay. If I made any grammatical errors in German, please tell me so I can fix it. And, Yeah.
You'll see Nate in the morning. You may not see me in the morning.
You
I'm
won't see
lying.
Morgan. In
You
the
won't
morning.
see me in the morning. I'm not even gonna lie.
So, all right, there you go. Good stuff. I am going to bed. So I will.
TV time
I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
in like 5
Technically,
hours.
it's today, but
In like 5 hours.
yeah.
Take luck, folks.
Yeah.